I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess we're not what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Whatever happened to the showstopper? Wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Gonna come for him and it is not a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic base from above. A bit awkward for Timo. Has to get off that line.
A experiência que a gente tem, principalmente eu, o Magão, o Gabi X e o Prozinho, né, que já jogamos bastante em LAN, eu acho que isso vai ajudar bastante aqui a jogar no campeonato.
Olha o atrás da orelha do time do Corinthians! FRZ na bola, empata o jogo e leva a gente pra prorrogação.
6K being a team that has a Wele player, Mephisto, it's definitely something to like study and look into because it's not something you play against often, and you know, because of that, it'll make them, I think, more dangerous.
Nice shots from Governor back at the site, and he's gonna find himself take down more. Shots will land. Oh my goodness! I'm a Governor.
First of all, against the favorites, we had like a lot of games on my region, so I was already very confident that at some point we're gonna win them. It's just, I think just a pressure that was our most challenge to ourselves during the game. And within the next games, I think it will be the same because most of us are rookies. I think that the pressure and a new environment, it will be the most challenging to us. But I think it will be a very fun and very good results for us.
Que ahora anda con el cabello cortísimo, cuidado porque ya se prende la ronda número 5. Mephisto, 4K!
I think maybe the fact that we're a collegiate team, I think people hear this a lot, or people say this a lot, where an underdog team will straight up go, oh, we have no expectations, you know, we'll do well. But like in this case, like we're literally a university team, you know, we spend half our time studying, doing homework, quizzes, tests, and other half is practicing. Just, we have no pressure, no expectation, so we're just gonna play and have fun, and whatever happens, happens.
Time mais perigoso, eu acho que seria a gente. Acho que é a gente mais perigoso.
For months, challengers teams across all Americas have fought to race to the top, and today their final journey begins as we find out who is going to be that one team to finally ascend to VCT Americas. Welcome everyone to Ascension Americas. I'm your host Riot for today, and I'm here with Roy and Ash. And guys, I don't know if you feel the same, but I feel like I'm nervous for the players too. The players that already have some experience in Tier 1, the players that have been dreaming for this opportunity, and Ash, for some of them, and for one team, it's finally going to happen at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of pressure. It's what every single one of these teams has been working towards throughout this entire year to culminate into this LAN experience here as well. For some of these players, maybe the first LAN opportunity they're having too. So it's a lot of pressure definitely on their shoulders, but I'm so excited to get started.
How are you feeling, Roy?
I'm feeling great. I actually kind of resonate with you. I think I'm a little nervous for these people, right? Because as a former player, I kind of understand the pressure, right? There's so much stress just on this one day. Like, they've been fighting for so long. They've had so many repeats of this event, of these tournaments, of these circuits for so much time. And so much of that is on the line, guys. This is about to be kind of a crazy day.
You really never know what's going to happen. I mean, we think about last year in 2G winning, and not many people are really expecting that. So for this tournament and how it's going to be a little bit different, the expectations are a lot higher for the 3 teams that each of the regions has. But for you guys to understand how the format is going to work, let's take a look at this video.
9 teams, only 1 spot. Who will join VCT Americas 2026? That's what we'll find out at VCT Ascension Americas. The event takes place for the first time at the Riot Games Arena in São Paulo from October 14th to 26th. VCT Ascension is divided into 3 stages, starting with the play-in. Teams seeded 3rd from each region, Brazil, LATAM, and NA, face each other in a single round-robin format with best-of-3 matches. Out of these 3 teams, the 2 best-performing ones advance to the Swiss stage. The Swiss stage follows a format where if you win 2 matches, you advance. At this point, the 2 winners from the play-in will join the top 2 teams from each region, who earned their spots through challengers. The first round is drawn randomly, with the only rule being that teams from the same region cannot face each other in their opening match. Future matchups are determined by performance. Winners of the first round face other winners, and the winners of those matches move on to the playoffs. Losers of the first round face other first-round losers. Lose again, you're out. This leaves 4 teams with 1 win and 1 loss. Winners of these matches also qualify for the playoffs, keeping their dream of reaching the international leagues alive. In playoffs, the format is the familiar Double-Elimination Bracket. Lose twice, and you're out. All matches are best of 3, except for the lower bracket final and the grand final, which are best of 5. In the end, only the VCT Ascension Americas 2025 champion books a ticket to Los Angeles to play VCT Americas in 2026. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with the latest news and updates from the VALORANT competitive scene.
So that is everything that is going to happen in the next couple of days. And today we're going to be starting with the plains. That means that these 3 teams that you see right now, Winthrop University, Red Canids, and 6 Karma, are going to be playing 2 matches each today. So if you're used to, Roy, the long matches that we have in Challengers and A, when we only have 2 matches, get ready for today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the gauntlet. This is a brutal test of stamina, guys, right? 3 teams are going to play each other in a round robin, so everyone's going to play everyone, and it's all happening in 1 day. That means if you lose the series, you got to brush off quick. You have to reset quickly. There's really no time to reflect, no time to dwell. Very little time to do any more prep work than you've already done. So it's all these teams just coming in with fresh ideas and kind of a clean slate, hoping to come out on top.
And then the endurance that you were talking about too there, Roy, the fact that it is the 2 best of 3s for every single one of these teams that they're going to have to be dealing with is something that not all of them are necessarily used to as well, right? Typically, we're usually seeing our teams playing just like 1 best of 3 in a day, and then they can walk away from it. And then on top of that, like the traveling that had to be done ahead of play-ins, ahead of Ascension as well, to be able to play on LAN with everyone. These teams have had to travel widely different distances there too. And that's definitely going to take a toll on the body and on that mental. And I'm looking forward to seeing how fresh these teams are going to be feeling heading into play-ins.
You really never know, again, how teams have to deal with these kind of situations of not only traveling but getting used to this, having to play 2 matches in 1 day. But today is a very big test for each one of these 3 teams. So let's take a look at our first match of today. It is the players that maybe didn't have to travel that much. We have Red Canids, the Brazilian representatives of that 3rd seed, and then we have 6 Karma representing that 3rd seed of LATAM, Roy.
Yeah, this is going to be such an insane series, guys. And once we go over these rosters, we're going to be seeing a lot of familiar names and some fresh faces. But the one thing I can definitely say from all of these teams is there is so much experience in these servers, guys. Yes, these are the bottom seeds of each respective region, but the level of skill, the level of experience that we're going to see today, I think the overall level of Valorant that we're going to be witnessing is going to be absolutely bonkers. I'm excited. I'm here for it. I just want to see some crazy action.
Now, I'm so excited because these teams, they had to overcome a lot of challenges throughout the year. And for Six Karma, for example, us, we get to focus a little bit more on them. They beat that Cholos Laser team that in LATAM and even in North America, everybody knew about, because Cholos Laser was that favorite team to make it here to Ascension. They get eliminated, they lose that match against Six Karma, and now they're here to prove that it was not only Cholos Laser that they're going to win against, but also many other teams as they make it to play-ins and to the bracket format that we're going to have, Ash. I'm very excited to see this team. Is a good mix of the experienced players that have been in the team for quite some time and the newest ones as well that we have for LATAM.
It definitely is a huge mix, and it's so crazy to see too, because like a lot of these players have been playing for such a long time, but then on the other side you also have so much I think veterancy when we do end up talking about Red Canids afterwards. But overall, when you take a look at Six Karma, I feel like my eyes always go towards Mephisto with the type of player that he is. We saw a little preview, Governor talking about it just before the pre-show started. The fact that he is that Waylay player, that is something that I feel like, especially in Tier 2, a lot of these teams haven't had to deal with. We really saw that meta starting to develop during Champs as well, with a lot more teams running that Waylay and seeing how she's able to like work into a lot of these compositions. And that's something that Six Karma have been doing for a while. So they're very comfortable with that late meta shift here before the huge patch that's going to be coming up later.
Yeah, and I think the one thing for me, guys, with Six Karma is the fact that whenever you're like just doing a quick review of their stats and kind of their overall player individual performances, you see a lot of these players, even in supportive roles, just look like absolute monsters. Like they're all so confident. They're very aggressive. They're very good at risk management as well. Then you have players like, you know, Peloncito, who's the IGL as well. This is the second attempt to make Ascensions. He's been playing out of his mind as well, and regionally as well. And just like the fact that he's IGLing, putting up good numbers, speaks so much volume, not only of himself, but of the fact that this team is just so confident. They're feeling nice. They've been performing quite well throughout the circuit. And I think they're kind of ready for this event.
Seeing Peloncito play here in Ascension is really crazy to me, because this guy I used to cast all the way back in 2022 when I was still casting Challengers Latin America, and he was the promised player. Everybody was talking about him and how good he was in the initiator role. He was still, I think, 16, 17, and now the fact that, you know, he's not only in Ascension but also that leader of the team, the IGL, is incredible, and also one of the biggest highlights that we have for this team, Ash.
Yeah, it's incredible, like the growth that you're talking about there, Dan, and the fact that he's able to kind of shift from being that like green player that you were talking about years ago and end up like being able to take up that leadership role and also performing so well on top of that. It's really great signs here for Six Karma. This is a squad that I think that within the Tier 2 scene, if you're paying attention, this is a team that you know, and that comes down to like the captain who's able to lead all of the firepower and bring that plan together as a whole.
But also, let's talk about the guys that are in the front, the guys that are a little bit more chaotic, and that is going to be Mephisto, that duelist player for Six Karma, Roy. He is incredible. He's also very, very flexible, and it's also fitting really well into this meta.
And there's a reason why he's the longest standing player on this roster, right? He's been consistently performing at such a high level for his team regionally, as well as even kind of international sort of events here and there. But yeah, this player is an absolute beast, guys. You can find him playing almost every single duelist. He's putting up very consistent numbers across the board, whether he's on the Raze, whether he's on the Yoru, it does not matter. This player is an absolute monster. He's very confident, he's very confrontational, and he's not going to be hesitating in this matchup.
Definitely not. I think that the conversation about how flexible he is as a duelist also just then lends into like the skill in which he's mastered this Waylay too. When you're looking back at like the LATAM finals for Challengers, he was the only duelist player that was actually running the Waylay during that event. And I think that just says so much about like the edge up that Mephisto is able to give Six Karma in that regard, with the fact that he's become so comfortable on a duelist that I feel like now into the late game of this current meta, some are only just starting to pick up and maybe have even trialed earlier on in the season, and it didn't really pan out for them.
There is a little pressure. I mean, we know that the teams that we're going to be looking at today are the third seeds, the ones that people don't really expect to make it and to lift that trophy, but still 6 Karma, I feel like, has that extra pressure of not only being that LATAM team that people don't really consider and add as a conversation, but also a LATAM North team that people, you know, always say LATAM South is going to be better. So for them being able to represent Mexico, being able to represent Colombia is going to be really important. But in order to meet and get to know the players a little bit more, let's take a look at this video from Mephisto.
My expectations on the game are a win for us. I think the Brazilians have a very similar play style. So I think the most key to us is to get used to them on the stage, because we had like a boot camp over here to get used to the ping, to low ping, to the Brazilian play style. So I think the most key for us to win is to adapt to them. I don't know, if they start pushing, if they start doing crazy stuff, or how they do the macro stuff. Like, just get used it on the game, so we can win. Cause I think we do have a very good level when we're in good mood, when we're on full focus, locked in. So yeah.
I like that Mephisto mentions a little bit of that, being, you know, having good energy, being positive, because that is something that Roy sometimes goes a little bit underrated and is not talked about enough, how much it matters, especially when you have the pressure that you have into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the environment is such a big factor to team performances, right? The culture, the vibes. And I feel like in this kind of brutal format, there's really no room for bad vibes, to be honest. Like, you need to be, even if you're having a horrible series, you have to be able to reset, like we were saying before, right? It's a round robin. It's all happening today. There's no breaks. There's very little time to reset. So I feel like the vibes are going to be very important. Hopefully, you know, some of these teams can kind of get things rolling early, because that mental, that good energy is going to be carrying quite hard today.
And we already talked about the LATAM team of 6 Karma, but now let's talk about the Brazilian team of Red Canids, Ash, because Brazil is always scary. It doesn't matter first seed, second seed, third seed. You never know what they're going to do.
No, they are terrifying. And I think the main thing that when you were talking about like some of the experience on 6 Karma, experience is what I see when I look at this roster here for Red Canids. Like, so many of these players date back to like playing during like First Strike. You've got Gab, you've got Prozen, you've got FRZ, who have been playing since like the dawn of Valorant. And I think that veterancy, when you're heading into a competition like this, especially into play-ins, play such a big factor with that experience. When you're in this like do or die situation, two of these teams are going to move on to be able to actually compete during like the main Ascension event, and it's only this one day. It's this experience that you want to have like on your backs, and I think that I'm really excited to see what Red Canids are going to be bringing to the table.
Just seeing the name RGL Meister after not seeing it for years in the international scene, it's insane. It's crazy to think about that he's back, and you're not going to only see it for this team, but a lot of the teams that we're going to be seeing as we move forward. But let's focus a little bit more into Gabs, who is that initiator player once again. So we talked about Peloncito for 6 Karma, but also about Gabs on this initiator. It's incredible, Roy.
Yeah, I think the very big difference between Peloncito and Gabs is the fact that Gabs is completely willing to take a sort of backseat for his team. Like, he's totally down to do the dirty work, right? He's like flushing the map out. He's playing a lot more of the macro sort of chess piece IGL things. Whereas like he just lets the other players on his team kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to, you know, risk taking and sort of, you know, like micro decision making. And I feel like the sort of kind of difference between these two IGLs is going to be a little bit important, because the way that they're going to be moving around the map, you know, specifically around the new map pool with Corrode and with Abyss. And there's so many of these maps that require a lot of, you know, chess piece moving and a lot of decision making. I feel like Gabs is going to be, you know, the pressure on his role to flush out the maps is going to be so important for this Brazilian team.
And someone that is constantly relying and trusting Gabs is, of course, the duelist that you have in Maestro. And this is exactly what we were talking about, Ash. When we talk about how scary Brazil can be, we always think about these duelists. It doesn't matter if it's, you know, at that tier 1 level of VCT Americas or in fighting for Ascension. All of the duelists that we have here are incredible, and Maestro is not an exception.
No, he definitely isn't. You can see it in the numbers here as well, right? He's such a talented duelist player. And I think that it makes me kind of think about what we just saw in that preview where we were talking with Six Karma, the stylistic similarities, right? It's going to be a lot of eyes on Red Canids trying to set Maestro up for these aggressive plays that he likes to do. And he's always looking for those fights. Even in this clip, like right now, you can see how he's just starting that retake completely by himself, and I feel like it's that high octane gameplay that we're going to be expecting from both of these teams.
And it's really the fact that he's also surrounded by such experienced players. I feel like they're going to be putting him in such good positions, or just like kind of having like a defined sort of like box where he can be aggressive, or he can really up the risk, up the tempo a little bit. So I think the fact that he's surrounded with so much experience and so much structure is going to really shine for this player. And we're going to be seeing a lot of pop-off moments. We're going to be seeing very clear moments where he's able to make individual decisions within this sort of structure. And I think that sort of Brazilian structure is like the trademark, right? Like they're always on the same page. They always seem to be sort of functioning on the same wavelength. It's really just going to come down to the execution.
It's a little bit of those details that really make the difference, and also that mentality as they come into this tournament. So let's take a look at this video for FRC as he's preparing for this Ascension and gives us his thoughts on the other teams.
Eu acredito que esse primeiro jogo contra a Six Karmas vai ser um jogo muito interessante, porque vai ser o primeiro jogo do campeonato. Então eu acredito que os dois times vão entrar um pouco mais nervoso, né, por causa de Stellae e ser o primeiro jogo do campeonato. Então eu acredito que a chave para a vitória vai ser conseguir manter a calma, não cair nas provocações dos outros times também, porque eu vi os jogos deles e vi que eles gostam de provocar bastante também. Então eu acho que é mais isso, manter a calma do time e fazer o nosso jogo.
I like how in the first video we got to see, you know, talking about playing, you know, having the right mental, being positive, but here's also playing your own game. That is also, I feel like, Roy, something that teams forget a little bit. Sometimes you get caught up in trying to read the enemy team, trying to stop whatever they're doing, and you end up not playing your own game.
Yeah, I feel like I love that he's like already like pre-setting up the boundaries in his brain for like the smack talk that's going to be happening on land. Like he's already sort of put up the mental barriers. He's defending against the psyop warfare. So I actually love that from him. I think that actually is a big factor, and it's something that you don't really get to see much online, right? Where like you get to see people's faces and their like real-time reactions, and it adds an insane dynamic to this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, we think about last year and the things that these two teams, or these Brazil and Latin American teams specifically, were doing. They were screaming, they were hyping each other up, but they were also, you know, when they were playing against each other, it was a different deal. It was like they've been enemies their entire life. So that is going to happen today. That's why I'm so excited that this is going to be that first matchup. But we talked about the duelists that are going first. We talked about the initiators, those players with a little bit more experience. But let's also talk about these two players that are often in that controller role and are also holding things down when things get a little chaotic, when things get a little messy, when they're losing control of how they want to play the game. Ash, Joe, and Prusen, they take over and they make sure that things are fine for their teams.
Yeah, they definitely do. I love that you touch on the fact that they're both mainly these controller players, but both rosters for Red Canids and Six Karma have a lot of flexibility when it comes down to those roles. And when I take a look at Red Canids Prusen, it's a different approach from Hyo, right? You've got the fact that he's going to be playing like that Vice, that Breach, a little bit more like supportive in style, definitely insane at anchoring. Meanwhile, when you take a look at Hyo and how he looks to play, it's a lot more aggressive in a way as well. And especially when he's going to be flexing onto that chamber, like occasionally, he takes a lot of first engagements, exactly what you want to be seeing out of him on the chamber there as well. And it's just like those small stylistic differences. I'm really looking forward to the head-to-head and the flexibility that this adds, I think, to the compositions that we see from both of these teams.
And it seems like the stage is ready in São Paulo, Brazil for these two teams, Six Karma and Red Canids, going against each other for the opening match of Ascension Plains. And again, the pressure for this is high because you haven't even made it to the main bracket for Ascension. You need to make sure that you're in that top two. We'll keep moving forward, trying to make it to that top 8. And the nerves, I feel like, have to be there, Roy.
Oh, absolutely. But there's also excitement, right? It's not all negative. Like, nervousness is such a wonderful tool because it kind of reconnects you with the fact that you care. You care about winning. You care about these results. You care about your teammates, right? And it's sort of feeling that kind of unites these teams. It kind of puts them all on the same wavelength, especially when things are going well. Hopefully also when things aren't going well, so they can kind of reset and bounce back from map to map or half to half even sometimes. But I also want to touch on FRZ, guys. I feel like, you know, we didn't really do him any justice. He, in my opinion, he is the secret weapon of this Red Canids roster. He's sort of the deadly assassin. He's sort of the high fragging lurk player. He's the high mechanical player that's on the anchor role as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of action from him. His first kill to death ratios are incredible. And I feel like it's sort of a weapon that the Brazilian side is sort of hiding. And I feel like 6A are going to have to answer to that as well.
What do you think, Ash, is the way the 6 Karma can answer? Because, you know, we talked about a lot about the individuals, but what do you think is the thing that sticks out the most and that can allow them to get the win today?
Sticks out the most? I mean, we've talked about all of them being such high fragging players, but I feel like so much of their game plan is going to be revolving around setting Mephisto up for that success, especially if we're going to be seeing him on the maps where we're expecting the Waylay to be coming out there. You want to be able to get as much value out of that pick as possible due to the style of her TP that for the reposition back, right? You want to be able to, I guess, like, take advantage of that positioning as much as possible and that aggression coming out from him. That is something that I'm definitely going to be looking out for 6 Karma. He's such a consistent player and definitely is one of the major win conditions here for this team. Yeah, I honestly I can't wait to get into this because of how similar their playstyles are. Like, it's going to be very brawly at times, and I think it's going to be super fun.
And I think for me, like, probably the only like real difference between both of these teams is it feels like some of the Brazilian players are a little bit more risk averse to allow some of the other players to kind of pop off, right? Like FRZ specifically, and of course the Maestro for the Duelist. But yeah, we have the map vetoes, guys. I think we're ready to go.
The maps, we find out map 1 is going to be Haven, map 2 Abyss, and that decider, if needed, is going to be Lotus. Ash, what do you make of this?
I feel like you look at this map pool and it's strong for both these teams, especially when you're looking at that Haven and the Lotus. I feel like when we look at Abyss, it's been kind of mixed results for the side of 6 Karma, but maybe the mixed results is what makes them feel confident picking into it, knowing that they had those mistakes that they were trying to lock in and adjust to heading into this matchup. It's like strong. Honestly, it's not a weak veto whatsoever for either of these teams.
Roy, what do you think? I don't know what you had in your prediction. I know that we're gonna be looking at it very soon, but also, do you look? You know, these maps, they change your perspective at all? Do you think it's going to be close? Do you think it's more one-sided depending on how this went?
I almost feel like Red Canids kind of won this veto. Like, they have an amazing Haven. They've had some great results on it. They're pretty much, I mean, they're pretty much undefeated on the map. They're looking fantastic on that map. They're still running the Silva Breach. I'm not sure if things have changed since the last showing. Obviously, it's been a little bit of a while, but we go into Abyss on the second map, and I mean, I'm looking at 6K's results on that map. It hasn't really inspired that much confidence, guys. They're 1 and 2 on the map. I almost feel like, you know, unless they've made some major revamps to the way they're approaching it, or kind of maybe they have some sort of hidden weapon on it, or maybe they've been working really hard on it during, you know, the off time. But I almost feel like Red Canids have won this veto.
It could have been. It could have been. I feel like they are the favorite team to win this specific matchup, but for 6 Karma, we know that they have been preparing. And as we get to take a look at this Agent Select, Ash, things look pretty standard for both of them.
Yeah, it's not like any crazy changes realistically for either of these teams, and which is kind of also funny to say as well, because I feel like you look over at 6 Karma, they've also played with so many different compositions on almost every single map. But looking at this Haven, it really is nothing new. I think that the game plan here for 6 Karma is going to be a little bit more interesting because you do have the double duelist that you can work with there. So Yo can go off and kind of do his own thing, get a little bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, for Red Canids, again, you've got that breach there for Prozen because it's all about trying to set Maestro up for that success.
Yeah, and on that regard, I also want to see Red Canids being a little bit more intelligent with the breach usage, right? Like, you kind of want to save it for, you don't want to just keep ripping it off rip to take A control. You sort of want to keep it, you sort of want to hold it, especially with 6 Karma's composition that has Neon, that has Omen, that can mostly bypass a lot of the early fault lines. So I feel like they need to be a little bit more wise and a little bit more selective with how they choose to use that breach utility, because I feel like if they can hold on to it and use it at the right time during the site hits and to defend parts of the map at the right time, it could pay off a lot for them. And of course, Haven defense, guys, it's never an easy task. So a lot of pressure on this first half for Red Canids.
Well, it's time to start our first match of Ascension between Red Canids and Six Karma. And for a high energy matchup, we have to send it with high energy casters is Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks so much, Dryad, and indeed, what a way to begin Ascension Americas, especially for our English-speaking audience. 2 introductions to 2 of the most exciting rosters that we get to introduce today, Marks. Red Canids and Six Karma, Mexico's best and Brazil's third seeds, duking it out on a map ban and pick that I think everyone agrees goes both ways pretty well.
I think so too. Once again, I like the fact that Roy pointed out the Abyss pick was a little bit interesting from Six Karma, but from what I've been reviewing, this team feels like it's one of those teams that's a lot more dynamic. They're going to put in their homework, and I'm imagining that they're coming out here with something a little bit more interesting. But of course, first we have to take a look at Haven, and this feels like it should be pretty balanced out between these 2 teams. But regardless, I am so excited to kind of see how these teams are going to be popping off. I'm a big fan of that double duelist, the Neon and the Yoru coming out from the sides of Six Karma. I like their playstyle being as aggressive as it is, so I think that we're in for some fun.
Something important to note here is previously Six Karma had Joe on the Omen and Oda Q on the Yoru. They've swapped those positions coming into this first match, but Maestro is going to get the first blood of this match as Six Karma is going to move in right through C main on top of this 2-stack in the backside, and FRZ is just as unstoppable on his own, but Mephisto will finally get to make that space, and this is the player that I think a lot of people are trying to pay as much attention to as possible. He has been making a lot of underground waves among the desk for sure. Gabshi's IGL here on Red Canids, the first to move back in for the interception as the spike goes down. Clear out the back of the box with this shock dart to start out, has one more on top of a beautifully placed Paranoia. Mephisto just still mows him down, and it's down to RGL in this 1v3. So tough to cut through at this stage as Six Karma continue to play Doorman here on Link. And that seems like a pretty cut and dry attack round to start, Marks.
Yeah, it really does. An excellent job from Six Karma to be able to just kind of move in there as a squad and as a unit and just honestly overwhelm the site there, especially for the very first round. And once again, they have to be able to win this one if they want to set themselves up to make themselves into the actual Ascension bracket. We're still in the play-ins here. But yeah, Maestro, an excellent first shot, but just overwhelmed by the power that Six Karma kind of walked in onto the back site there. Excited to see how they're going to try and adapt to this one, because based on how Six Karma have been playing previously, that kind of high octane style, the little bit more aggressive plays from all of their players individually, that could be that overwhelming force that Red Canids aren't necessarily prepared for. Coming into this next one is going to be Mephisto actually buying up that Phantom, as it's a bit more patient this time. Of course, right after I had just said that they like playing things fast.
Well, it is important to note, again, with this role swap, Joe is so used to playing more of a staple, and it's going to be weird seeing him in such a mobile role here in this map, but he's going to get that first blood as he just quietly walks up A lane, makes that passive space that it looks like Six Karma is going to try and sink their teeth into a little harder. Red Canids had a bigger stack on the C site. They even smoked off Maestro to try to get an off angle, but as usual, the pistol gamble on the 3-site map is tough to land.
And also, too, talking about Joe, I mean, we've seen Joe play Chamber quite a bit in the actual, Challenger circuit there. So, you know, being on that Yoru kind of makes sense to me, because if it wasn't Mephisto popping off on some of those maps, it was definitely Joe playing that Chamber. And so a little bit more versatility, a little bit more mobility can really support how Six Karma are going to be playing around Joe, because Joe is kind of that knife in the back that really secure some of the rounds for Six Karma when Mephisto's not able to put up the numbers there. So I actually like this Yoru pick. I think that this one can really be helpful for Six Karma on this map.
100%. The more contentious role is definitely the controller, and you have to think about what Sabor is going through on this Cypher pick, as normally the smoker on just about every other map. A very strange role swap that you tend to see Sabor lean a little more actively into with these cages. Josera just going to walk right into lane number 2 and grab a 3K to total the round as this spike is going to go boom. Red Canids will end the round with 2 kills and everyone else dead.
Yeah, well, at least they're able to keep the most important weapons alive on the side of Six Karma here. Red Canids trying their best to really catch some of the people just on the exit there. But unfortunately not able to make that one really the economic win that they were looking for. It's going to be Phantoms across the board moving into this third round now. Curious to see how they're going to set up their defense, and also curious to see how Six Karma now want to attack some of these sites. Are they going to be going for a little bit more of that flashier play style? They do a good job playing off of Otaku's paranoias. I've been pretty impressed with how they've been using those ones. So let's see how this round goes. It's going to be Dabs really early on just trying to get that information, and it will slow Six Karma down just for a second and allow for a lot of that space outside of C to be at least claimed for the time being by FRZ.
Canids love setting up these early front lines to establish checkpoints without needing too much util, but God is gonna guarantee that Joser has already walked all the way up with this Owl drone, and so he'll double down on the stack towards Sewer. Six Karma's already used that active trap, or cage rather, to sell themselves across the lobby, so gotta slow it down. And they'll pressure Garage a little bit harder too. Noise made with the drone will alert FRZ to Six Karma's split position, but not much you can do about it with rifles that you've got. You just want to hold on to everything and play to your strengths. Maestro, great angle to knock Otaku down to 66.
And that was kind of a gamble that Six Karma were going for. You know, send the Neon, send the Sova all the way over to C. And they were hoping to draw some of the forces over there, but just a little bit of a spray down from Maestro, and immediately Six Karma kind of doubled back. Right now, who I'm interested in is FRZ. This positioning could be absolutely important to try and take the duel there, but actually, Joe, able to find that shutdown just made this a lot more doable for Six Karma to be able to get that spike down.
Yeah, they've easily won the foot race back here. Red Canids a little slow to rotate, but it's because they want to maintain the stack. That just means Mephisto gets a way bigger wave, and now the relay bolt to double back into his own angle. On top of that, he'll just fast track back into Link. He'll play Gatekeeper again. And Red Canids, they are pounding on that door with 3 rifles that they can't use. So it'll be a save around this bonus. What a start for Six Karma. Just as explosive as we'd hoped, despite the mild shift that they took coming into this game. They are not nervous one bit.
And once again, I can't understate the importance there of Joe being able to find that kill outside of B. Just uses a Guardian as well, secures the headshot onto FRZ, and that just makes it so much easier for Six Karma to be able to overwhelm the site. Especially when you look at how Joe's playstyle is going to be. I imagine it's going to be a little bit more on his own. He's going to be the one who's kind of just looking for these angles to try and find a couple of cheeky picks there, and just delivers perfectly to allow Six Karma to now pick up this 3-round lead. This is an excellent start if you are coming in as this Six Karma team.
Yeah, already getting this economic advantage going by maintaining 2 or 3 alive. So they'll be able to kind of stack that domino effect early on. And Red Canids, so much of these early rounds on defense do revolve around being a good doorstop out the gate. You see Prozine playing off of his life so often, just ready to launch so much. And he's going to play off of his own fault line entering here on Sewer. Red Canids going to establish a massive presence on the A lobby to start. They will be loud and proud. And even drain another one of Sabor's cages. Seems like that conditioning is starting to work. So forward with these Sheriffs.
Take this one. That's going to give good information here, but Meister getting traded out, that's going to work out well for Six Karma, dropping one of the only weapons on the round.
Trying to coin flip with the TP. Joe going to take all of that potential damage and hop in. That's another C-site guaranteed.
Spike planted.
Sabor way back on the T door here. It seems like Maestro is not going to check all the way, though, and with those steps, there could be a tough backstab. And a necessary one, too. Six Karma's stack is not as secure this time. Yeah, Gab sticking around way too long, and now, once again, it's just that Link presence. Able to make a cut, but so much time already wasted, and Six Karma hasn't even started to play from the lane yet. Peloncito doesn't have any util, but he does have a friend, and Sabor still waiting in this garage. It's raw intimidation, and then the firepower. FRZ has got to do it all here. And even stuck against the spy cam, Cypher v Cypher, Sabor has every advantage waiting for him. Just toying with the cage, forcing him to stick to half, and finalizing that 4th round for Six Karma. Some flourish added onto that one.
And a great round coming in from them that time around. Speaking of the macro game, it was almost like a 2-step attack. You know, the first step, a little bit slow, a little bit more calculated, a little bit more patient. And then as soon as they shift into that second gear, it's just such a fast attack onto the site. On top of that too, like even with all the speed that we see Six Karma kind of go in, get that spike down with, they're still setting up for all of these moments to be able to work out perfectly. Specifically making sure that Sabor stays in position. Red Canids do not check that position, allowing that Cypher to just go absolutely insane on the backstab that round. An excellent job from the calling coming out from Six Karma to try and read their opponent, set up that conditioning, and on top of that too, play mind games with them as they set up yet again to get out of there, but Mephisto gets gunned down in the midst.
Great early punish. Once again, Red Canids rewarded for playing with each other. And individuality was something that I think a lot of people questioned coming into this. These teams sharing very similar play styles of people being very willing to just start playing off of themselves if they think they can grab more than themselves as they go down. Prozine, I think out of the 10 players in this lobby, is the one that is forced to do that the most in these defensive situations. Gabshis is the one cornered by this dimensional drift tossed out by Joe. He still gets to flash this patch too while in it. And he's going to re-enter on top of the trap wire. That is unfortunate as Red Canids have a free reign on this A site now as Six Karma get a forced reset and their first loss of the game.
All right, now listen, mistakes happen. You know, we're getting on the stage right now. Things are a little bit more difficult, needless to say. And the pressure is definitely mounting there. But that was one of those instances where Six Karma, one of the things that happens to a lot of these teams when they're going for kind of like that faster hit style, little mistakes get introduced to it, especially with the pace that they've really set on the past 4 rounds where they won it. It was very much just going off of instinct, being able to find those opportunities, find those timings, use the utility to really support those kills. But if one of the dominoes falls apart, then you see that they really struggle under that weight of being so fast, where that's when we're going to see Red Canids be able to exploit some of those weaknesses.
Yeah, Red Canids, they will make that Jenga tower fall if one of the wrong pieces is pulled. Joe, first stab, that's big for them, and that lets Mephisto go wild with this overdrive. On this eco buy, the perfect kind of reset that Six Karma needs to get their momentum back in this. And after all of that noise is made to once again play keep away on the link, I'll get this spike down. And Red Canids, I mean, this is really tough. Do you even go for this at this point? Your eco is still a little bit fragile, and the 2v4 is tough. Yeah, they are not going to take it. It's going to be 5-1.
Yeah, and in the midst of all of that, we'll get the overdrive out of Maestro as well. Red Canids, I mean, as soon as they finally were able to get a little bit of momentum, a little bit of stopping power, just a cheeky little early kill on Mephisto on that previous round to kind of slow the Six Karma train down. Like Six Karma, they just pump the accelerator a little bit more. And suddenly they're zooming in onto that C site, just completely overwhelm things and win that one out just off the back of a single ultimate. Moving into this next round, they still will have that Hunter's Fury, still will have the Cypher ultimate for that information available. And right now, I am just such a big fan of this team. You know, in the actual challengers, always coming second place, finally finding their spot here in the Ascension play-ins, and now they're coming out, and they're coming out swinging. This would be a huge win if they're able to take out Red Canids on their own map pick.
A big start for what was considered the underdog of wherever they walked into for so long. You know, to beat HLOs as any team is definitely tough to do. You kind of insert yourself into the villain role, unfortunately, with how cursed they've been. But the way that Six Karma was able to battle back in those LATAM finals and represent Mexico solely coming into Ascension, everybody there is behind the green wave. Everybody is supporting these guys, and they feel that love. They feel that support. Talking about Mephisto a little bit more as well, being not only the duelist, but the guy who's been on the team the longest, the core, the most consistent guy, the face, the mascot. It is not often you see the duelist, the guy that is doing the most work in the kill feed, being willing to take on that extra responsibility as the explosive personality that he is on top of that. I'm really in admiration of how this Six Karma team has evolved in every aspect coming here, and they've received so much support from Brazil as well. I saw Mephisto posting about how Keed Stars was letting him boot camp there. That's a fun little OG crossover, isn't it?
Really scratching the back of the brain there, that's for sure. But yeah, that was a timeout being called there, I believe, by the Red Canids. And I think that's an excellent call coming in from them to not only just kind of like steady the mental, but also break this momentum in the 6 Karma attack. You know, we got to be a little bit more patient. Those early prods weren't necessarily working, especially with the level of aggression that 6 Karma were playing at. They were either getting traded out or just getting taken out completely in those early rounds. And so let's see how they want to do it this time. They're actually sending Maestro all the way up B. Sabor unaware of all of this, but at least the Cypher trip will slow that down as 6 Karma are ready to explode on the site.
Yeah, it's got to be such a quick crunch, especially if Red Canids are as fast, or excuse me, 6 Karma as fast as they are. Joe stopped early on, and again, the dominoes will fall so quickly off of that. Second Gabshis is given an audience and a stage. He is just so vividly intelligent, and he'll dominate the kill feed this time around. Maestro, a little late to the party, but Pelencito won't get any more work done there, and that's 2 on the board for Red Canids. A timeout called well.
Yeah, that was like, that round was over as soon as it started, basically. You see the different positioning getting set up there, but there's also just setting up in order to counterplay some of that utility coming through there. The Hunter's Fury also gets utilized by 6 Karma to try and force the front door open, but unfortunately it just kind of falls flat. It's just simple crossfires and ADing on the actual site around a lot of this utility that works out. A perfectly timed flashpoint coming out stops the front door on that Neon, not able to find anything, and then the rest of the 6 Karma squad are just afraid to walk in onto the site. So a good adaptation coming in from Red Canids. Let's see if they can keep this one moving forwards, or if they're going to fall for some of the tricky plays that 6 Karma are kind of coming into this one with their half buy.
Great step out, doubly so from Prozine and Gob. This double initiator has been so key to being able to put a fork in the road for 6 Karma's sequentiality on their attack. You're able to interrupt it with that fault line or that flashpoint like you saw, and that's such a good reason why Prozine is willing to just unload his kit. Fast lane and the tap on the spike for Mephisto to try to get some util out, and it will. A fault line and a recon dart, drawing a little bit of everything to the side of the crime. Now, 6 Karma will try to turn that into a snake through garage, another drone through the window, and it's slow, it's a little sluggish. It sets up Maestro with this operator, but does it give them a good angle? No, FRZ though has it all! And Maestro's work is suddenly cut in twain. The rest of Red Canids is here, and 6 Karma, too slow this time, buddy.
It almost felt like a flashback of when we got to see Sabor do exactly that on Garage. Like, FRZ just from the back line just walks in and is like, oh, I guess I'm going to be killing all of you now, and makes it so easy. Like, all of that pressure, all of that aggro being drawn towards the duelists on the site with the operator. They're like, all right, let's get ready. We're going to like flash ourselves in. It's going to be a good time. And then suddenly everyone's dead just because a Cypher walked in behind you. It's so funny that that's how this round was kind of dictated there. But what I'm noticing is that these initial fights are so important for Red Canids to be able to win out if they want to stop things. When they're able to find that first initial pick, when they're able to catch somebody off guard from 6 Karma, that's when we see them convert into Red Canids rounds. Previously, we saw them kind of holding on to their utility a little bit more, you know, playing a little bit more patiently and all of that type of stuff. But I think during the timeout, maybe the call was, as soon as you kind of hear a little bit of noise or think that something might be happening, play safe for a kill or a trade, and then back up and then just get out of there. Because that time around, like, you could tell as soon as the Oru steps out there, Joe, going for the ultimate orb, like 3 players from Red Canids step out, they secure the kill, it's nice and easy, and then they get out clean. If they can continue to do that against 6 Karma, then this could very easily start to swing back in their favor.
Yeah, the surgical moments really look like a team diff when they happen, but Red Canids still having trouble finding the pockets that 6 Karma inevitably allow themselves with this explosivity. Seems like we're trying to get another early fight going here. Letting Maestro maybe get a little farther in off rip with the help of FRZ, just kind of facilitating. Meanwhile, cutting in with the Hunter's Fury off the gate. Sabor's down to 50 effective health, and now that's the excuse to crunch. Maestro gets away with the first blood and is out of there.
And that's what we love to see from a Neon play. Like, all of that utility, all of that pressure was more or less just to support Maestro to be able to walk out there and find such an early kill early on, and then immediately just backing out. I mean, sure, the Hunter's Fury does give good information, but ultimately it is to find that first pick onto Sabor. And now let's see if exactly what I said comes true, because we are starting out Red Canids finding that first pick. Will 6 Karma be able to pull this round back?
No fast lane and no relay bolt now. So Red Canids have to be aware of how much stronger 6 Karma's post-plant game is still going to be despite the 4v5. Recon dart, again, early after a little noise is made on the garage. Got forced to just watch it. Joe steps in. Entourage in the garage. Now the snake in. With the help of the smokes coming out from O to Q, it's nice and segmented, but they still have to get mobile. And Mephisto is in. He's got to be the linchpin. Joe with the TP. And there's the double duelist working. Making that noise on the C site and taking it over. But that flank from RGL, as always, looking to be a thorn in the side. Is anybody watching? Looks like Peloncito is. And once he get on that site, he is that bobby pin that just keeps everybody able to extend. Joe a little stuck in this corner at this point. And it's going to get finalized after FRZ goes for peak number 2. But now smoked away with this operator. Makes it so much harder for yet another link entry, and RGL is down. So it's got to be Garage, and Maestro can't cut it either. FRZ will have to let this go. And 6 Karma do enough work getting on site. That is all it takes.
Honestly, that is all it takes. What was so important there was that kind of crossfire madness that we get set up into the back of the site there. Obviously, we know the Yoru can teleport back there. Joe goes way back into the backside. And then you just see Mephisto just running in onto the site, swinging the mouse left, right, and center, looking for a kill. But it's that level of just like distraction and disruption onto that site that cracks the whole thing wide open. And then, of course, like you see that there's a little bit of additional pressure coming in from that post plant of the 2 players on 6 Karma trying to push through. And then this is one of those moments where Peloncito is able to just kind of hang out onto the site, watching 2 angles, mind you, cuts down both of the potential backstabs that Red Canids were trying to get online, and then the rest is going to be history. An excellent adaptation for 6 Karma, now getting themselves up to 6 rounds, and so they've at least guaranteed that even half, and now they're going to be dipping in to try and find a little more.
RGL, after getting procced by that Recon, is going to be forced to TP away. Red Canids, again, they'll just increase the stack so reactively. And once again, an early claw for intel. Looks like it only saw Sabor, though. And these Cypher inserts and lurks have long been convincing.
Ending ahead.
Recon into the swing into 2! And there's RGL playing forward this time around. That's been a lot more common on Haven in the past. Gopchi's now having to play that extra line of defense while Prozine just unloads the kit to try to play keep away, but 6 Karma are in, and they are proud. Prozine and Gob, they can still hold the lines up, and Peloncito is the one that has to once again set up the command center. He will take the wide angle, and now Hell on top of the drone. It's down to he and Oda Q to lock this down. And once things are procced, Peloncito gonna use the Hunter's Fury to fully box out Red Canids. This is so unconventional, but it does give the time for FRZ to take Heaven now. Oda Q having to watch from Graffiti as this spike is stuck under Hell. Meanwhile, Maestro has already gotten to the lane. This is so unconventional from both sides, but it seems like everyone's expecting each other. Maestro with this operator. It's full dry swings all the way. FRZ having to make monumental space now. Both kills too as Pelon turns onto it. Can FRZ keep this gap tight? No, it's 4 for the IGL as 6 Karma continuing to pop off and take this lead forward.
That is unbelievable, man. I was so impressed with what Red Canids, the decision-making process there. Okay, we see the Hunter's Fury. Let's set ourselves up. We're going to be moving things around just to make sure that we've got that space. And I thought for sure it was going to be working out perfectly. You've got the Neon going all the way back around, and yet again, it's just Peloncito just being like, you know what? No, we're going to shut this down. Making excellent decisions in that kind of micro play style. And this is one of the things that the desk focused on for 6 Karma. In those individualistic moments, they tend to be a little bit more organized. And that is going to be the difficulty that Red Canids are going to try and have to walk around here. Josera gonna be going down very early.
That's another toughie of an ulti, but it gets 6 Karma on, and that's the job you're trying to do. RGL double dipping into this TP back, somehow finds a head before going down. That was so quick. And Gopchi's with the backstab on the double initiator that just continues to be a thorn in this side. 6 Karma continue to commit to the C-side, and Mephisto already has the back angle. El Demonio with 3 this round. And 6 Karma make it 8.
Oh, I'm still just so impressed with the micro that's going on here. I mean, obviously we can talk about the overall strategy, you know, the slowdowns, the pushes, all of that type of stuff. But in these smaller moments, I do feel like Six Karma always comes out on top. The paranoia perfectly timed out there to allow the Neon to swing through, get 2 nice and easy kills. It's chaotic as ever. You see Red Canids trying to match the tempo that Six Karma are setting, but Six Karma are just the masters of that speed and of that aggression, and they're really flexing it just to make sure that Red Canids know that.
Trying to cash in on C again for this last round of the half. Red Canids forced to 3 Guardians. Yipes! Poor Gobshi's already head tapped. Spread so thin. Joe, keep on working that corner you TP into, and it's Red in the kill feed again. Just continuing to lock out this link like it's nothing, and Red Canids can't even extend into the garage. It's not worth it. There's not enough time. It's 5-on-2. Prozine makes a dent and continues to try to force off angles, force that persuasion to link off of this link, but Mephisto is committal and still at full HP inside this smoke. Everything launched, and he is completely unfettered. Give him one more, sure. Why not? 9-3 on the half for Six Karma, and Red Canids in need of some support. We'll head to the floor now, where an interview with some family may provide it.
Prima do Fogão. E, Roberto, queria já saber um negócio. A gente sabe que o apelido dele é Fogão, porque toda vez que vocês ligavam o fogão, cai a internet, se ligar o computador. Arrumou já a fiação lá?
Arrumou. Arrumou. A casa tá em ordem.
Era o computador. Mas, ó, primeira metade aí não foi muito boa pra Red Canids ainda, mas a gente quer saber como é que fica o coração aí, vendo essa situação do filhão.
Ai, fica apertado o coração, uma vontade de ir lá e dar um chacoalhão e falar, reage.
Pode ir lá, agora não deixa segurança segurar você não, pode liberar. Vai lá.
Tá, com certeza.
E, mano, ô Matheus, mostra pra nós aí o que você trouxe. Mostra pra nós o que você trouxe. Na moral, imprimiu as figurinhas do Zap. Você acha que ele vai ficar nervoso com você?
Acho que não, tem que apoiar o irmão. O irmão serve pra isso.
Pra isso, pra encher o saco.
Exatamente.
Mas é irmão mais velho que enche o saco, não o mais novo.
Não, mas aí me dá a opção, né?
Deixa eu ver de novo aqui, eu vou pegar uma aqui, ó. Vou pegar uma. Luquinha, segura uma aqui, Luquinha. Fica aí. Mas é isso, V7, olha, vamos aqui. 9-3 é pra virar, pai. Não tem essa não, vai Fogão.
Bora, vamos, Red, vamos!
I wish I could provide so much more material with that than I can. Unfortunately, I'm not nearly as bilingual as so many other members in the studio at the moment, but look, as Red Canids prepare for this own attack half marks, they are going to need this energy boost. They are going to need to be as explosive as Six Karma was, because every hope that every Mexican fan had about them to start this out has been met. Mephisto is free as a bird.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, you're saying that Mephisto is free as a bird, but I genuinely think that is Six Karma really playing smart around it, at least in those initial setup scenarios, and then being very responsive to make sure that Mephisto is getting the utility that he needs, gets into the position that he needs, and then he can just kind of do his thing. But of course, historically speaking, Six Karma on Haven, attack was their preferred side. They've gotten quite a bit of a lead for themselves now. 9-3, you know, pinch a little bit of salt, throw it over your shoulder or something like that. Maybe knock on some wood here. But this is looking like it should be a really good map win for Six Karma to be able to get this one out. And then, of course, I mean, this is Red Cannon's map pick. We're going to move into Abyss, regardless of what happens here. And obviously, Six Karma, I do think that they are prepared for this. And so things are only just going to continue to raise in stakes here. Red Cannon's now on this attack, creeping up here as they don't decide actually to go in and attack. They dump a little bit of util, but immediately kind of back out there just after, well, the fault line goes off.
I'm in admiration of Sabor selling that activity by playing the camera so forward. He really sold the stack for a moment. And while Six Karma is now here, Red Canids, once again, ahead of the problem, already rotating away. Six Karma almost psyching themselves out with how well a job Sabor did at intimidating them. But they will be prepped as Red Canids make the long trek forward. You have to be prepared for either of the duelists to be a cutoff point, and you don't want to use any of this util until you get on site. Such a tough balance to manage, but 6 Karma is going to stay back.
This is what the movie The Long Walk is about. I understand, but Maester now up at the pace and going to be going in onto the site after a bit of initiation as Peloncito goes down.
Same kind of thing that Mephisto has been wanting to do. Maestro will do the same thing with the facilitation of Prozine. Unloading that same amount of kit. Sabor with 2. Mephisto extends to Graffiti and resets again. 30 seconds to go in the 2v2. Prozine doesn't feel good about it. Mephisto running it down, trying to chase him. Great trap play. And with 20 seconds to go, Red Canids will have just enough time to get a free site to themselves in a 2v1.
Felt like the entire team was just discombobulated as to what was going on there. Both sides not entirely sure, but the call gets made. Prozine now going over onto the C site will guarantee that spike to go down here. And Sabor, this is going to be a little bit of a tall order. 68 HP going up against 2 classics. But Gabs, well, still has that light shield online. So it's going to be quite difficult to try and do. But regardless, has to try and make this opportunity come alive. Both of the Red Canids player playing so far down in C.
Gotta be everything for Sabor. Camera back, will he place it as proactively on the lane? No need. Gobshies gives him a wave. Might as well run it down, my friend. Into the double. And that is guaranteed. A well-played pistol to start things out for Red Canids to get their own momentum going. Essentially the same kind of unloading that they expected to do. It just took a little longer.
Yeah, and honestly, I do like the call there because you see the kill comes through, and then it's like, okay, well, do we still commit to that A site? You know, do we back off of here right now? Understanding that there still might be one potential player. You don't want to take any risks at this point. So the call gets made. Prozine goes all the way over onto that C site, guarantees that they can play the numbers advantage. And especially in these kind of like high pressure environments, it's so easy to be a little bit greedy, be a little bit more fun and creative with your decision making, but just plays it safe, guarantees the round, and that is what Red Canids need. They're going to be doing that C walk up yet again. It will be smoked off just from the other side, but a little bit of a gap will make sure that Red Canids will have a better idea that they should be able to dominate this C site if they do decide to walk in on it.
Tough thing is about this comp on the attack is as opposed to the Yoru that 6 Karma has, you can't really break out of an Omen smoke if you're stuck in it. With the breach flashes. So I think a lot of the time Red Canids are going to try and condense fights to ODQ's smokes and then extend once they launch their own smokes. You saw that in the pistol to take A at first and almost worked out there. This time, they will not have much of an audience for the C-site takeover. Looks like 6 Karma is going to play purely for exits at the moment, not take any huge risks.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good round from Red Canids then. You know, hey, we actually picked the right site this time. Nice and easy to go through. Mephisto going to try and do a little bit of economic damage. The flood-in comes through, but it's just going to be ultimate orbs actually lined up for Red Canids there. Sabor, last person alive, looking for something, but Maestro will be able to keep the rifle into the next round, which honestly I think was the most important weapon for 6 Karma to kind of drop there. But it is going to actually work out perfectly for Red Canids. A lot of ultimate orbs go their way. They keep a majority of their weapons. I believe I saw 4 of their members still alive. And most importantly, that Phantom going to be online to set themselves up for a beautiful bonus.
And Prozine is only 1 orb away from that Rolling Thunder as well. There's a lot of ways that Red Canids is going to be able to reset and slow things down. Again, play to their own sequence rather than 6 Karma's. Maestro doing a little extra farming as well, just trying to get this cycle going. This is a great opening too from Red Canids. If they finish here, if they get the same bonus that 6 Karma did, then this game could go anywhere on their own pick. Have to have that faithfulness to the attack. Again, not as much breakout potential. You have to maintain the discipline. Prozine holding that util. Joe continuing to walk up. That is a beautiful proactive play from the Yoru. Yet again, you already see how much better he feels on this than the Omen. Meanwhile, Mephisto having to play police here in the garage as the rest of the team tries to wander onward, and Mephisto can only make so much headway. Red Canids continue to try to pound on that door, and now they'll snake through to C after it's taken over by Gob.
This is going to be a very tough one. You see now, 4 members of 6 Karma still alive. Going to play this retake into Red Canids, and it looks like they're going to be using the buddy procedure here. Grouping up 2 and 2, try and fight the members of Red Canids. Numbers advantage squarely with 6 Karma. Let's see how they play this out.
farther forward, taking the fight to them, prevent the extra angles, but only Gob's good for 1. And so 6 Karma keeping 3 steady for this bonus round. Rhythm starting to be established. Joe only 1 away from that dimensional drift as well. A lot of win cons starting to enter the atmosphere as we get into double digits.
And yeah, it's so funny because you can see the plan coming through from Red Canids on that round. Oh yeah, let's set Prozen up there so that we can get the fault line ready to go. It's going to make them think that we're going to be rushing in on that side. And meanwhile, it's a flooded on Garage. We can swarm into the back of the site there, you know, catch people off on B, catch people on the retreat. It's going to be perfect. But Joe walking up alone, kind of being that exploratory secondary duelist, walks out there, catches Prozen util in hand, completely unaware, doesn't find anybody else, and suddenly the jig is up. Red Canids, they have nowhere to go, and they just walk into the 6 Karma grinder, and it works out perfectly for 6 Karma on their defense. So an excellent just kind of little small play from Joe that really secures the plan for the 6 Karma to win that round.
Such a crucial change to 6 Karma's game plan that's paying off such dividends in this opening match of Ascension. Really incredible to see already the adjustments being made by the team that everybody expected to be the underdog. Seaside overtake. 6 Karma here on the party early. They have the Rolling Thunder for him. Mephisto unaffected, but Maestro ready! And the fast lane to cut short any other angle to punish. FRZ maintaining Garage momentarily. Cut short by Sabor. 4v3 as the spike goes down. Odaku taking initiative. Stopped by Prozine. Now he can let go of his kit and play doubly on the prongs. Red Canids mow down the competition this round and own Seaside themselves. It's 6-10.
Yeah, slowly and steadily, we see Red Canids climb that ladder 1 ring at a time, making it closer and closer to evening out that score line here, and they look cool as ever under that pressure. Once again, watching 6 Karma play, sometimes it feels like there's a squad of excited puppies that are just ready to run onto the site there. I mean, if it still gets caught up in the Rolling Thunder, there's not a proper setup in order to make sure that they're able to trade off of one another. And it's just these long sight lines that Red Canids, just in pure raw gunfights, are able to win out here. It's going to be a bit faster, but it's going to be, you know, sheep crashing horns against each other.
Great trap play set up by Joe. But again, it's recrunched by Red Canids. They were prepared for this. Doesn't mean they won't lose anything along the way. And in fact, with Prozine gone, it's tough to dump without Maestro kind of letting go of everything. Perhaps a temptation to use this overdrive to finalize in such a tight space. 6 Karma, the stack is here. Why not? You got the worst guns. Great guess with the shock dart, but it's gotta be Joe. Maestro, another 3-piece for the Neon here. These duelists starting to once again get so well enabled by these teams. I love seeing the communication levels that these other regions have aspired to at the same pace as North America this year. Really feels like everyone has their finger on the pulse.
It really does, and a bit of a chaotic start to this round. Joe being able to find a couple of kills there made it seem like there was a chance that 6 Karma were going to be able to win that one out, but once again, just the raw firepower from Red Canids, you know, willing to take that duel. They know that they can kind of win things out on that gunfight, and so they're not afraid to showcase it and really make 6 Karma kind of second guess themselves a little bit more. This time around, going to be even weaponry coming in from both these sides. Of note, Joe does have that operator online, and depending on where this Yoru gets set up, that could be good at shutting down things, but it does look like Red Canids, well, they're going back over to their favorite site. A lot of pressure on to C while they make that slow walk up. That is going to give up all of the information as to where these players are going, so you're going to have to call an audible, and it looks like they're going back to Garage. It's their safety pick when they're kind of floundering.
And now that the trap wire is gone, it feels a little safer at least. Oh, it'll call in the Hunter's Fury here from Peloncito after Maestro makes a double run-in, and it'll drain some fuel, but nothing else for Red Canids. That's a good trade of util. But double flank. Joe walking down A lane, and Sabor, now hearing all those steps, will say, maybe my lurk will not be as effective. I will go into my stack instead. And 6 Karma is ready to fight again. Smoke a little late to the problem. Maestro ahead of all of this util. Does it matter? No! Mephisto holds down the corner, and the rest of the stack has to do the dirty work. Prozine and Argel
30 seconds left.
able to cause some damage. But RGL down in the 1v3 and has to extend again just to prevent against all of this extra stuff in the kit that 6 Karma has. Great read onto Joe, though, as he's made the long way around. And that opens up the A site. No, the fake! That Peloncito won't hear a couple extra seconds that RGL will get in the 1v2.
Oh my goodness, I'm watching a whole bunch of fakes
And
left,
the
right, and
fake
center.
TP2 steps out of the smoke.
Okay.
Q. Man. Again, a lot of flourish and a great attempt, but Red Canids just cannot cut it through.
Man, and yeah, they're able to get the operator there, but honestly, like Six Karma, it was one of those rounds where it felt like they were shepherding Red Canids all over the map. Like Red Canids, they were all grouped up, ready to kind of play off of a lot of those trades there. But okay, we want to go this way. Never mind, shut down by utility. Okay, we want to go here. Oh no, Hunter's Fury. I guess we're not going that way. We want to go here. Oops, somebody has died. Never mind. I guess we're gonna go onto that C site. And if it wasn't for RGL trying to play the mind game there, I think that it would have happened a lot quicker, that we would have seen the collapse of Six Karma just on top of Red Canids. And honestly, it's those little moments of, you know, not being able to play the strategy that they had in mind, because if you see that grouping up happen from Red Canids, that implies that they want to just go in fast and furious, but they're not able to. So then they have to kind of back themselves up there. And then as a result of that, they've lost so much more map control that things start to fall apart. And suddenly you do have a Yoru with an operator in your back line, just able to find a free kill. And so once again, like Six Karma, they're doing just an excellent job of that macro play, which once again was where we expected Red Canids to kind of outclass this Mexican squad.
Such a tough balance for Red Canids of when they want to overwhelm with the util with this double initiator, because in that last round you saw in Garage, they had so much to just take it over, but in that small time frame, you don't have the time to launch a shock dart to guarantee the loss of that trap wire. And so you walk in, you lose FRZ for free, and you're forced to, what, poke again? Because now you know that that's the site that's weakest. It's such a tough way to generate any sort of intel when you have all of this power to be able to get it in the first place, but you have to kind of choose one lane with the speed that Six Karma has to be able to meet that threat on this double duelist. It is either know what you're walking into or walk into it. There is no in between.
All right, grab your slushies. It's the 7-Eleven around. Mephisto already popping the ult here. Walking out and not able to find anything. So a good adaptation, at least, from Red Canids to kind of temper that aggression. Joe, though, really pushed up here with that operator yet again. And FRZ just kind of keeping that honest. So they're doing a better job right now of trying to control some of these other sites before they just commit to sending all of their players into this one side. Let's see if Maestro can make something happen.
Bob has been drained to 10. He's going to have to see so much further back now. Has just these shock darts left. Probably going to try and use them for just some pre-plant lineups, I imagine, knowing that the stack has to be here. But do they know Mephisto is this close with this Bucky? Yeah. It's silly time. And Maestro, the jump doesn't work. He still gets it. And now he can reset for angle number 2. Go for the backup plan. No, doesn't work. Is that a double? Are you joking?
Kidding me, man.
Come on. Half the pellets getting one, half the pellets getting the other. This guy just does anything he wants.
There's no way that we just witnessed a buck. Does that count as a collat? No, I don't think it counts as a collat.
That's ridiculous. And that's so stalwart, too. It's sitting there.
Yeah. Like, the player with the weakest weaponry just found the most value on Six Karma to now get them up to map point. Just playing around with the Bucky, you know, just playing those close quarters, able to escape. There's no punish, most importantly, from Red Canids. No extra utility, really, to try and deny anything or, you know, trap that Neon from running away. And so now, backs against the wall. They have to make this one work.
And it's got to be quick again, Joe. Great meet early with this operator on a Maestro once again. You have no front line, and FRZ also cut short. It's got to be even faster now. Balls to the wall, make or break. And again, you have this corner patrol to let the rest of the staff walk in. And once again, Six Karma overwhelms and conquers. The green wave is growing, and the tide is shifting. Six Karma have match point against Red Canids.
An unbelievable showing from Six Karma. Once again, walking into this one, there was a little bit of doubts as to whether or not Haven was going to be their map. Everyone was kind of saying that Red Canids, this should work out in their favor, specifically on these map vetoes and bans. And honestly, I really got to say, swapping Drozera onto that Yoru, moving things around a little bit more, felt so instrumental to securing a lot of that double duelist pressure, set Mephisto up for even more success fast. Like, it just looked beautiful coming in from Six Karma. Even when they had those little mistakes, they were ready to just fix them in the micro to win so many of these rounds.
Yeah, so well set, so well practiced. It speaks to how big the playbook has the potential to be. And it also speaks to the nerf that the third seeds have coming into this by default because of that. They have to reveal so much of what they know before the other teams do. Despite that, these teams both look very strong, and I can't wait to walk into map 2 in just a moment. Be right back.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Six Karma, they get the first map win of Ascension Americas with a 13-7 against Red Canids. And we talked a little bit about it, guys. We talked about the expectations for these two teams, maybe how the map was going to benefit one team or the other, Roy, but it was very one-sided, especially in that first half for the side of Six Karma.
Yeah, what a great start for Six Karma. I mean, they were at full tempo control from start to finish. It felt like they were very active. They were very proactive around the map. They were kind of setting the kind of the pace of the game, and it felt like they had Red Canids playing one step behind almost throughout the entire series. There was a bit of a moment where Red Canids kind of did start to regain a little bit of the control, but ultimately this first map was, to me at least, a display of confidence, a display of strength from 6K.
Something that you talked about, Ash, as well, was how the win condition for Six Karma was setting up these duelists for success. And I mean, that is exactly what happened. It seems like it was a very clean game for them. They started 4-0, and even going into that second half when it was just a matter of a few rounds, you always saw how they were able to do whatever they wanted with these double duelist composition and get away with any of these crazy plays that they wanted to implement.
Yeah, it wasn't even necessarily always the supporting characters in Ota and Peloncito who were even setting both Mephisto and Hosera up for success either. It was their synergy as well. We can get into that a little bit later. I think that it was on the side of 6K. Again, we're not surprised to see how they were able to control that tempo, considering the fact that they were using that Yoru and that Neon. And then for how they were looking to play as well, I think it just worked really well up against how bunkered onto sites red Canids were playing. They were giving a lot of respect up until that timeout that we saw. Then we saw them getting a little bit more proactive, making that adjustment. But Six Karma were so good at responding to that too. You saw right after like that slew of rounds that they lost, they just took a pause. They went for like a default for like one of the first times ever, and we're just looking to see where red Canids were looking to like try and move up, take a little bit more of that map control, and then punish that accordingly. And that's how they ended up like ending off that first half with those 4 rounds, the same way that they started off that half there too. It was a nice attempt to kind of get back into the game there from red Canids, but I feel like for Six Karma, like Roy was saying, they were in the driver's seat basically the whole time.
Yeah, and I just feel like the 6K sort of pace and sort of like riskiness is so rewarded in these high pressure situations, right? Like you're getting so much map control, you're getting a lot of information. You kind of always have an educated guess where, how the map's flowing, where people are, especially with, red Canids not really disrespecting space a lot on the defensive side. This is often a trap that, a lot of teams fall into, guys. It happens, right? You sort of get a little bit too risk averse on the defensive side. You sort of trust your site holds, but this is Haven. Every site feels incredibly hard to hold, and it feels like you need to have a lot of numbers. You need to have a lot of heads up rotations on the map to be able to defend accordingly. And it just felt like 6K were doing a much better job in terms of pushing red Canids back. Red Canids not taking enough risks, and these things happen where and you have 6K who's seemingly in full control from start to finish with just how confident and how risky they were willing to be in this first map.
And it's kind of crazy when we were looking at like the first kills there as well. The fact that red Canids had 11 under their belt, and they were only able to net 7 round wins off the back of that, and that having to do with mainly the duelists being able to get so many 3Ks. When we talk about Hosera, we talk about Mephisto, their ability to like claw these rounds back for them, it looked so good on their end. And Peloncito had like a crazy 4K at one point there as well. But taking a look at this head-to-head here, I think it's really the synergy between that Neon and the Yoru that were shining so brightly. A lot of that success that we found on that C site was from Mephisto initially starting things off by creating that space, using that relay bolt, and trying to like create that chaos with the fast lane on site. And then you had Hosera very quickly following up with the gate crash into backside, and then constantly like crunching FRZ, who's usually playing behind like the main box, and making it very awkward for red Canids to actually try and hold down the fort.
It just seems like right now for this tournament, and especially that map of Haven specifically, it just fits the side and the style of Six Karma so well. We talked about, a few months ago, maybe a little bit into last year when teams were playing this double duelist composition with the ISO and set. It benefited some teams, but not everybody was able to adapt. But Roy, when you look at Six Karma and what they've been able to do with these two, it just seems very comfortable. Not only you have these two guys going in and, taking that side, getting those openings that way, but you also have Savor all the way back in the flank, being really annoying when red thinks that they're able to play a retake, when they think that they can get some space that Cypher is there to deny. So it's just so comfortable for them.
Yeah, and I think it's just a very suitable composition, right? And I think the one thing for me that I really appreciate with, especially when you have the talent that 6K Karma does, is the fact that it doesn't feel like many people are util out. Like everyone, it feels like they're active. That's why we're getting so much push and pull on the map from 6K. Like no one is sitting holding breach fault. No one's getting walked down on long C. Like it feels like everyone kind of has their individual expression. And obviously they still have a lot of utility to work with individually, self-sustainability with the double duelist, or when it comes to the Omen Paranoia, there's still a lot to work with. So I think it's just a very, very comfy, very suitable composition for 6K.
It was very good. It's a really good way to start off the series for sure, especially because, again, just reminding everybody, this is playing. This is not even the official 8-team bracket yet. And if you start with the win, maybe you get a little bit more confident, especially for Six Karma. They talked about, having good vibes and that being so important for them. But as we get to take a look at what the next map is going to be, Ash, is going to be a map of Abyss, where last time we saw each of them played, both of them lost this map most recently, but they're playing very different compositions.
Yeah, the styles could not be more different when it comes down to those comps. And I think that Abyss is interesting to see as our second map being picked up because of those losses that you're talking about there. Like the mixed results for both of these squads. Granted, though, I think that there is definitely a lot for both these teams to like take away in that kind of regard. But for Six Karma, again, I think it's a lot of that aggression. They're going for that map control. That's why you see them running that waylay, that chamber. They want to be a lot more proactive with the space that they're taking compared to a Red Canids where it's a lot more about like that stall ability, I think, on the defense in particular with the double controller. Very different styles in that kind of regard. And then you also have like, it's mainly going to be the Yoru that you're taking a look at there from them to be able to go and take a little bit more of that space. Maestro having that ability to reposition with the gate crash there as well. Very different looks and abilities to, I think, approach that map control for Six Karma. Definitely a lot more tailored to the aggressive side.
And I think that aggression is going to pay off dividends on this first half of Abyss, right? Where typically you need to be aggressive. Sites are not very hold friendly, not in this patch. I mean, the changes have sort of made a bit of a difference, but I think in this current patch that we're playing, it's very hard to hold defensively on these sites, right? Like you very rarely get rewarded for being a ward in the jungle, Ash. So I think ultimately you have to be kind of confident on this first half on the defensive side if you're 6K, and coming off that first win, guys, they're probably feeling great. The vibes are up. And I think with the fact that if they're still running the breach composition on this map, it's going to pay off really well for them. They're going to be very active and they're going to be kind of moving around and doing exactly what they need to disrupt this double controller setup coming out here from the Red Canids side.
It changes a little bit too when it comes to what we saw in that map number 1 of Haven in the double duelist to what we're going to be seeing right now for Six Karma, because Ash Hoseda in this chamber is incredible at finding the openings with the chamber, and also on top of that you have a waylay that in the past, very recently in Champions as well, has found a lot of success. So it seems to me that Six Karma have everything they need to get this 2-0.
They definitely do when it does come down to that comp. The one thing that I want to point out about this adjustment, though, on the side of Six Karma, when we're taking a look at their composition here on Abyss, most recently they have been running the double controller with the Astra and the Omen. This time around, we're seeing RGL Meister pick up the Harbor into this. I honestly don't really know how I feel about it. I think that maybe there is like more opportunity for Maestro to try and like scale with some of the harbor walls that can be thrown out, can be a little bit more proactive than the Astra. I just don't know if this is the change that we wanted to see, especially when we're looking at them starting out on that attacking side first. I'm not certain how that punish is going to help out compared to the Astra, where you could have like the grab well, you can have like the Nova Pulse trying to punish those initial deep line.
A slight change here, but it can be massive. And hey, I recently saw some playing in Champions with this Harbor and finding success, so you never know what can happen on that side of Red Canids. Let's find out if it's going to go to 3 maps or Six Karma can close it in 2. And we send it to your casters. It's Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks, Triad. Well, Abyss was probably the most contentious map in the pool coming into this, out of the pool for challengers for a majority of the year, and also about to receive a change in the upcoming patch. It was a bit questionable, where teams were exactly in their preparation phase for this map, but it seems like, Marks, not only are both of these teams prepared, one of them has a new game plan, RGL, as Ash mentioned, on that Harbor now instead of the Astra.
I'm just gonna say, like, we all saw it on your screen there. Like, the percentages came up, and Six Karma, a big fat whopping 0%, and you're like, oh, you chose this map. All right. But once again, I think that they've probably refined some of the stuff in order to make sure that this can be a little bit better. And yeah, talking about that Harbor coming into this, I'm wondering whether or not that is one of those things where it's like, hey, we saw some of the strategies that we're playing at Champs, and well, the champions were kind of running that Harbor here, so maybe we should try something there. Might be a comfort pick as well. But regardless, if I'm watching anybody, for me, it's going to be Hosera on that chamber. I'm expecting crazy things coming out from that Sentinel specifically.
He's been a consistent pin in mid, thorn in the side for so much of Abyss's lifespan in LATAM. Six Karma is so willing to just let him play completely by himself on that cutoff margin, despite how long the round rages on. This time, though, he'll have his himself perked up and beat as Red Canids begin the stack onto the A site. Here's where you should be seeing that change with the Harbor begin to come into play. Let's Prozine kind of take a little more time with setting up these smokes a little more surgically, And they will try to take over this entire site. Let Maestro go forward. OdaQ stops him for 1. But Red Canids have the confidence to get onto the site with the help of these smokes as they'll dissipate. Meloncito will start to shred away at these off angles, but really tough to do at the moment where you don't know how much of the presence is coming forward. And in fact, Red Canids will not stick the spike. Rather, they'll head to the back line, give Prozine room to meet this entire stack that's waiting here. He'll swing into it. Everyone on Red Canids will, and they'll get away with 1 on the way out as the spike starts to tick down. And now that wall, once again, cycling through, preventing Six Karma from having a good entry for this post plant. Very well set up here from Red Canids. It is a tank that Prozine can just shoot through. RGL joining in on the fun too. It's nearly flawless from Red Canids here on the pistol.
Yeah, a great opener coming out from them. Red Canids really using the harbor utility kind of well because, you know, you got the wave moving forwards. Oh, we got some smokes down to the back. There are so many different spots then that the Yoru can kind of infiltrate in behind. It's almost like they're just generating walls on their own in order to really just throw a wrench into, well, where exactly is our duelist going to be walking in there? And that claims so much space because you see Six Karma not necessarily sure on what is safe, what they're able to take, and suddenly Maestro's just in their face with pistol in hand and is able to find a kill. So excellent just kind of play around here. Let's see how long this is going to work out. This time around, they've got quite the arsenal coming through here. It's going to be the sheer place as well, just to keep Hosera honest, as Red Canids are looking more towards that B site while making sure that they go a little bit slower. They're expecting a little bit more aggression coming out from Six Karma on this defense, and that's an easy kill.
They'll get a pretty clear audience here. Mephisto on the step back is able to at least get away with 1. And Red Canids will slow it down here. See if anybody else gets antsy. Meloncito will be caught in mid here. And now with the high tide setup, they'll have a lot more confidence walking into this. Again, feels very necessarily sequential because you don't have that Astra. You can't exactly play checkpoints. It's got to be a lot more committal, and you got to get rid of Mephisto eventually. It'll take another body, though. Reducing this to a 2v3. Maybe Six Karma gets away with 1 more body along the way here as that high tide falls. Forces a cascade as the spike gets held. And as you mentioned, that's a great way from Maestro in particular to kind of move forward when he's not dead on these rounds. Still, the post plant, once again, looks quite guaranteed with the guns that Six Karma have this round. It'll very likely be a 2-0.
Teleport's ready.
At this point, they're just looking to potentially slap one of these rifles out of their hands. Of course, Sarah going to be the person who walks forwards there, able to at least find 1. A second would be an excellent job, and actually, this gets a lot closer down to a 1v1.
Meloncito holding the spike for the halfway mark, and luckily FRZ is there in time for it. But a little fragile after, once again, it's Hosera just walking up and taking names. That is certainly a way to get it done. And if you can continue, like, just diffing in the fights here, it doesn't really matter how prepared Red Canids come to this, even with the nice setups that it seems like RGL has.
I mean, once again, like, you know, people were like, wow, they're swapping him on Yoru for Haven. That's kind of interesting, but the solo plays just kind of coming through from Hosera have been a consistent anchor for Six Karma to win a lot of the games that they've played previously, especially to just kind of having Hosera play on their own and be able to either lock things down or add enough pressure into the backline to really make the other team guess themselves. That's going to really be the difference maker. And here, now Six Karma, they're the ones with all the rifles coming through. A bit of a buy-up from Red Canids. Going to have 3 weapons on the table here to try and make something happen, but they are playing as patient as ever, which once again lends itself to how this kind of double controller style would really play for the composition.
Now I admire Red Canids trying to find the vulnerable spots so early into this half. Here on the bonus, already poking at that mid door, so Prozine boasts a bountiful presence in mid and could potentially enforce the crunch onto A that Red Canids are also trying to sell. 45 seconds as Mephisto is going to dip his head into the water, and he'll get out pretty much scot-free. Yep. Everything will dissipate. Six Karma just sticking around. And that's the lurk found. FRZ can't make an impact here. And Six Karma not really spread thin. At this point, there's enough of a stack on the A side to play reactively to it, despite the util dump. I was prepared for the recon dart to go a little more forward here, but Mephisto more than satisfied with just playing back, especially if OdaQ can launch his util first. Mephisto, again, easy audience for the rest of Six Karma to clear the headway. And this bonus round looks pretty clean. Prozine Only one remaining, 10 seconds to go. Might just want to look for the easiest body, and there isn't really one that exists. ODQ gets 3 on the board this round.
Yeah, a great round coming through from Six Karma, and it really has to do with the duel taking place on the other side of the map there, because as soon as we see Hosera find that first kill, it's like, oh, okay, we know exactly where they're going to be going. And then suddenly we see them get set up for that pressure that we're expecting from Red Canids. It's so temperamental with how fast they want to move on onto the site. They need all of the chess pieces to fall into place before they decide to execute. But during that downtime, Six Karma had time to get themselves set up as well and get ready to receive all of that pressure. And so I really do think that that comes down to a tempo thing in that last round that makes sure that Six Karma once again are ahead. But this is now finally the proper rifle round coming in from Red Canids. They're immediately going to go up there, get Gabs closer to getting the Hunter's Fury online, and immediately just back out yet again. And meanwhile, Six Karma, they've completely spread themselves out. More emphasis being placed on mid. They want to catch potentials of some of those rotations, or at least add that pressure, guarantee that space before Red Canids can kind of take over the rest of the map.
Drop the spike.
Recon dart by Peloncito. That'll make sure that Six Karma can continue leaning the right way. Now a drone used by Red Canids to guarantee that no one's going to meet them early. They have to util dump, and they have to do it now. Sabor, phased by the vines, though, actually take a pretty penny of health in the process. Again, High Tide guarantees the site here for Red Canids. The practice is looking clean. They can continue just reducing, reusing, and recycling a site like this till the cows come home with the help of that High Tide. As long as RGL is standing, as long as he plays that inch back from where he was before, Red Canids can just keep on doing what they're doing. But Six Karma can start entering with their ultimates, and Red Canids just play their own doorkeeper. After 2 enter, Mephisto not gaining nearly as much ground as he would have hoped to. They are gonna just dip out. This fight's not for them, and Red Canids take it 3-1.
Yeah, they decide just to completely back out there and save their weapons. And it's so interesting watching this Waylay play, because after watching champs for so long, you kind of get used to a certain play style coming out from Waylay. And on top of that too, like the desk talked about this very early on, Mephisto was one of those players who has been playing Waylay very early, but it does feel like the utility right now is more just on the style of kind of like that get in, get out. A lot more of typical of what you would expect from that duelist, whereas like during champs, it was a lot more, you know, you play in Waylay almost like a recon bolt type of deal. Go in there, get the information, maybe find a kill. Nope, can't find a kill. I'm gonna get out of there real fast. And instead, we're seeing a lot more aggression come through without necessarily the support coming from the rest of the Six Karma squad. I mean, that last round really did a good job of kind of setting that up. Like, sure, they were getting stunned up, but a triple crossfire was waiting for the Waylay just to kind of go in alone. And immediately, we see Mephisto just get gunned down very early on. So things are not working out exactly how Six Karma wanted things to go. And so they will be taking this time out rather early on to try and slow Red Canids down, you know, maybe figure out some sort of different extra plan here, because I do think that right now Red Canids, although it feels a lot slower in their approach, it is a lot more methodical, and they're doing a great job at draining the utility out from Six Karma very early on in the round. That makes those retakes near impossible for Six Karma to do.
Yeah, it's a lot slower, but it's a lot safer. And again, I think the compositional switch has a lot to do with that. RGL on this harbor, he's able to kind of set up whatever environment Red Canids need in the moment in order to guarantee the fight. You can set up the High Tide if you want to play a little forward with that spike, if you want to crunch a fight very close. You can play a Cove if you're getting hit from a backstab or a flank very quickly, and you just need an extra wall in your way to guarantee yourself a safe spot to play in. Or you can use that Cascade to let someone like Maestro get in scot-free onto whatever space you want to end up taking. There are a lot of ways that Red Canids can dominate whatever space they deem necessary for their MO. It's tough for Six Karma to stop Red Canids from doing exactly what they want to do on this attack.
Yeah, an excellent job from Red Canids very early on, like putting so much pressure onto the mid. Immediately they get out some of that reusable utility. Prozen trying to find a couple of bullet damage there, but no one's going to be there. And that does give up a little bit more information. So Six Karma, well, this is going to be the ultimate test for Hosera on whether or not he's able to just kind of lock down this site, give plenty of time for the reinforcements to come through, because it's a 5 stacks for Red Canids just outside of B.
And this is a position that's been read before. He's been here ready for FRZ's lurk once or twice, and in fact, diffed it too. Still though, a drone tossed in almost to just get the rest of the team on site. Just chauffeuring him, and it'll work. Prozine catching Mephisto before he can act again. And now the Cascade walling away. Ho! Who's able to only get one on the way down. Red Canids, again, a momentary setup as the high tide comes through, but Link is not covered. Maestro will do all of the dirty work though. And it's another dominant attack here for Red Canids. Yet again, a save coming out from 6 Karma. This time only 1 player strong.
Yeah, that was really tough for 6 Karma. Like, it felt like they were just kind of, for lack of better terms, just kind of trickling in onto the site there. Red Canids were ready for it. I mean, obviously, we see a lot more aggressive plays coming through, but genuinely speaking, Red Canids were just ready for the individual players. Sabor able to find one, but these initiation protocols coming in from Red Canids are looking stellar. And, well, the spike goes down really easily, and it's going to be 4-1 now as a 6 Karma. After a timeout, that's probably not the way they wanted this one to start out.
Still not a tough enough answer to this Red Canids team that just continues to blister through. You do, however, expect the same sort of maintenance coming from 6 Karma when sides do inevitably swap, though. You'll again see Hosera holding down mid a lot more consistently to let 6 Karma kind of just walk wherever they want to, and Mephisto, again, it's all about allowing him to be ubiquitous on this map, ever present, ever dangerous. Again, though, Red Canids, game plan looks sturdy, looks replicable, looks lasting, and now they have some things to support. Maestro, the dimensional drift will lessen the need for an owl drone to get this blunderbuss on site, and the smoke will actually sandwich the site, letting Maestro get his own solo 1v against Hosera. That is the easiest A site taken by Red Canids yet this game, and while it took some ultis, it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you just see Maestro just run into the back line. Hunter's Fury forcing the locations of those players to run right into Maestro. They're not even sure what's going on because there's just so many different sounds playing in your audio cues. Clean as ever and as fast as ever. And 6 Karma, like, they don't even know whether or not they should approach the Sabor with the operator in hand. Doesn't want to let that rifle go. And so it looks like they're going to be playing for exits yet again. This has been extremely one-sided for Red Canids on 6 Karma's map pick here.
Brick wall is starting to hit back. 6 Karma getting thwomped round around, forced to continue dissolving these attempts. And in fact, they'll lose another body along the way too. Red Canids starting to get boastful as they will get that signature all across this map, make both sides dangerous, start conditioning against those early chokeholds on both ends, continue stretching the 6 Karma defense thin on what is already a Swiss cheese defensive map.
Yeah, honestly, like, it really just feels like 6 Karma are having such a tough time being able to get themselves up. These little traps and little plays that we see from Red Canids just don't simply have an answer on the side of 6 Karma. I am seeing them try to swap up their defense a little bit, you know, Hosera going in onto the other side, but no matter which player is on that side, they still succumb to the pressure of everything that is going on. This time though, Mephisto going really in deep and will at least guarantee some of that space here. But well, given all the utility, you know where Red Canids are going.
Yeah, they're just gonna go even harder on the other side now that that's been given away. Hosera, TP's back. Now that he has that operator in his hands, 6 Karma can potentially enter a new phase of this half. Just taking dry shots as these smokes continue to get set up, though. Again, so much cycling you can do, and now the Steel Garden set up. A couple extra seconds after the spike goes down. Beautiful stall work getting done by Red Canids. As that Arc Rose is going to confirm all of these positions, continue to slow 6 Karma down. Guns are back, but is the defense so much so? Time is already running so thin. He'll use that Waylay ulti to get Mephisto online. Rest of the stack gonna try and follow suit, and it does a whole lot of work on the early tides of the site. Still Gabshi's playing on it, and he's doing so much work. 2 down, but that's all he'll get. And 6 Karma will break through on the post plant, make it 2.
I have a feeling there that might have just been a misread from Red Canids. Knowing that the Waylay ult is going to be online, you can get convergent paths and just absolutely slowed down to such a degree, and yet they still decide to mostly hold onto the site. They don't really have that insurance player that kind of backs things up too easily, and they all get kind of caught in the midst of the ultimate, allowing for a very easy sweep up from Six Karma then to just walk in and attack all of these slowed down and flashed up players. So excellent protocol, excellent bounce back from Six Karma playing off the Waylay ult. And you know, you can kind of see that some of these teams are still not really used to playing up against that Waylay, because honestly, Waylay has not been really used up until most recently in Champions. And once again, Mephisto, a Waylay player, so teams got to start to learn and counterplay a lot of those abilities.
Yeah, there's a certain type of gap that Waylay just has a real knack for making up compared to the other mobility duelists. Specifically when you're going for backstabbing or like mere annoyances. I feel like players who have committed have also gotten way better at getting value out of the saturate. So excited to see if Mephisto is going to be able to get active on this attack. Now that we've seen that convergent paths can do so much work if red Canids misread.
Okay, well, a little bit of information gained, I guess.
Yeah.
Cancel so fast, don't even really know where that popped up on the map. But
I swear, Prozine always uses so much of his util so early in the rounds, and I always get the reason why. It just feels a little unconventional, and unfortunately, it also means that he just has to throw his body at the problem first most often. Six Karma have a lot that they can work with here, though, and after all is said and done, they'll just spray through the smoke and deal with the rest. Otaku gets 3 down before going down, and Maestro, again, puts on a nice show with that turn, almost getting the double kill with the dink. He's got the Phantom, so he's only 1 deep. And Six Karma starting to damage control in these 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and I think that time around, it was just because they decided to take the fight themselves. You know, you have a better sense of when this team is going to be pushing in. Previous rounds that we've seen the red Canids trying to push in onto that A site, it was kind of like, we're just going to hold these angles, and then the smoke comes up, and then the Six Karma players are like, we're out of here because we're going to get gunned down. But this time around, they just kind of stick around and are ready to take that fight. Otaku popping out there, spraying down into the smoke, but also flashing to slow that tempo. And suddenly those teleports can't come online in time for red Canids. And a lot of that utility not necessarily gets wasted, but there's like a wrench getting tossed into the machinery.
We're operating just fine walking onto the B site this time. Nice vines to completely head away Sabor. TP up from Prozine into heaven against that Hunter's Fury, but Peloncito, that may already be the round. The rest of the team have so much confidence just poking away at the extremities, and now they realize that FRZ is by himself. Give Peloncito more. Sabor has got the site all on his own. And this is the booster round for Six Karma to get them back into this 2-0 pace they're trying to establish. The wave fully cleared, and the green one put back in its place. It's 4-5.
An excellent play there coming in from Peloncito, the player that is the promised one, the one who's been going for so long and has been such a highlight of Six Karma. Not only making the calls, but making the plays as well. That time with the Hunter's Fury, reading the red Canids playstyle. Once again, they like to play grouped up, and gets 2 right off the bat, exactly like you said, seals the deal on that round because the rest of the players are nice and spread out, and suddenly all those nice clean protocols that we saw from red Canids playing in that grouped up style, ready to push the aggression together, well, that simply gets taken off the table completely. And in response to that little bit of a tilter round, we actually see them now take a tactical time out here to try and continue to press that advantage forwards and try to secure more of these rounds in this half, because once again, if they lose this one, then that counts as a loss towards them. And then their game against Winthrop has to be a win. Otherwise, they will be sent home.
If Six Karma, despite the fact that the half is almost done, if they're able to understand the step-by-step nature of how red Canids has approached this by now, then the momentum from there should be unstoppable. Doing such a great job of, like you said, just dissolving the pack. And then once that team is far more scattered, you start punishing the soloists who are in those vulnerable positions. Such a great new way for Six Karma to get those dominoes to start falling in this new map, new environment, new setting, new agent that they're having to play against as well. RGL's high tides have started to become much more of a nuisance than a necessity to work around here for Six Karma. And something tells me we're going to start running in front of that water very soon if things continue going the way they are. You got 3 ults on the table, too. I mean, this has every intention of going to 7-5, 6K's way.
Please, I'm hoping we get to see the Rolling Thunder off the map. That would be like the gift of the day if we somehow were able to watch that one happen. And based on how Six Karma have been using these ultimates, specifically to stall and really, you know, interrupt the attack of Red Canids, I think it is a potential, although not likely, way to go. And yeah, sure. Hey, why walk in front of the water if you can just shoot in front of the water and find a kill out of Q? Very early on pick onto FRZ.
That's the right gamble to take. Very intelligent. Drone tossed out. Decoy clapped, and Sabor just walks into it versus the eco. Definitely feels a little more confident. RGL does boast this off angle still, though. So Mephisto perhaps a tad pressured, and now the drone confirming his position. Saturate to force the 1v1. Maestro has got his back covered. Very proactive considering the gap is now non-existent. 3v3 and the high tide is back up and running. Red Canids get the rhythm going again. And the spike is gonna fall. Flank from Hosera gets Maestro. Now Gabshis has to turn tail. And RGL forced into a steady 1v2. Oh! Hopping off with the op! Again, some style points added onto this retake that just feels inevitable. That's some stellar calling from Peloncito to get back on, I'm telling you.
Once again, like, Hosera just is that clutch player, is the one who's going to be able to hang out on his own, going to be guaranteed a couple of kills. The rest of the squad can move together. It's going to be fine. I do think that there was a little bit of a misplay coming in from Mephisto. I mean, getting a little bit too rambunctious with it, trying to use that Waylay ult to punish a lot of that. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to the rest of Six Karma ready to sweep things up. And I was concerned for a second too, because the Rolling Thunder didn't necessarily guarantee all of the members onto the site. It wasn't as effective as I was really hoping it to kind of go through. But Red Canids, they still crumble under the pressure. And hey, you know what? At the end of the day, Six Karma, they will take that round even if they lose that ultimate. They tie things up now, 5-5. Hosera now on middle. This is a new position for this chamber. And Red Canids have been kind of flirting with this mid aggression previous rounds. It doesn't look like they are going this time though, so rightfully avoiding the operator, especially knowing how powerful Hosera is, that could have been an instrumental thing for Six Karma to pick up early on the round.
Yeah, and with that cascade, you also haven't cleared books, so Ho is prompted to kind of stick around despite how much aggression Red Canids is going to be able to toss at this A site. And with the Dimensional Drift plus the Cataclysm, you should be just fine. Hunter Fury too, shoot, why not? Gabshis tosses it in, looks for Peloncito. He's gonna be dodging all of this stuff. Aftershock included. Now just get right in front of it, that's 2! And Six Karma have more than enough to launch the problem again. The stack actually makes the Cataclysm a little tough to deal with, but Six Karma will still get out just fine. And Sabor holds down FRZ on the trip up heaven. Another 3v1, another moment in which Six Karma just manifests dominance. And they just need to finalize against this IGL. One of the newer kids on the block back from Red Canids, but also one of its longest standing alumni as a whole across VCT's existence. He can only get one. And Six Karma take the lead on a defense that at the start of this half looked nigh impossible.
It looks like the initiation onto that site for Red Canids. It's almost like that Despicable Me Gru meme, you know, where it was like, all right, first we smoke the site, then we teleport into the site, and then we get sprayed down. Wait, why are we getting sprayed down just at the entrance here? It feels like Six Karma have now figured out exactly how that initiation is going to go, and so they find those timings, whether or not it's OTQ just spraying through the smokes, knowing that the teleport is online. Easy. I can spray that smoke, gonna find a couple of kills. That time, Peloncito just dodging a lot of that utility, still staying there because you see Red Canids expect the site to be cleared and then walks away with a nice, easy spray down. Fantastic stuff, a fantastic adaptation coming through from Six Karma.
Another early cascade to try to sell some presence, force a member of Six Karma to stick around, but at this point, the confidence just feels too clear. And the ultimates are gone now for Red Canids too. What do you even have to offer to this situation? What can be intimidating beyond something like that water that RGL just has to emptily toss now to get some stacks going?
Now this is a different look from Red Canids. It's so much more slower. They're not playing up in that grouped up version that we've been seeing them do so far. finally spreading out, opting for a little bit of that map control this time, and deciding that, yeah, we are going to be ending onto this B site. Keep in mind, Ho has that operator online, and that has been so difficult for Red Canids to be able to counterplay here. See if they're going to be able to do this one. They don't necessarily have any ultimates that can kind of flush that one out, but yeah, Ho gets away with one.
The double up setup. Ho's gonna flex it all as long as he can. But Sabor has to stick around, and the Stars again playing purely preventatively, can't make too much headway. Now the question is, does Ho play into the high tide? And Prozine yet again TPing up to heaven. This time he's rewarded for it. Very good proactivity from him this time. And 6 Karma, with a lack of clearing, now they have to guarantee that they can't get a backstab from the books before they make this 3v4 work. This is the best looking setup in a hot minute from Red Canids, and it may set them up for an even half. Post-plant fight comes early. Fault line forces Prozine's reposition. He's still caught by it. 1-for-1 on heaven. Pelancito turns onto a second, and now does the heavy clearing as he's held away with the help of OtaQ. Pelancito holding half of this spike as the recon dart gets covered. RGL, though, turns onto both and will make this half tied up.
Excellent stuff coming in from Red Canids to make sure that they can at least tie things up once again on the opponent's map pick. We see 6 Karma really adapting to a lot of their strategies, but well, Red Canids, they're not necessarily done yet and are still kind of showing those little changes.
That's, yeah, I think that taking those wide angles and getting up to heaven there was the really important part for Red Canids. Just taking as much space as possible on top of the space that you're trying to condense. We have a little chat with a special guest in the audience once more. Maybe favor some more support for these Brazilians that are still on the precipice of losing this match.
Fala, VCT, tô com o Luquinha. Saudade de você, amigo. Uhul! Tá bonzinho?
Bem, e você? Como...
Bom demais, mas assim, queria estar melhor aí, não queria estar 6-6 atacando na Bisa. Tá preocupando?
Tá não, confio nos moleques. O moleque tá trabalhando bastante aí, vai dar certo, graças a Deus.
Mas é muito ruim jogar na defesa da Bisa, amigo.
Mano, você acha?
Não, tô perguntando.
Ah, tá. Eu acho que os moleques se preparou, vai dar certo, eu acho. Faz tempo que eu não jogo a bis também, mas confio neles aí, no trabalho deles. O moleque é monstro.
E aí, já voltou a treinar já? Tá fazendo uns testes aí com alguém? Como é que tá? Conta pra nós. Uma fofoca, só tem você aqui, amigo.
Ah, só eu e você, só.
Eu vou contar o que você me contou agora, hein?
Conta não. Mano, estamos fazendo uns testes aí pra ver quem vai jogar com a gente, mas não voltamos a treinar não, estamos sem time ainda.
Ó, a Deck já falou que ia ser 13-9 esse mapa pra Red. D6-6, você crava o palpite dela?
Mano, cravo 14-12 pra nós.
Pra que isso, amigo?
Não, gosto de sofrer.
Ele é um canalha, V7. E quando ele joga, faz nós sofrer, né?
A culpa não é minha, mano.
A culpa não é dele, V7. Mas é isso, tem uma galera da hora aqui, V7. Daqui a pouco eu volto. A salva de pau pro Luquinha. Monstro.
VCT Americas has been showing so much support for their friends. Vinci and Sato cheer on the play-in teams, especially. That guy knows everybody in this entire region at this point. So, but yeah, love seeing everybody show out for their friends.
I mean, it also makes sense too, right? Because so many of these teams, like as we get further into Ascension, you're going to be seeing a lot of familiar names, kind of from that
Lucho was here
scene.
last year on Galeries.
Yeah, exactly. Like the VCL to VCT connection remains as strong as ever, and especially for the play-ins right now. Both 6 Karma and Red Canids trying to find their spot to potentially be some of those players, because sure, one of these teams will be able to ascend, but we're in the middle of roster mania right now, Tenrek. I'm not sure if you're aware. And so this is an excellent opportunity for a lot of these players to kind of showcase what they're made of, especially as, well, we're in the off season right now. A lot of those VCT teams kind of looking at the talent coming out from this tournament.
You know, a decent chunk of the players that are in Ascension have already done some trialing with VCT teams at the very least, and you can bet your bottom dollar that the Ascended players won't be the only ones you'll see next year on the stage. A lot of poaching in the future for these players if they show out today and forward across the, the next 2 weeks. 6 Karma on this attack half. We know what they're going to do. Unload and conquer. Red Canids dividing early with this Cascade, able to get on site very quickly and try a reactive fight to maintain the control. And RGL, the one who facilitated it, gets 2 for himself. Turns this into a 1v1 against the face of 6 Karma. Slightly more health on this Waylay, but already forced to fade away with this first check. And checking the back line as RGL rotates. It's the peak war, the end-all peak wars to get this lead back, and Mephisto does it again! 7-6, 6 Karma.
I was gonna say, like, we're starting to see a little bit more of that double controller come through on that defense. We see a lot more smokes kind of forcing a lot closer range battles, but especially in the pistol round, it can really go either way. Mephisto just being a little bit intelligent on how that was going to go, not just kind of swinging out, decides to back up instead so that there's just a smaller hitbox on the overall body size of your player, just to make sure that this is going to win things out. But a nice little 3K from Mephisto to close that round out. And yeah, it's going to be high emotions here, but 6 Karma, they take the lead for the first time on this map, I believe.
Yeah. They're not going to want to part with it. Already trying to spread the resources out, force Red Canids to relieve themselves of this gamble stack with this eco. Seeing if Zera gets a freebie.
It's so patient, so quiet, and once again, like, we were expecting this to be the aggro team. I think we only saw one round on that first map where they slowed things down, and maybe this is exactly just that. Placing the trap down, and Hosera, a lot of utility here, walking into the 4-man stack. This could be bad for 6 Karma, and I don't know if they realize that.
It's so tough. Trying to dry clear with this trademark, but you can't clear the trademark on the other side. So it's like you get rid of that, and have to try again with even less to enter with.
Gonna fall back here.
The only flashes you've got are O to Q, and they've already been gone. He just has the fault line, so Mephisto has to do a lot of dry clearing, and Peloncito from the back is going to be able to manage the heaven angle. Red Canids' reaction just isn't good enough here against the guns that 6K has to offer. They are able to take their time here. They are able to make sure that they keep all of these guns. As I imagine these first couple rounds, it's going to be tough to break back through against this double controller setup.
Yeah, it really is, but I love it because that last round we got to see the human recon bolt. Just kind of going in there. Mephisto immediately on the waylay, just going in, gets the information, distracts some of the players onto the site, and then you see the rest of 6 Karma go through. They set up their flashes, and because everyone's just kind of trying to shoot down that waylay, and the waylay immediately just kind of gets out of there, it's easy pickings from 6 Karma. We saw that a lot in champs lately, and it is a very fun strat coming through from 6 Karma. An early flash there, but they're not able to secure the kill on that counterpart, so both will go unpunished, but a little bit of util will get drawn out very early on in this round.
Yeah, it'll be 6 Karma that has to use a little extra. That's, yeah, each of the members on that A precipice that'll let go of one thing, trademark and a shock dart down the drain. Mephisto now trying to take that passive space elsewhere as Maestro gets the opening kill, traded away after the saturates let go of an RGL, blocked away and sprayed through by Hosera yet again. A lack of a visage does not prevent these teams from owning this area that has previously been deemed so empty. About to get one of the most attractive changes I've seen as well. I bet these teams are excited for that new tunnel for sure. 6 Karma definitely is, as they've had to traverse all the way back in order to get to this one. But it just means they can reset the fight for mid, force Red Canids to spread themselves thin. Peloncito, once again, just trying to make some extra space here on the B site, maybe sell some noise, but I don't even know if Red Canids is there to hear it. Yeah, there's nothing to stop this flank either.
Yeah, like, this could not be good.
But FRZ, why are you crossing the road?
The timing, it's going the wrong way. And
it's because that white
just because of that shear. Like, at this point, 6 Karma should be able to get this site for free. It's only now that they realize what's going on, and thankfully at least 2 of the members are going to be here to try and deny it.
Oh, the spray through the boxes is massive on top of the recon, and Prozini extension the other way, so much quicker than 6 Karma expect. What a read from Gashis to keep 2 here, while FRZ manages the B solo. The bluff was doubled upon, and Peloncito is pre-fired by the IGL. What a bonus from Red Canids to keep their stability here.
That feels like it was just a series of unfortunate events. Like, you know, oh boy, that's interesting. Okay, well, 6 Karma got the mystery, and then the shear gets activated, and suddenly Red Canids have the mystery. They're going to the wrong site. But then actually 6 Karma had the mystery because then they went too fast in onto the site and gave away the information there, allowing Gabs to just walk through and find some kills very early on. and then the rest was basically just history there. It felt like, honestly, just a series of unfortunate events leading up to how that round went. Not necessarily docking any plays or any strategies there, but just bad information on both sides. What a silly round, Tenrek.
The bonuses definitely protrude, for sure, when it comes to the game plans. Another fun cascade, this time up mid to get Maestro way forward. But still, you're a little slowed down. It's a little tough to find the timing, and already Hosera has just barely walked out of here. Still, entirety of mid cleared off the rip here means 6 Karma have got to speed things up. Luckily, you have the perfect agent to do that with Mephisto, and now with this convergent paths, you can sort of set up whatever angled fight you want. FRZ, though, early to the problem. Again, 6 Karma might get dropped upon, and FRZ once again coming up to heaven. Indeed, Peloncito, surprised, but not beaten in the fight. Down to 53, and 6 Karma can just hold it down from these wide angles on site. Much less presence than before, and that means it can be a much more stronghold in the long run. Hosera now with this operator as well. And this is the kind of setup that 6 Karma would like to recycle for themselves. No one on Red Canids can really hold a candle to it. Gobshi's unable to make anything work with that stab in the back, and 6 Karma will make it 9-7.
Yeah, 6 Karma are starting to run away with that. I got to question a little bit how that retake was supposed to happen. It felt like all of the players on the side of Red Canids were like, I'm going to make a play. Yeah. I'm going to find my timing. I'm going to catch somebody off guard. But what that actually ended up doing is 6 Karma walked away with 2-3 kills pretty easily because they spotted somebody out of position without any support utility, without any support players, and then it's just making sure that they're able to really just cross their T's, dot their I's, play basic Valorant, make sure that they're playing together, and 6 Karma were able to scare off Red Canids from even approaching that retake. Obviously, a lot more of that post plant was put outside of that B site, just kind of towards the spawn to prevent that flank coming through, but Red Canids, like, their players weren't as coordinated as I would have expected to see them, especially based on how they played things on the attack, and especially with all of the different smokes in their pockets.
I'd expect FRZ to be that active because of that passivity that he has to kind of lean into more often than not, and also because FRZ, along with Gobshis, were the newer additions onto the team coming into this year. I think RGL, Prozine, and Maestro, who have been the core of Red Canids this entire year, much better at taking directions a little more quickly because Gobshis is just IGL'd for so long. He's able to adapt that quickly. I imagine FRZ kind of had that chat where he's given that little extra bit of independence because of that relative newness, because of that Sentinel role, because of that insert lurk that he's been so consistent at. A real shame he can't get that opening kill, but I agree, the discombobulation for the rest of the core, very much unlike Red Canids for this retake. Could the nerves be slipping?
Red Canids, they have more experienced players who should be used to this type of environment, used to this pressure. And here comes Maestro. That's
a beautiful flash on top of the smoke. It's only good for one on the spray down, though. And now the convergent paths to slow down the rest of the team on the entry. Prozine also shut down. And A-Site will get taken over. 6 Karma on the 4v3.
30 seconds.
Oh, jumping right up. Hosera! This is the op shot, but just switches right to the headhunter and gets Gobshis too. Again, the individuality, the individual playmaking attempts just falling short here on the Sheriff round. RGL at least finalizing O to Q, but it's a 3v2 with such little in your hands. The cascade is the one way forward, the one angle at a time guarantee, but Hosera will just walk it down! That is almost unnecessary!
Wow. I mean, Hosera is just like, I mean, you look on the side of Red Canids, they're like, all right, we're going to put the wall up. And then as a result of that, we should be able to get a little bit more space. And Hosera is just like, oh, you're putting a wall up in front of me? Would be a shame if I just walked around it. And to be fair, who does that? Well, apparently Hosera does, especially when he is feeling it. And based off how this defensive half has been going, you know that Hosera is locked in. This has been looking very good for 6 Karma up until these points. And you see Red Canids, a lot of that like precision, a lot of that rehearsal that we expect from this team just doesn't seem to be clicking as much right now. And this is where I really start to get worried because once again, the big conversation between these two teams was 6 Karma. They're the ones who like to get aggressive. They're the ones who just kind of get in there and make things happen. Whereas on the Red Canid side, it's a lot more of that macro play. You know, you rely on the players to make their individual calls while we see the IGL just kind of swing together the rounds. But how things have been going, a lot of the in-between on these rounds, that mid-rounding call, the little micro plays that are going on have not been landing in Red Canid's favor. And as a result of that, 6 Karma really are just kind of running away with this map.
Feels like Red Canids walked into this map with a lot of knowledge of how 6 Karma normally operate. Like, the spider web was pretty well mapped, but 6 Karma have made a whole bunch of new sticky bits. I think Hosera has built a lot more independent, being able to move forward rather than so consistently up until this point in 6 Karma's lifespan, kind of being a much more similar role to FRZ, where you're playing from such a distance that you continue to play as this nuisance, this intolerable bit of damage that continues to get done. But Ho is doing all the killing, too, in the meantime. He's walking in front of the cascade with an operator! Stop it!
You called it. You called it. Oh, but yeah. Gonna get checked, so has to just kind of snap your way out of that one. And at least that does apply quite a bit of pressure on the mid. So you see Red Canids just really just feeling out the map at this point. And on the other side, this is an unconventional slow round coming in from 6 Karma, and Sabor will be at least able to spot out the operator. So that's a good piece of information that Maestro is now opping.
Yeah, again, now you amp it up, but the Vice Util has yet to be cleared here, so you have to fake out the Sheer, and you don't have a Yoru to decoy for it, so you have to just fly in with the help of Mephisto, who flies right into a fault line, as tossed on top of Heaven to try to crunch on a Gobshoots, but he'll duck back behind the smoke.
Wow.
Now he'll get cleared. Mephisto just always wins those, man, I'm telling you. 6 Karma's gonna waltz right onto A site, clean, scot-free. Arcro's not doing a damn thing with the help of that Nebula that was set up by Sabor as well. The setup is so clean. Cataclysm up reaction from Red Canids. Again, a little early to the party here, but 6 Karma this time feels far more prepped for it. A lot more main presence, and now that Hunter's Fury from a deep distance, Peloncito just playing keep away as the rest of the team starts to get a clean visage. FRZ also tapped for 80 in the meantime, and there's so much less presence. Maestro has to do a dry clear with the help of that flash just to make some space onto A main, but this backwards angle from Heaven and the Link is still doing so much damage. Mephisto continuing to reign supreme, and the Cove can't even protect for half. At least RGL deals with one threat, but there are still so many more ults on the table for 6 Karma. Double digits in their hand. Utter dominance on the attack at the moment.
The other side of the coin being showcased there with the ultimates that are online. 6 Karma so ready for all of the things that Red Canids were going to throw at them. You see the positioning on the map. Make sure that they completely stay clear of it and have enough utility to stall things out. Play the long game. Play intelligently so that when it comes down to those moments, they can overwhelm and dominate the site. Excellent retake, excellent read coming through from 6 Karma, really to counter what should have been Red Canids' choice of the, Red Canids' map with how they wanted to play things out. They're onto a pistol round. Things are getting dire for Red Canids.
So I just got to walk up this time. Maestro actually going to grab the first blood. Sabor caught off guard and alone. And Maestro, now with that rifle in hand, is just going to keep on walking. TP late. Peloncito's got you there. And that's one chance, one idea, one opportunity gone.
Take flight.
6 Karma just 2 rounds away from nipping this in the bud. Everybody's so thin. There's just nothing. There's no bones to this defense right now, Marks.
Really isn't, and Osera getting a little bit of pressure there, but is still able to secure so much of that room, drains out a bit of utility as well. Paranoia gets used in the middle of all of that, and nobody home at all. Doesn't matter though, 6 Karma, they will be ending onto the site. Keep in mind, once again, weapon advantage online. Osera just needs to click that trigger, and that would have been a secured kill, but smoke will do enough to deter. And, well, here comes the cavalry.
I think that's great. You make enough noise, you have enough of a presence to get the stack there, and then you just completely decimate them when they think you're not actually going to commit. A perfect way to make sure that even this eco round, even the one that has already been kind of choked by Red Canids, is guaranteed against them. 6 Karma continuously showing the respect for a team that is liable to get those dominoes back up at any moment. Still though, 5 rounds of match point for Mexico's sole representatives at Ascension. This has been a marvelous first match from them, regardless of how it concludes. But it looks like that might be in this next round, Marcus.
Yeah, it's still looking really good for 6 Karma here. What I'm seeing on the Red Canids side right now is a lot of carry syndrome, where you see the individual players be like, oh my goodness, I need to make a play right now, and I need to make this happen. I'm going to go off script a little bit, try and find something happen. Maestro was the one who did that last round, but then ends up losing their life trying to make that play. And the issue is right now, under this pressure, those moments are going to happen more and more often. Red Canids know exactly what they're facing, and 6 Karma are so ready for the win as Prozin already goes down.
They set up like 3 separate trap plays with all of that util at the same time. 6 Karma is just overwhelming in every sense of the word. RGL headed all the way back to T. And it's cleared by Ozera. Every portion of this laundry list covered. Signed, sealed, delivered. And it's Maestro stuck with this operator. Maybe able to get Sabor. Nope. He's gone. Made the noise. Don't matter a bit. 6 Karma have the site for free. No more saving available, too.
At least the Yoru ult is available here, but this is just so difficult. Up against 5. Here we go.
He's gonna go for it. Has to make up the lost time. Saturate on the backside. Gabshi's not slowed down, but into the double peek. It's so tough. And Maestro just tries to re-up it. He can't make a dent either. 6 Karma, 2-0 to kick off their play-in. What a beginning as the green wave grows.
I am feeling pretty good about my predictions right now because, yeah, I was looking at the 6 Karma squad. I was so impressed with just the level of talent that was coming through there, but also how they play off of one another. You know, they're not so rigid. They're willing to be dynamic. They're willing to adjust themselves in order to make those plays. And you know that they've got the talent in those gun duels to really carry them across the finish line. Red Canids feeling the pressure a little bit on land, despite the fact that they had so many of those experienced players on the actual side. But they are not out of things yet. There still is Winthrop University representatives of North America. And while only 2 of these teams can advance, one of them will get eliminated, but 6 Karma are on the right path right now to secure themselves in the proper Ascension tournament.
Yeah, the pressure being put on these regional teams. Red Canids, that 1 loss against Winthrop away, and they'll have a couple hours to mull over how they can react to that. Meanwhile, 6 Karma, they'll have to turn right around and maintain this now 12-round 4-map differential that they have gotten for themselves in the leaderboard to guarantee that position going forward into Ascension itself. A lot of work to be done on both sides, but another team to introduce coming into the future as well. We will cover all of that, but first, a little summarization of the match that we've watched after the break. Don't go anywhere.
It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
exactly what Core needs to do. Drop Shin, and then there was Trust into Ion.
Going for the evening.
Six Karma, they get the win against Red Canids, and they get that first win as well for our Ascension planes. Welcome back, everybody, to the Ascension desk. I'm Dryad, joined by Roy and Ash. And guys, I feel like we all saw the beginning of this map of Abyss, and we thought, Ash, that Red Canids were coming back. They were going to close it out, but immediately there was a comeback happening for Six Karma, and they just shut them down after.
Yeah, they did. Off the back of that timeout, too, right? It was like, what, a 5-1 start for Red Canids, and it felt like such a great start to Abyss from them. We saw a lot of the value coming out from that harbor pick that we talked about. And I think that later on, as the match kind of went on, we saw more of the interactions that I was kind of like expecting, with more of like those trap plays, a little bit more of like that retake synergy coming out from Six Karma to try and counter the scaling that harbor was doing. I feel like Red found so much success with helping Maestro find that space there on the back of those cascades. And the beginning of this matchup, Six Karma were also giving like a lot of solo fights there, Roy. It felt like they were taking a lot of like risky engagements, but in a way where there was an ability to have like that follow-up. But off the back of that timeout, we immediately like see them tighten up those protocols.
Yeah, and I feel like not that much changed, to be honest. They kind of kept up the risk. I think they just sort of swapped up and limited the amount that they were taking. But I feel like that, like, although it wasn't working in their favor in the beginning, and Red Canids, you know, shout out to them. They're doing a fantastic job, you know, in the first half. But yeah, I think 6K were just on top of their game. They were doing great when it came to disrespecting the conditioning that, you know, the double controllers rely on. And really, they were rewarded with so much important information and so many good positions. And I feel like that sort of like disrespect, that sort of confidence to sort of bypass a lot of that controller utility and a lot of that diversion that you see a lot from, you know, double controller setups. I feel like it paid off for 6K, and I guess fortune favors the bold when it comes to these kind of things.
This is an ideal situation for Six Karma as well, because they're going to be playing right after against Winthrop University. So it is massive for them to get this 2-0 win, make it easy, make it simple, and then move forward with the next one. There is a scenario for us in the play-ins where everybody just gets one win, and then it would go into a round differential. But here, Roy, I feel like if Six Karma can secure not only this first win that they just got, but the second one, they're just set up for success. They're going to be chilling, and then just kind of waiting for who else is going to get that win.
Oh yeah, you think if they win twice, they get to go?
It should be, yeah.
I would agree with
In
that.
theory.
Yeah.
The math
The math
that's how it works, right?
Yeah, that's exactly how it works, I think. Let me do the math. 2 matches. If you go 2-0, you're good to go. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I think ultimately, honestly, this is a really good, you know, they talked a lot about the vibes. They talked about a lot about how important it was in the pregame video and the sort of the teaser video. And I feel like coming off a 2-0 win is as good as it gets. But now, guys, not only was this a 2-0, it was a clean 2-0. It was a dominant 2-0. And they look great. But, you know, obviously Winthrop University, they're kind of sitting there. They're sort of kind of keeping their eye on the competition. I think they're going to know what kind of tempo and sort of what to expect from 6K. But at the same token, 6K is warmed up. The vibes are flowing. The adrenaline is there. Like, everything is pretty much good to go. I think they've set themselves up for a pretty good run here.
I think you mentioning the fact that they're feeling warmed up after this 2-0 is what I really have my eyes on, because I think that when we look at both of the maps that we saw, and then focusing here on Abyss as well, is that this is such like a momentum heavy team. Like, once they do get into that zone, it is so hard to take the ball out of their hands. This is a squad where they really find that flow state with each other because of this type of like high octane, like fast flood and brawly style that they have, where they are on that same page. It feels like once they do hit that stride, it's very difficult to try and break them out of it.
And you really see it when you look at who was the MVP here for the Six Karma, that being Peloncito, the IGL, one of the players that we talked about earlier on as well. We talked about his evolution as well, and also we've talked about how, you know, the team was mentioning that the energy had to be good. Everybody had to be feeling well to get these wins. And if you have a leader that is not only, you know, making great calls, allowing them to come back into that first half, but also popping off when it comes to the kill department, Roy is just everything that you can dream of.
Dude, literally, it's like dream scenario. Like, your IGL is top fragging. He's also 4-0 on opening kills as Sova on Abyss. That is just insane in my opinion.
How?
And then
Just how?
Literally how? Where are you playing? Like, but no, it's just insane. And I think ultimately this sort of the fact that, Piloncito's popping off, that's the IGL in the supportive role. You have Mephisto who's feeling really good. He's kind of making a lot of space for the team. He's getting into the action quite often. And then you have Yao Zera, who's just such a disrespectful player and such a confident player. And I feel like just like his approach is just so perfect in the way that, the pressure that 6K is applying around the map. And then you have Otag and sort of supports who are just chilling, doing their job. They're doing a fantastic job. It's not flashy, but it's honest work. And, there's so much assists and such great utility coming out from those players that's enabling all of these sort of moving parts. And it was just honestly, overall, I feel like this was a great display and sort of a descriptor and foreshadow for how 6K is going to be playing moving forward.
Which is a big change, because when we went into this map pool, you were talking about Red Canids and how it was going to be looking for the series, but I think they just got shot down, and it seems like both it happened map 1 and map 2, they just couldn't recover. So at least now they have some time. They have at least 2-3 hours to get ready for that match against Winthrop, but it is a little bit concerning. You don't want to be starting with a loss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's especially a 2-0 loss. Like if these were close games, there's some sort of cope, but getting blown out of the water is a little bit harsh. But honestly, maybe it just attributed all to vibes. Maybe, some of the nerves were sort of going on. There's probably so much to the psychology of performance, right, guys? Like it's not just shoot gun good, let's we win. There's so much to it. They could, that sort of break is a blessing for them. They can kind of reset. They can kind of talk about, what happened and sort of just make sure everybody's on the same page going into that third match.
And Ash, I want to put you on the spot.
Yeah. What's up?
Tell me about, what you were expecting before going into this matchup for Red Canids, whether it was like your prediction or what you saw with the maps, and also if that has changed your mind for what it can be that next map, that next match that they're going to play at the end of the day. Do you still feel like there's a chance? Do you think Winthrop is even more of a favorite for that series?
I think that, okay, I'll start. That was a lot actually packed up in one there. So let me break it down real quick.
Yes.
Let me break it down really quick.
We're waiting for the interview, so just go ahead, essay. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes.
Don't worry. Don't mind me vamping time, guys. But I think that when we're talking about expectations heading into this match in particular, I feel like I know we didn't do predictions during the pre-show, but we did end up having like that tweet go out for it. And I was leaning towards Red Canids. I thought I had a really hard time actually choosing between these two teams because of their different styles. But for Red Canids, I think what really drew me to them was that they had like one like younger player in Meister that is kind of like that new blood in the team, and then like so much experience around him, like a lot of old guard players who had played back in like First Strike. Then you also have like RGL, Meister, and FRZ, who were previously on MRBR. And for me, it was like that wealth of experience. I think I expected so much more like adaptability to come out in this particular matchup. And we did have like moments of that kind of brilliance. But I feel like the conversation that Roy and I were having earlier too was sometimes it can feel like they don't catch up as quickly to how fast the meta might be moving, and are kind of forcing some of the older styles to work for them. And I feel like for the side of the Six Karma, they really just take advantage of how the meta has been leaning as of late. And it makes it a lot easier for them because I think it's just been like so brawly right now with the fights that you're seeing being taken, and Red Canids tend to be like a little bit more like on that like safer gameplay side. And then as far as what was the other part? My expectations going up against Winthrop. I'm sorry, I have to go with my NA goats on this one. I do have to go with my NA goats on this one. Like Winthrop are such a good team, and I feel like Governor talking about how he thinks that people are underestimating them again heading into Ascension. That is like the energy where Winthrop shines the most, I feel like, is whenever they're being taken as the underdog, they do so well and like surprise so many people. I'm excited to see it.
Well, I like that you're talking about Winthrop as well, because they are going to be playing next against Six Karma. And, well, unfortunately, we're going to be skipping that interview for this first series. We want to make sure that everybody's ready and locked in for what is going to come next. But we're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we'll have that Six Karma Winthrop to talk about.
game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
He has the rifle back. He just needs to waste a couple more crucial bits of time, and that's a way to do it once. Now up on to...
Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Plains. We just saw Six Karma win, but now they have to play once again, and this time around against the North American representatives of Winthrop University. I'm your host, Riot, joined by Roy and Ash. And guys, we just saw Brazil and LATAM go against each other.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of expectations with how well Winthrop performed throughout the entire season in NA and how close the competition was getting in VCL North America there as well. I feel like going into this matchup too, you look at this Winthrop squad and they're always very adaptable when it does come down to that tempo. So I think it'll fare very well with like that brawly kind of style that we're expecting to see out of Winthrop University, especially when you've got a duelist like Infiltrator on your roster.
But on the other side, Roy, we just saw Six Karma, and I feel like they surprised a lot of people when it came down to how dominant they look in that first series against Red Canids. So things can change. I feel like favorites can change really easily, and this is going to be the first test for Winthrop University. But their history that they've had so far is incredible, and they want to get that first win as well.
Yeah, and I feel like the fact that they placed third seed is sort of, it does not doing them justice, right? They're still a very strong team in North America. You know, they had a bit of a rough kind of circuit, but they've made so many changes along the year and took so many risks. But I feel like it's almost this sort of off time has allowed Winthrop University to get a lot of their stuff together, tighten up a lot, like on a lot of their map pool, you know, get things in order. But 6K on the other hand, guys, a 2-0, a clean 2-0 at that. They're feeling so good. They're feeling so confident. And I feel like they're going to be coming guns blazing. And I almost feel like Winthrop University are going to have to respond back ASAP. Like, don't allow 6K to get in that momentum again. Don't let them get back in the zone as quickly as possible. Try to like put them on the back foot and kind of go from there.
And for people that are just tuning in that maybe missed that first match or didn't realize that today we're watching 3 games in a row, it is a Six Karma that got that first win. And in a 2-0 fashion, like Roy was just mentioning, it was very simple for them. It seems like they had control of the series for the whole time. But if you look at the roster and as we get the chance to be a little bit more familiar with them, you can see why it was so good. This is a team that has a lot of a good balance between experience and rookies that are feeling comfortable, that I'm feeling confident, Ash, and especially now that you're warmed up and you know that you won against a pretty tough opponent in the Brazilian side.
Yeah, they've got to definitely be feeling good. And I think that we even heard from them about how much they're really focusing on maintaining that positive mental and the good vibes. And it's not hard to do when you have had such a comfortable series to kick off the day, when you know it's going to be a long one as well. And it felt like in that series too, we saw moments where every single player on this team was stepping up in the fragging department. And then not just that, but like the utility, the support for them was huge as well. I think such like a big part of the picture is being able to like set up Mephisto and Hosera for that success. And I felt like all three in like Ota, Poncito, Sabor, they were doing such great jobs at being able to
Valencito was amazing in that first series that we just saw, and we talked about this player that has been on the initiator role for years, and now he's the leader of the team. He was the MVP of that last map. It seems like everything is going his way, Roy.
Yeah, especially when you're winning on all fronts, right? Like you're winning on the duelist front, you're winning on the lurker front, you're kind of winning the macro as well, and you're adapting quite well. Things are looking great for Six Karma. And on top of that, for Peloncito specifically on an individual level, like you're putting up numbers like this, 1.65 KD in the debut match against the Red Canids. Like this is just so insane to me. Like just the amount of pressure, him rising to the occasion, all of that sort of, it kind of coming together is just awesome to see. And I feel like that's going to relieve a lot of the stress off of him. And that's kind of like the IGL special sauce, right? Is like as soon as you don't feel stressed, you can kind of take in information easily. You can kind of, mid-round correctly, like make the right decisions, kind of, have a proper read on the game, kind of keep up with all of the little information overload that can happen in Valorant. So I feel like a lot of things are going very, very well for him. And I feel like it is going to be a very important aspect in this game because, like we said, Winthrop University, they're a very, very confident team. They're a very experienced team now. They have a lot of reps under their belt. You're going to need to win on all fronts against Winthrop University to have a comfortable finish.
Yeah, you definitely do. And the style in which that he has been leading the squad here as well. We talked about how all of these players love to get involved in the fight. And it felt like even that comeback on Abyss from that 5-1 led very well like into that kind of like storyline and that identity there for Six Karma too, right? The fact that you always see everyone participating in those first engagements, ensuring that at least a trade is going to be coming through, and that is definitely something that Winthrop are going to have to keep their eyes out on. And Hosera, a huge part of that as well. We saw so much impact coming out from him both on the Yoru over on Haven, and then that chamber on Abyss was so clean. He was constantly shutting down FRZ. And this is an interaction where I'm looking for, okay, if Hosera is going to be on that chamber, if we see like the Abyss coming through again, I've got my eyes on those interactions between him and Moobs, because Moobs is like that timing goat when it comes down to those lurks. And I'm very curious to see how Hosera is going to deal with that.
You really don't know what's going to happen because Hosera, I feel like we always talked about how good he is spending these openings, how good he was with the Yoru, how good he was with the chamber as well into that second map. But, when you're getting shut down a little bit more, the story could change a little bit. They might get tested more than they did in that first series. But Hosera, he was one of the difference makers in that first series. And we want to hear a little bit more about him. So take a look at this video.
My expectations are, of course, winning. I feel like we know how they play. We play against those guys every time in rank, so they're familiar like faces to us. It's not like we don't know what they do. We know like who is capable in that team of like popping off, and we know like how to stop it. I feel like the key to success to win against them, it's maybe just play our own game. Focusing on our own things, we see what they do. We see like how they play the game, and it's nothing different. They play just like any other team. So we just have to focus on ourselves and play like we play every day.
That is absolutely the narrative for these planes. Playing your own game, making sure that you have control of every single one of these rounds and every single one of these maps if you want to move forward in the official Ascension. But now let's take a look at the other side and a team that we definitely know a lot more on the side of Winthrop University. This is a team that we've seen for such a long time in the collegiate scene, then fighting in challengers, being a team that people started to know because of how good they got in challengers, and now they are in an instance that I don't even think that they imagine themselves to be in here in Ascension, a university team. It is the first university team to be here, Roy.
I mean, guys, the way I see it, this is a win-win, okay? If Winthrop University don't qualify for Ascensions, they're going to get to go home and do their homework. And if they win, then they have a chance to go to VCT. It's literally a win-win for them, okay, guys? There's no pressure on them right now. They're experienced in this. They played a lot of lands. Governors, played a ton of matches in VCT, right? Like, this is kind of their home ground. This is where they're supposed to feel the most comfortable. And I feel like their style is very similar to 6K, right? Where like you have all these very strong mechanical players, very experienced players, very dynamic players, and they're all willing to take risks and sort of control the game, to control the tempo, control the game outcomes, all of them. And of course, it's going to come down to the late rounding, which they've shown they're fantastic at. So I feel like ultimately this is going to be a really good battle between both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it because of the like brawly similarity that you're talking about there, Roy. We know that they love to get involved into those duels. And again, I think like what some of the main interactions are going to be everyone like with the pact having infiltrator, setting infiltrator up, and then moves being like on the other side of the map, trying to find like a hole that he can weave into and whatnot. But infiltrator, this head-to-head versus Mephisto is going to be so fun to see. They're both extremely hyper aggressive players. Like when I was seeing Mephisto dash in on that waylay, I was like, yeah, that looks like an infiltrator move right there. With like how willing they are to take those massive risks. And sometimes it pans out insanely well. Sometimes it does get shut down, but that never really slows down the confidence that infiltrator is going to have when he is going to try and find those openings.
That is a really good point too, because for Infiltrator, when he's able to take over this round, he looks like the greatest player in the world, honestly. And we always talk about how flexible this team is, how good he is, and how flexible he is individually. But the thing is that if he starts to get shut down, I wonder how much that can affect Winthrop University. Again, this is a team that even if they played collegiate, even if some of them have actually played at the Riot Games Arena playing collegiate tournaments, this is something completely different. And to start them off and going against a team that has already been warming up, this is the players walking on stage. We have 6 Karma and Winthrop University. And Roy, again, there's a lot of pressure for these teams. This is going to be the first opening match that we see for Winthrop, and we know that they've been preparing for quite some time, so I'm excited to see them.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the pressure is honestly on Winthrop University, right? Because 6K has a 2-0. They have a great round differential as well. If it should come down to a 3-way tie, they're kind of sitting nice in terms of those stats, which should help them, give them the edge. And really, it's Winthrop University that really needs this match. The pressure's all on them right now. They're the ones that are kind of starting off fresh. They need this win, or otherwise they're gonna have to kind of battle it out on the third match, which could obviously go in any sort of direction. But yeah, guys, I feel like this is gonna be a really good match. Talking a little bit about the infiltrator stuff and talking a little bit about the duelist stuff. I feel like whether Infiltrator is having a great game or not is obviously important, but there's also, we've seen so many matches that were just hard carried by other players, like Ali, for example. Glyph has had amazing pop-off moments. I feel like there's not that much pressure on a single person on Winthrop University, if I'm being honest, right? Like they're such a strong team. They have a great map pool, and yeah, map vetoes are up. We're ready to roll.
We have Sunset, Lotus, and Abyss. And when I think about Winthrop University, Ash, I always think of Lotus, no matter what version of compositions we see from them, no matter, how much they're winning or losing on this map. They're always playing this map. And it's interesting because this time around is that pick for the side of 6 Karma. What do you make of this? Do you think it's a bit more Winthrop-sided or 6 Karma?
Oh, that's actually really tough. I think I'm leaning I don't know. I think it actually leans maybe a little bit more towards 6 Karma right now. Both of these teams have so many reps on Lotus, but talking about Sunset in particular, too, here for the side of 6 Karma, the last time that they played on this map, they had a lot. That was like the one map I'm pretty sure that they actually won in the grand finals there up against ShindeN, or for the decider, not the grand finals. And it was like quite a blowout. I feel like the approaches are very similar there as well with the compositions that we're expecting. I gotta lean 6 Karma for this one, I think.
I mean, honestly, anything can happen here, but for 6 Karma, getting this second win would be incredible. And for the other side, we need to welcome Winthrop University, the North American representative, to the Sao Paulo stage. Let's see if they can get this first win of Sunset. And listen to your casters is Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks, Triad. The Eagles have landed in Sao Paulo, folks, but they are walking into one hell of a storm. 6 Karma with their first win on the board. Need only one more map to guarantee safety here in the group stage to Ascension. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, as the desk mentioned, trying to get this win on the board now to prevent it from going to sudden death against Red Canids in this next matchup. That being said, Mark, 6 Karma, it's an endurance test here for them, isn't it? Playing twice in a row here after their first win. They still have so much to prove.
100% it's an endurance test. I mean, it's an endurance test for pretty much every single team here, but you can't discount the fact that 6 Karma are coming into this one a lot more warmed up now and a lot more comfortable with that stage. Moves, though, an excellent first pick onto Mephisto, traded back immediately.
Winthrop University playing very close to the problem on top of the stack that 6 Karma is boasting with this pistol, but the blind from the breach is going to be able to reset. Paranoia in response. Hosera weirdly alone at the moment, but it's Glyph that gets sprayed down from the link at first. Pelancito taking this very sequentially, and now that second initiator gets active. O to Q, able to get rid of one. Ali now on the Sage, was previously on the KO here on Sunset. A big switch up that is potentially going to lead to Winthrop being able to sequence this out, but it's Pelancito that controls all of that link space to give 6 Karma another pistol to open this match.
You know, like, just looking at this match on paper, even off paper, let's call it that, because we've actually got some tape of 6 Karma now, and you know, if you're tuning into this broadcast, you're probably familiar with Winthrop University, whether or not it's from the collegiate scene or from Challengers NA. And like the desk said, their styles are extremely similar. And what that means is that we're going to be seeing a lot of clashes, a lot of these like high momentum plays coming out from both of these individual sides, kind of catching each other off guard. So really, I'm expecting a lot of these fights to be like a blink and you miss it type of moment. And already, like, speaking of aggression, here comes Winthrop University just walking themselves outside of A, and Josera doing a great job of actually reading that and coming out. Move's probably going to get caught off guard, but is able to duck out of the way of that one.
It's so tough to adjust to the mannerisms of a team you just watched, but WU already doing a good job of trying to stop Hosera and Mephisto from getting too active in these rounds that they should have a really large gap on. See how active they try to play for this. Moobs, as always, going to try to be the second most annoying thing about Winthrop's retake game. There's the kill on the Mephisto. Good ass start.
Still, though, let's see if they're able to secure any of these kills. Util means they're going to be moving forwards here. Sabor just on the other side. The spike tap goes down.
Always Governor willing to take that body on the spike, but the rest of the team can't extend too much beyond it. 6 Karma can compress quickly enough and manage that power round. Heading to the bonus here, it looks like 6 Karma want to establish that quick pace and get some boastful, confident players that have already been activated, like Hosera and Mephisto, on the field, able to condition those potential lurks very early on.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, you have to be a little bit scared about how that round kind of played out. Moobs, one of the players that the desk highlighted there, was just kind of running rampant on him. We highlighted the fact that Hosera, really the one on the side of 6 Karma, really just playing by himself, able to find those kills, and Moobs has honestly just been doing exactly that. The Chamber finding a lot of value. And once again, Winthrop University, like, the composition that they're busting out here is not something that is really conventional. And for me, that's kind of where we're starting to see 6 Karma try to learn that style and hopefully adapt to it quickly, because I don't think that they're really used to kind of going up against this type of stuff, and that should square a bit of an advantage for Winthrop University. I am a big believer, maybe it's just because I'm NA pilled, on WU being able to find some success with this. Usually when they cook something up, it is very successful, and they've got a lot of scrims against very high-octane teams. But yeah, Moobs starting us off once again. Mephisto not able to find anything.
What I assert from this choice is that, like, WU recognizes the speed that they know so many of these teams are going to be playing with, especially starting things out when you're maybe not necessarily getting a read and you just want to run it down on pure confidence, like so many North Americans have. In those situations, you'd rather play with the preventative stuff. You'd rather play purely for the slowdown rather for the intel, because you know 6 Karma's just going to, turn and burn their way through it, you know? So I think you'd rather have something like a Sage Wall or a Trademark and get that guaranteed slowdown than be willing to kind of play for the more sequential post plans. Instead, you have a pack fight. And with this bonus round, WU do have the better guns and the bigger angles, bigger stacks. Ali a 3-piece this round to give them 3 members standing.
Now, we've seen Winthrop University. I mean, me and you, we've seen a lot of Winthrop University's plays.
Yes, sir.
And they have so many of those moments where they feel a little bit discombobulated, like they're going for these plays and it feels like the players aren't working together necessarily. But with how this map is started thus far, it really feels like all the pieces are kind of clicking together. The machine's got all the gears in places and they are firing on all cylinders. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of that teamwork get showcased, like that last round where you see Infiltrator fly out and the rest of Winthrop University is ready to trade off of that player. And so once again, a lot of those fundamentals for Winthrop University honestly are their strengths, and as long as they kind of keep that rock solid, then they're going to be able to continue to find these gaps here as they find a pretty good round. And yeah, Ali does get spotted out by that one. 6 Karma not showing any signs of slowing down just quite yet.
Yeah, with a mechanically reliant composition like this, it's easy to expect what Winthrop University is going to do, but hard to stop them from doing it.
Cover going out.
Been a bit of a status in North America where so many of these packs are kind of easily telegraphed, but they kind of just don't care because they know that they're going to win anyway. Infiltrator, yeah, early to the scene, as you said, willing to be that prong, that spear tip, and that first body.
It's good though, because it forces out a lot of utility from 6 Karma, and all for a little bit of map space. 6 Karma though, no stranger to kind of getting all that util out very early and start those rotations to try and gain map control elsewhere. Looks like they're going to be doing just that. Paranoia and, oh sorry, just the smoke comes out in order to seal off that middle as they take all that space.
It's a good lag behind from Infiltrator to keep a lot of members choked up in elbow and then run back to the pack, but that just means the front line is going to be a little bit slower on the execution of the site itself. Still though, the double sentinel that Winthrop University has makes it tough for them to push forward, and so it's Infiltrator that's got to do it from the back. Here comes Winthrop University all through the market, and it means 6 Karma have a pretty easy visage with the help of this spike getting planted. Still though, OdaQ very pressured, and Mephisto has to swing out with him. OdaQ gets 4, and 6 Karma takes their third round.
Honestly, I was going to say Winthrop University doing a fantastic job of controlling the map. I mean, they pretty much herd 6 Karma towards the other site there. They force the issue, are able to get the backstab online, and yet still 6 Karma, just off of some of those raw mechanics, good communication between those two teams. They make sure that they peak just at the same time, and then we get to see OdaQ pop off. They're kind of fading that spike multiple times, but this is something that we've seen 6 Karma really start to take advantage of, and it's that clock. They do a great job at going so fast, backing out, going so fast again. It gives plenty of ample opportunity to run, or sorry, they've got that time to keep on fragging.
Risky play with the double ultimate. Now Infiltrator loses his as well. This is such a face plant of a start for the collegiate squad. 6 Karma has taken this baton and just run with it.
Here.
Now they can slow it down, wait for another member of Winthrop to try and come collect, pick up the pieces, make some gap up.
Oh no.
But instead, the neural theft will just guarantee all the positions too. 6 Karma are gonna rub the salt in this round.
They're blind with fear.
And still, Tenrek, look at the clock. They still got a minute. They could rotate if they want to. Once again, 6 Karma, great job at just forcing the issue, playing with these timings, making it so confusing for Winthrop University. Like, if you're Winthrop right now, you just got big question marks over what's going on.
How much is behind this? It's pretty clear by now, but it's, once again, very tough to stop. Glyph has to hold solo in his own smoke. Nobody is able to play off of each other with the barrage of players that 6 Karma has on this approach. It's got to be Ali playing off of his wall that at least guarantees one, but everyone could be creeping up at this stage, and Ali can't risk a fight that he can initiate. He has to duck away and give 6K their fourth. Another just blasphemous mistake made by Winthrop University. That is 2 separate walk-ups from the 2 biggest fraggers on the team that heard steps before going into it. And that's your economy too. I mean, that is as big of a collapse here in regulation as you could ask for.
Only getting a couple of bullets out, but the position gives away, so not even able to carry that rifle into that next round. And yeah, you're 100% right. Like, the desk was highlighting Infiltrator, highlighting moves, and it to me really feels like it's that 6 Karma weird, awkward pacing. It's almost making me uncomfortable watching it, just knowing like if you're on Winthrop University side, you're not sure what's happening. Are they going fast? Are they just doing that to try and fake out your utility? Well, we have to reinforce the site just in case. And 6 Karma, honestly, like we saw a lot of their playstyle be so fast, be so furious, but this time around, like it feels like they're just playing with their food a little bit. And that uncomfortability is the reason why we see Infiltrator and Boobs get picked off so early in that last round. So if I'm being honest, I would really chalk this up to Palencino just doing a fantastic job at making these plays and really confusing the opponent.
Yeah, the tempo switching has been a massive boon to 6 Karma, especially when their highs are so high. And the way that Winthrop plays reactively, a lot of the times they're kind of willing to sacrifice. They're willing to play from behind. And it's a bit of a vulnerable position that they've remained in for quite some time this season. And in fact, it was one of the biggest weaknesses that was able to be exploited that led to WU having a relatively weaker third and final split this year. Has the rhythm shifted so hard for other teams that they can just blow through what Winthrop has to offer? Because that individuality can spring up out of nowhere with the composition they have. Moves can play alone, Ollie can play alone, Infiltrator can play alone. And yet, no singular presence has felt super viable yet.
So you say that, but I will have to push back a little bit because I do think that we have been seeing them at least find a couple of timings there and start to pull things back together. I mean, obviously, it looks worse in hindsight when you get picked off so early on here.
That last round was just a tough one, dude.
Yeah, like that timeout really should have been the call for Winthrop University now to try and tighten those things up. You know, pull the players back on the leash just a little bit more so we can play that coordinated game that we expect from Winthrop University and then slowly let them off the leash as you start to get more comfortable. Don't forget, 6 Karma, very comfortable coming into this series, given the fact that they just had a sweep up against the Red Canids, and they're used to this environment and they know they're shooting well.
Yeah, they've gotten that vindication in Hosera. How about a little more? Nice snap on the Infiltrator to give them the gap. Against a pistol round like this, definitely not going to be as boastful, but still going to remain as patient before they go for their full send. As Winthrop could be as stacked as they want to, especially with this preventative util that Ali has set up on the A site, but he is alone, and he is able to get Mephisto, even while short-sighted. Holds a second angle, no dice. Next one, extended Hosera once again, and now he's up for 3. You gotta remember, the guy's normally on this controller when he's not playing the chamber.
I almost wonder whether or not this was Winthrop University trying to get a little bit silly with it. You know, play off those walls, go for those weird spaces. Just because with the barrier orbs, I mean, we haven't really seen them get utilized in cutting off that much space. We see them get set up a little bit earlier on. But you know what, Moobs? At least making this a 1v2. OTQ, though, does have the Rolling Thunder if things get that dire.
Yeah, you have so many backup tools here. This will be around for 6K for sure. It's just how much Moves can take along the way. And he can't take a thing. Too much to watch. A lot of really great guarantees that 6 Karma set up make a lot of the post plan a bit of a triviality, which is huge because I think post plants are so key to the defense that Winthrop has, especially with Governor. You have to get so much bang for your buck out of stuff like the Prowlers. And if you can't make any space, then Infiltrator has to do all of that himself. And it's so tough to do against 6 Karma.
Yeah, it honestly really is. I mean, obviously on the 6 Karma side, we've been highlighting a couple of their players, Mephisto, as well as Hosera, but at the same time, like, OTQ's kind of been farming so far on this map. And even on the last series, like, OTQ's been really feeling good with the aim. And so while we can lean on our obvious picks for who on 6 Karma are going to be really carrying things, right now, OTQ has been kind of exceeding expectations. A lot of that utility has been well-timed in order to either set up the people or then playing on these weird angle or weird timings and finding a multi-kill in order to just seal the door on Winthrop University. Like, I remind you of that, I think it was the second round where it looked like Winthrop was coming back. It was OTQ who was the one who went out there and found a triple kill to really make sure that that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think OTQ has been swinging off of himself, off his own fault lines a tiny bit more, and Winthrop is just not seeing it coming at all. He's been getting as confident as the rest of these 6 Karma members deserve to be at this stage in the match. they're at the point where they had such a dominant victory over Red Canids that if they win this map here, they're safe in the group stage. They're in Ascension. They're good because Red Canids can't make up that 3-map gap. Infiltrator watching staunchly, but too many members in your way. Nice reactive Nightfall tossed in by Governor to kind of clear the board a tiny bit, but you still have to walk forward on it, and Peloncito is playing the gatekeeper. Both members trying to work around this glyph smoke that's been set up. It's a little farther back, so 6K can confidently step into it. Ali using this res in mid, so WU will go for a second phase post plant, but again, that's where it seems like 6 Karma feels so much more strong. Flashpoint to allow this corner swing. Mephisto's good for his moves. Can only take that space back, and it's the double sentinel that has to end up making all this space on site. And Oda Q is still keyed in. Moves already too far in to save this operator. Has to commit, and there's one down. Still certainly some time to make this clutch happen, and it feels a little more realistic than the previous round, but yet again, you have so many other angles to watch. Both here on the main swing, and after the spike has been tapped twice, Moves realizes his goose is cooked. 6K is not going to bend or break. It's 6-1.
Wow, what a crazy round coming in from both of those teams there. Like, really just got to throw it everything at the wall. We saw Rolling Thunder come out there, met with the Nightfall. Oda's able to still form up so many orbs. And yeah, Moves kind of just going through there. A little bit of a blunder with that operator, but immediately makes it back with the swap around headshot headhunter. Unbelievable kind of stuff coming out from that individual player. But once again, like, it just really feels like everything is clicking with 6 Karma. That last round, Winthrop University felt like they had a real chance because one of the biggest boons that 6 Karma always has is kind of that clock. That time around, Winthrop University did a good job at keeping them out, making them have to play down that timing so that it's awkward for them to take that space on the site. But still, Winthrop University not able to get across the line. So they're going to be reduced down to just pistols, Stinger, and, well, Moves still has that sniper rifle. But still, this is a tough ask.
Infiltrator trying to cause some chaos to force out some early util. But again, 6 Karma, I think their ability to just kind of hold back until they want to play their way, fully util dump their way, has been really impressive. And again, with Moobs kind of being the only available linchpin, and now he's by himself. Feels like the dominoes can start crumbling again if 6 Karma have their way.
6 Karma still playing things slow, but once again, still just under a minute here, so plenty of time to play around. Moves, operator in hand, all the way onto that A side, but 6 Karma really looking to pressure market right now. We'll be going in here. Infiltrator's got a lot to work off of.
Feels like one of the stronger points for Winthrop to be able to hold from, but yeah, just dipping into it too early. 6K ready as always. Peloncito just gonna clear out with the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't even have to look at it. Still playing it safe. They haven't even had to delve into the scary stuff yet. And Moobs is just gonna
spike planted.
Run wee all the way back home.
Yeah, like at this point, like when 6 Karma attacks some of those sites, it doesn't really feel like Winthrop University have necessarily an answer for how things are going. Obviously, this time around, a little bit more clear because the pistols were existent and Moves, the person with the sniper rifle, the big scary gun, was all the way onto the other site. But there's so many opportunities and slip-throughs that we're seeing right now that 6 Karma are more than happy to jump on. And if Moves loses this rifle, it's not the worst thing in the world just because should have enough to be able to get things, but with the information given away, yeah, that's gonna be 6 Karma right now, 7-1, looking as confident as ever and ready to win this map. That, once again, this is Winthrop University's map pick.
Another break point, and so early into this day, like 6 Karma may have to play just 3 maps to guarantee their spot in Ascension. It has been such an impressive run out the gate, and in an environment like this where it's so sudden death, where it's all happening in one day, getting ahead is everything, and seems like having the opening 2 matches has been a complete boon for 6 Karma. If they can extend this gap exponentially on this attack cap, it may not matter how well WU can set their own tempo. Mephisto now caught by the trip up. WU sticking to those guns and getting rewarded this time for it. Tough call by Peloncito, but they can at least reset with the amount of time that they still have.
I mean, I guess that's kind of why you have those walk-ups that we kind of were a little bit harsh on, because you can kind of catch those opportunities. What I like there, though, is the combo of utility. Governor tossing out the Prowler to guarantee that information, and so Infiltrator doesn't have to just run in blindly. They know that there's somebody there, and so just hold that left mouse button. You're probably going to get rewarded with something. And now 6 Karma, they're missing the tip of the spear. At the same time, with how OtaQ and Yozera has been playing, 6 Karma, they're definitely not out of this one just quite yet.
Still so many checkpoints to clear. A lot more patience from WU this time around. And Infiltrator, okay, now we'll slide back. Stack, crunch, moves, finds the gap on the fault line. And those are the moments that you just can't miss out on. That's everything for Winthrop.
30 seconds left.
Well, Hoser is able to at least get the spike here. Probably will make a run at it given how dominant this first round has been. So economically speaking, should be okay. But well, it's going to be running out. Honestly, just a great job, Winthrop University this time around. Whoa, okay, hold on a second.
One more gun? No, okay. Still, yeah, good fight he put up, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's simple. It's simple mistakes like that the other way that can just throw this apart. Like, everyone at this point in Ascension is so mechanically skilled. Like, there is such little room for error. If you miss pockets like that, you are so done.
Yeah, and once again, like, speaking of missing pockets here, the fact that Hoser is able to kind of make that damage happen, especially like that far into the round, like, that's kind of scary if you're Winthrop University, but at this point, you should know that. And I gotta say, like, with how Winthrop University are playing right now, specifically on that last round, they are looking for more of those moments to kind of disrupt 6 Karma in their execution of things. We saw that this really was the linchpin of how 6 Karma were playing. Like, when they get disrupted, that's when you see things kind of fall apart and you're able to find a pick here, find a pick there. And that last round, once again, showcased Winthrop University what their win condition has to be.
Walk up on Ozera on that lurk. So you have no smokes now. It's got to once again be Sabor with these cyber cages that play actively into any cover. Other than that, you just got to duel it out. So you would wonder why WU is placing 2 so close to this drone on A site. Infiltrator wants to double dip. Now lack of intel, and 6 Karma relocating fully to the courtyard. Should be the breakout to top again.
And yeah, it seems like they're going to be doing just that. Trademark should be able to spot that one out or give that information this time around. No one there really to punish, but still will be running into this double senti.
Oh, moves. Catching one. Ollie ready with the front line on the other, and 6 Karma has been stopgapped. Ollie extends. And it's WU that finds every ounce of timing this round. Sabor only good for 1 moves. That TDF ripped a hole through this round. And out of nowhere, game becomes far more realistic for WU.
And this is one of those things where it might have just been a little bit of a warm-up. We saw earlier moves kind of missing some of those very key shots. A little bit uncharacteristic coming in from that Sentinel, but this time around, Moobs has really been shooting and currently is tied for the most number of kills in the lobby with OtaQ, standing at 13 kills apiece. That time around too, I just want to say Winthrop University, like, the reason why they've been losing a lot of those duels are the stack-ups from 6 Karma. But as long as they take them head-to-head, I think they can kind of come out on top.
Infiltrator yet again getting ahead of things, and this time it's Ho that gets active. First blood goes the other way. That's the toss-up that Winthrop have been able to fully springboard off of before. Now you have to find a new one. And that tile presence so early on, WU may have to lean defensively. Yeah, they're going to be forced to kind of doubly watch B main, especially after Sabor, again, making a bit of a ruckus here. 6 Karma trying to pull apart WU like taffy on this sunset again. Spread the resources as thin as they can because those resources are strong.
Neural Theft is going to give a lot of information here, so they know that this B side is going to be where to attack, and Glyph, rightfully so, backs out of here and waits for the rest of the team to come back together, but they know that Sabor is somewhere else on the map, and so they have to be watching for that.
He's going to be in this duel with Moobs. Oh, and Governor's help. In fact, the Prowler's going to give it away. Oh, but not show that he's here, so a little extra time taken, and Moobs now turning away. Sabor, first turn, now you're stalled, now you're beaten. Governor the refrag. But still, again, you're late to the party. 3v4. WU have very little to enter with. Haunt immediately shot down. Mephisto given away. Joe doesn't care though. 2v1 win it. Another Rolling Thunder reactively tossed by Oda Q to turn this to a 2v1 and make it a guarantee again. Governor, no time, no way. It's a saved Phantom and a lost hope here in round 11. 6 Karma rounding out regulation attack.
Yeah, just a great round from 6 Karma once again. Like, the point that I was trying to make in that last round is when Winthrop University try and force, moves or force Infiltrator to just kind of run in there and take those duels, or honestly, even sometimes Governor, they run into 2 or 3 players from 6 Karma. We're seeing a lot more of that group up coming through from 6 Karma, making sure that they either win out the battle or they've got someone immediately around the corner to kind of trade. And Winthrop University's style tends to be a little bit more on that individual pop-up. They're hoping for their single player to go in there, find a little bit of value, and be able to successfully escape with some utility to kind of support that. But if that player gets shut down, then a lot of that kind of playstyle goes to the wayside, and suddenly 6 Karma have so much more of an advantage in just pure numbers on the map.
Final round and a half. Nobody on 6K close to an ulti. So it's going to be a little more defaulting, see if they can get away with an early pickoff. Noise made on A main to force Glyph to cycle the smokes on this side, but with Ollie able to throw up his wall whenever, again, feels like mid is going to be that weak point that 6K end up exploiting first.
And when we saw what happens when Winthrop University try to see some of that mid control back, we set up the Omega Tower earlier with the Sage Wall too, but wasn't able to really deter them, and they at least spot out where Ali has been. They're going to be taking their talents over to this A side, though.
Palancito with a very interesting insert here in the market. With the wall shrouding him, it's tough to know if he's going to be able to get any room here. No, he's not. That being said, Mephisto making a lot of room onto the A side. Glyph somehow stopping that. The guy's on 8 HP now and waiting for Ollie to get back with that orb. Meanwhile, 6K will just double back to the B side, and now Palancito will turn this into a take. He's all the way back in Boba. And so Winthrop University feel like it's going to be more of a top mid snake. Tiny bit of slowdown, 13 seconds to go. Spike on the way here. It's going to have just enough time to go down. WU, it seems like they want to fight it out, but they're not prepared for Palancito. The slide is stopped, but the rest of the fight still in the back.
Oh, Sabor.
Yeah, watch that flank. Not much time to work with, but he will do it. Moves on the market. With this operator, it's still got to be slow and sequential. That's the moment for Sabor to find Glyph. And now Moves has to turn on to that quickly. But Joe gets the position because of it and stabs him in the back. It's down to Oda Q on the spike, who can deal with Ollie himself. And it's a 9-3 half for 6 Karma.
Great stuff coming through from 6 Karma. Like Winthrop University, it doesn't feel like they're as comfortable as what's going on there. I mean, allowing Sabor so much space in the back there to make it so that it's so much easier for them to be able to push through. And while they do have some of these moments of brilliance in those micro plays, and shout out to casting the smoke to give you another second of life from Glyph, but once again, it just simply isn't enough. Even with Moves trying his damnedest to pull the team across the line, right now we're seeing a lot of these players that we normally would have expected from Winthrop University to be able to pull their own and really just kind of fly things through. Well, they simply just haven't been able to come online just quite yet.
6 Karma just a couple rounds away from guaranteeing their spot in the Swiss stage. We got to chat with more of Brazil's best. It's Prizzy on the floor.
Tô aqui com o prizezão da 2Game, da hora, mano, suave, tá aí desde o comecinho do show?
Tô desde o começo aqui, tá maneirão.
Saudadezinha de um Ascension ou nada a ver?
Putz, saudade, hein, mano, época boa, né?
É, então pra você foi melhor ainda, né? Enfim, mano, você foi um dos poucos caras que lá no Revelando Área falou, mano, esse LAN, os caras vão dar trabalho, a gente treinou e o caramba, os caras não são tão abaixo assim não. E agora realmente estão amassando, então você já esperava isso aqui?
Cara, sendo sincero, eu não esperava, mas LAN é diferente, né? Os caras da 6 Karma estão muito bem preparados, o main tá muito forte. E surpreendeu no primeiro jogo, né?
E a gente tem ganhado a Winthrop depois, meio que tem que torcer pra 6 Karma vencer e ganhar a Winthrop depois. Pelo que você viu do jogo dos caras, dá pra nós suave, dá pra Red passar, como é que vai?
Tá, a Red vai ganhar, vai passar o carro, 2-0 Red contra o YouTube.
Você acha que esse tempinho é extremamente importante para os caras poderem voltar, a mentalidade e ficar suave?
Sim, sim. Eles vão rever, né, o que erraram, vão voltar com a cabeça boa aí e vão ganhar. Tenho certeza que vai passar.
É isso, eu vou tentar tirar a informação dele aqui, o que vai acontecer agora, quem que chegou no vidinho dele pra fazer tryout, aquelas coisas. E digo mais, se ouvirem barulho aqui da arena, é o Luke Show gritando, tá? Essa é a realidade. Não para, vai com vocês.
Luke Joe, Prizzy, the rest of the Brazilian audience laying in wait for their comrades in red Canids to try to prove that they belong in the Swiss stage. But in the meanwhile, 6 Karma only a couple rounds away from guaranteeing their spot in it. With 3 maps total, they will absolutely do better than red Canids ever could here in the round robin, guaranteeing their spot at least the 17th marks. Winthrop have a lot of work to do to make sure they don't have to go to sudden death in a moment.
Yeah, but it feels like that's such a tall task for them in the moment. Obviously, we are going to be seeing them now swap sides here. And at that point, you never really know how things can go. I do feel like I'm a little bit more confident in the Winthrop University attack just in general. However, swapping Ali onto the Sage for this matchup has me raising my eyebrows a little bit. Like, I want to see some, I don't know, some crazy walls and crazy plays, because I think that maybe that is what they were hoping to cook up here.
Oh, well, Mephisto is going to get the first poke out after Governor sticks his head. But it will be traded out, so Hosera gone. And yet again, 6 Karma don't have a way to smoke things out, so Winthrop University realized they could turn up the gas, and Infiltrator will turn that into a kill onto Peloncito. Infiltrator now walled away. With the help of Ali, he's able to turn that into a second onto Sabor. And Winthrop University carve out their own angle by any means necessary. Lower health pool than they'd like, but 6 Karma have a 2v4 ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, unexpected to say the least, but this time around, it just felt like, forget the whole macro play, let's just kind of go in guns ablazing, and we're going to be able to win that one out. And suddenly they're in a much winnable scenario for this pistol round to go their way, as time continuing to tick down. Mephisto and OTQ up against the rest of the Winthrop boys.
Seeing if anybody extends that first fault line to force Ollie to double back, but only an inch, and there's just no real way to approach this against the Sage when you can cycle those slow orbs. So you have to approach through market instead, and that lets WU go for the full reset positionally. Again, if you play this as sequentially as you did on attack, WU is going to be able to beat you to the punch every step of the way, and with the 2 best fraggers on the team, the pistol round is taken by the Eagles.
Yeah, and once again, like we get a little bit of a taste of the Winthrop magic on that round, right? Like they just are not afraid to just kind of send things out. Well, if you look at the minimap, they're still taking space on one of the sites as to how they want to actually engage there. Originally, how that one played out should have not necessarily been the best for Winthrop University, but they make the best situation out of it, and they've got each other's backs, demonstrated by the kill, Ali watching it, and just like that, Winthrop University, they scoop up that pistol round. The first step in potentially winning out their map choice here. Still 5 rounds separating these 2 teams. They will have bought up on this round, and 6 Karma, let's see what they've got here on their defense.
Yet again, Mephisto, early on this, got the first blood in the first round of this half. Ready with OTQ setup on the fault line. It's a crunch as long as you have the intel, but those Prowlers make it so much tougher to strike first. Moves. Gonna take it and win it. Mephisto is down. The fault line in response. Moves the only one available to even receive it. And yet you don't collapse, you don't respond, and Winthrop is already out of there.
Yeah. Like, once again, if you look at the space that they've now taken, already moving on at the site, they know at least one person's back here. It's Peloncito. But Spike should go down pretty easy. Never mind.
At least Peloncito can't make it any farther, and Governor will be the one to hold it down. But this is definitely, I think, emblematic of how Winthrop University will need to approach a lot of this attack, especially with that double Sentinel. Is just breaking the ankles of 6 Karma, forcing the lean, and then juking them out. And then holding it down with a player like Moobs.
Teleport's ready.
Get one more. Come on. All right, Ali's got it. So 5-9 now for Winthrop University. And again, it's very easy to see what they're going to do, but very hard to stop them from doing it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you know, you kind of know what to expect when it comes to this, but what I'm seeing and I'm liking a little bit more from Winthrop University is, and once again, this might just be because they are on the attack side, this is their time to kind of take the fights when they want to take the fights, right? You see Six Karma forced into a position where they have to play a little bit more reactive. And I think that that is a better positioning for Winthrop University to win out some of these rounds, is when they're the ones who are like, okay, we need to clear here, we're going to be pushing in here. And if Six Karma is just waiting to defend, they're going to get overpowered.
Yet again, Mephisto playing checkpoint number 1. Now you have the duality of the elbow in checkpoint number 2 to try to counteract the stack, and it will do a decent bit of work, but still Winthrop can just burn through, and they in fact have a personnel advantage and rifles on the board now. This is all they need to manifest momentum. It comes out of nowhere, and 6K, like you said, they play to themselves as humbly as this defense has started out, and they'll get turned into tatters.
And, you know, it's so funny because we've been talking a lot about how Infiltrator likes to play, right? Comparing Infiltrator to Mephisto in that head-to-head kind of the duelists there, and, you know, just sending in, you know, they're going to go absolutely crazy, try and make some absolutely insane plays come across. And Winthrop University have actually kind of adapted themselves to Infiltrator's playstyle. There's been multiple times now where we see them basically be like, all right, Infiltrator, go in and do your thing. And then they're ready to come in there and sweep up the crumbs because they know that Infiltrator is just going to get traded out. But it opens up just a little bit more space and allows for some more kills that Winthrop University look a lot more confident when they do walk into some of those sites. And so I kind of like this new, like, a play style of, I wouldn't call it baiting Infiltrator, but it kind of is just like, all right, go do your thing, buddy. We'll be here when you need us type of deal. And they're playing intelligently off of it.
Again, and you notice the little things that Winthrop does to try to facilitate that as much as they can. You'll see Glyph places smokes a couple inches to the left or the right to make sure that Infiltrator can get like a wanton weird rotation on his slides. And then, like you said, they put a dome over that attack from Infiltrator. Regardless of whether he's dead or not, the environment is going to become theirs. Governor can use his Prowlers to gain all that passive space kind of for free. And then from there, you can kind of just lock it down with the double senti and set up shop. Again, that requires getting ahead of the conversation, though. And so if Six Karma are able to get the read on this, and if they're able to start playing a little more reactively, start meeting them as a stack themselves, then it gets a lot more dangerous. I think the problem comes that they're trying to gain intel so early in that. They're trying to read the stack more than they're trying to read the fact that they're going for the post plan. I think Six Karma needs to be far more satisfied with giving away space in the first 20 to 30 seconds of this, because so far, feels like they've been playing on that first step so often, and Winthrop just keeps tripping them up.
It's like they're two sides of the same coin, you know, because earlier that's what we were saying about Winthrop University. Like, boobs and Infiltrator, oh, they're going a little bit too far forwards and just kind of throwing their life away. And on the other side, it's Mephisto this time, who's just kind of going in there and throwing his life away. And we don't like to see that necessarily, but once again, that just kind of shows just how similar these teams are compositionally, but also play style wise. And this is why this is such an interesting matchup. Now 3 rounds separating Winthrop from potentially catching up to Six Karma, with which, once again, if you watch that first half, you wouldn't have expected the scoreline to be that close. It really looked like Six Karma were just rolling over Winthrop University.
And this climb back is very classic Winthrop University. Very much like them to make it look a lot closer in the second half. But can they bring it to completion and keep Six Karma on their toes here in the round robin? Again, they're +4, plus, what, 24 against Red Canids right now? They are so above out the gate off of that first match. For Winthrop to even cut them down a little bit would mean massive things for the future and the final match here. Red Canids, they are sweating in that back room for sure.
Very passive defense again from Six Karma, but unlike Six Karma on the attack, Winthrop University are running out of time, so they have to commit here. They've chosen the right site. They're going to be walking only into Hosera. I stopped myself there because, well, this is the one player who's been doing amazing, but Moobs shuts that down. Moobs, the player on Winthrop University who's really dragging him across the finish line.
And everybody else has been walled away. But this is, again, in a perfect world, how you'd like to have things set up. The problem is the Sage Wall, narrows that door, forces a bottleneck, and with the worst guns, really tough to be able to make any dent here. Subor will at least get rid of Ali, but no reason to not play the close to it this time, especially if you have the shorty with you. So it's just a 2-round gap as Winthrop University continues to excavate on this attack and dig up gold.
Yeah, and once again, like, we're seeing the stage kind of get played there. You know, As soon as the spike goes down, you see it's really fast on how Winthrop University attack. Use that barrier orb, set it up, just at least stall out one of the lanes, and then just toss down the slow orbs. And it's just so frustrating for 6 Karma to be able to push back into that. Regardless, though, this time around, Mephisto coming in with the operator in hand. This is going to be a different look we haven't seen all day. And given the playstyle that we've seen Mephisto kind of take on, the Neon that just kind of runs things down into your face and nice and flashy gets a kill, the operator really changes up how you want to play that agent. Winthrop University, though, they decide to move themselves over towards this B site. They will be running into Sabor, but should be easier for them to be able to break their way in and get that spike down, as actually the defense on 6 Karma is moving around until the gunshots get heard.
Good centrality that 6K can play, but with that Neon operator, there's such little mobility. So again, the individual responsibility for people like Sabor is so much higher, and Ollie can just use that res to cycle through. The push is going to happen whether 6K likes it or not. Infiltrator gets the spike down, and now Winthrop University can poke and prod in the post plant until they have enough advantage they're satisfied with to fully play from main. Here comes Mephisto with that operator on the backstab, though, and Chamber and Sage means no flank watch. So someone has to turn to it, which means the rest of 6 Karma would love to do some extra damage at the meantime, but no one can do a damn thing. It's a flawless round 17 after the res here for WU, and that is everything spent by 6 Karma. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of those rounds where, sure, a lot of ultimates get utilized from the side of Winthrop University. You even hear the Fade voice line go out, face your ugh, because Governor gets killed on the way in. But it's all worth it, just simply because you can keep this momentum rolling. 5 rounds in a row now for Winthrop University. 1 round to tie things up. And one player right now that I want to highlight is actually Glyph. Playing off of a lot more of this verticality on that Omen has kind of caught 6 Karma off guard a couple of times in those post plants. And so once again, that just adds another variable into the equation that 6 Karma has to consider in that post plant positioning, which just once again gives Winthrop University a bit more of an advantage. Speaking of advantages, the weapons right now heavily favoring Winthrop University to be able to tie up our series.
Yeah, this feels inevitable. More than practiced enough, and 6 Karma have yet to really offer any decent replies, unfortunately, especially on these ecos. Feels like Winthrop can again just set up shop too quick. Moves very brazen with this operator.
I say wouldn't have it any other way, but
yeah,
might get
really
caught
leaving
by
him be.
this utility here.
This is like, he's very by himself at the moment. Okay.
There goes the
And no
boosting.
one... Oh, that's such tough timing, dude. Wow. All right, well, it goes unpunished, and WU does take the A side here. So it feels like we're all good to go for 9-9, right? Infiltrator is going to pop that overdrive, make sure that no one's early to this. Interesting. And that'll get drained already. So now you have no ults to respond. You do have some really good lineups, though. So again, this should be pretty cut and dry.
We tend to dust.
Paranoia in from Hosera. First push stopped in. Mephisto does nothing. Sees more slowdown. Governor playing off of himself. That does get traded out by OTQ. Smoke will get set up to prevent moves from being able to do anything, but the rest of Winthrop University is securely playing on site, and Glyph mows it down. He's got his ulti for next round.
Man, I'm feeling good about the fact that I just highlighted Glyph that previous round. But that time around, not playing off the verticality, but Winthrop University in their post plants have looked really, really, really darn good up against 6 Karma. And I think that that is part of a testament to like why we see them play the way that they are. I'll give it up a little bit of a wave there, understanding that the comeback is very much underway, but like you said, using the ultimate from the Neon, just overdriving their way past into the backline to try and apply additional pressure. Make it so that 6 Karma, even the fact that they got that weapon disadvantage, have to slow their roll just a little bit more. And because they have to slow things down, it gives ample opportunity for Winthrop University to set up exactly how that they want. They're using their utility to slow the retake down, which allows Winthrop to play the game how they want it, and even, once again, take the initiation when they want to take the fight to 6 Karma. And this is how Winthrop University now has caught up and completely kind of flipped the script here on 6 Karma, as it will be 6 Karma taking their time out.
It feels like the right time to in this round where, again, you're kind of back on that precipice where you can dial things back. And I mean, you got 5 bloody ults on the table, man. Come on, do something.
Would be ashamed if they died without using them.
I mean, yeah, if WU can really start exposing the empty bits here, then they'll not only take the lead, they will secure this map and keep 6 Karma on the chopping block. A necessary thing to do for Winthrop University to guarantee their own spot in Ascension itself. Mephisto standing on this B main. On business. Give him one.
Yeah.
Glyph, that's your elbow! Cam next up. Great checkpoints, but Moobs cuts through on Market, gets Sabor. Still got to deal with this operator, though. And you don't have any smokes to stop him from looking through them. Rolling Thunder in response. Yeah, just give him everything to slow this down. Aftershock forces Moobs' rotation. Mephisto catches Ollie on the swing to cover. And this is some good homework on the timeout done. Oda Q. This feels inevitable that he gets this, right? No one is locking at this box. Oda Q gives it a 4v2. Infiltrator can't match Mephisto. And the stabilizing round comes at the perfect moment. El Demonio! A 4K for the Neon. That bot frag starting to climb up the ranks.
And that was one of the things the desk highlighted, you know, setting up Mephisto and Yoa to be able to find great opportunity. And Mephisto that time, highlight play kind of coming through with the operator there. Just hanging out on the back of the site. Simply cannot be taken out or removed because of the utility that came through. And the fact that Glyph's elbow does get caught right at the beginning there because of the animation makes it even more difficult to go. And then once again, just an excellent job from Oda Q, making sure to use that utility to kind of fish out the other members of Winthrop University. Don't give them any extra ground. Speaking of operator battles across the map, Mephisto on top moves down. And 6 Karma, they are once again in the lead here on Sunset.
Huge start for 6 Karma. Getting theirs back. And still 3 rounds away from guaranteeing a spot in that Switch stage. Winthrop forced to slow it down again, finding the right moment to proc that overwhelming barrage. Now Sands up on the flank watch. It's got to be all on Ali to show for the rest of this group in. Sabor ahead, Infiltrator, quick to the punch, and the Nightfall from Governor will not be interrupted this time. Infiltrator having to do so much to cut through this. Mephisto pops the overdrive and is blinded, but Oda Q is here in time to play from Boba, and 6 Karma again stabilize! Now it's Mephisto playing off of Oda Q's previous spot in the round, and vice versa, the jump peak to guarantee Governor's spot, but now you're a little bit stuck on the site. In fact, everybody is. Rosera with the flank, and Ali is prepared. Turns into a 3v2. Governor trying to get forward. Lessen this gap, finds Mephisto. The double turn on Boba! Lessens into a 1v1, and Ali picks it up right after that spike gets held. Perfection in timing goes the way of the collegiate team, and we are tied at 10.
Amazing kind of glow up here from Governor. Obviously, Governor, in his history in Valorant, has bounced around quite a few regions, but originally was on that duelist role for just kind of those unbelievable plays, those unbelievable moments, and we get treated to another Governor special. So, Governor, a little bit quiet on this map, but makes magic happen. Of course, Ali getting the first kill, but then Governor just knows that they got to take that fight forwards, at least by a little bit of time, to make sure that Ali's able to find that spike plant and to have a bit more time to be able to reposition. Great stuff from Winthrop University to tie us up 10-10 now as 6 Karma, well, they're sent back to Goodwill to try and get their guns together. It's going to be pistols across the board, except for Zabor, who's bringing in that stinger. And so Winthrop University, another round in front of them, and they've done a great job of getting a lot of those 6 Karma ults off the table so that they don't have anything to work with.
That early first blood, not a factor this time.
Right here.
So Winthrop will take far more control of mid. Smoke out top as well. Eloncito prompted to use this recon dart after the jump is heard. Into the steps. trying to find the right place to compress. Ali gaining a lot of attention over here as the market crunch is inevitable, and OdaQ is also given so much individual responsibility, but off of the fault line, he's able to do it.
Ooh.
Sabor holding down Ali as well, and now 6K can play fully on the site, but Governor, yet again, is here, sticking comma after comma onto the fight. How about an exclamation point? Sabor! That's the statement piece that 6K needed on the other side. And we're reset again. Moves, the only one standing after OdaQ turns Glyph with the Sheriff. A 1v3 with this Outlaw. Now turned into the rifle. OdaQ, a crumb of health. Hosera, a mere Sheriff. Both teams working on scrapes, but WU have 12 seconds to work with. Moves has to stick this, and against 3.
There's no
Moves
way.
almost does it! How do you even beat that high-low let again? Make it so much closer after the fact. A couple more micrometers, and the guy could have done it. But it's 6 Karma that are at 11-10.
Better guy at a loss of words of some of the plays that we're seeing. First, we see the Governor heat up, and then Sabors is able to find a cheeky little double kill, and then Rifle not out, and Moves almost makes that one work in the 1v3. It's up to OdaQ just at the on and off angle to be able to win that one out. Otherwise, the swing around would have been perfect, but still 6 Karma. They find the round, find the advantage that they need. It's going to be Winthrop University forcing the issue on this other side. Mephisto, sniper rifle in hand, ready to receive that pressure.
Tried to amp it up, see if anybody from 6 Karma is chomping at the bit. Both these economies locked and loaded. Both the ult cycles looking decent. WU the effective 6v5 if they get the pack fight, but Moves has already inserted up the top mid yet again, this time all alone. How much of a presence has been conditioned at this point? How much does 6 Karma want to end up stopping? How dangerous is this step in at the end of the day if WU don't have any presence on the front lines? Seems like 6K is willing to recline and let WU do the talking until we hit the 45-second mark.
Information given up, and you see 6 Karma ready to just kind of be aware of where Moves is. Mephisto misses the shot there, which is kind of huge, but at least Moves gets taken down.
Moves missing his 2. Mephisto pressured ultimately by that relay bolt after he tossed out his own, so Winthrop University is stalled, but not stopped. And Pilancito now way more alone than he'd like to be. That island smoked.
30 seconds left.
And now linked with the aftershock. Stepping into it, Glyph! No one from 6K expects it! And 6K stepping back through the smoke. OdaQ and Josera. Stopped by Ali. He uses the time on that kill to get the res. Sabor sprays right back through it. 2v2 with Governor still walled out. 10 seconds that's held on to. And OdaQ will not bend. Very little util. Governor! So much to let Ali do the work! And yet again, it's that initiator, that fade, that is able to string it all together. Never the loudest, but always the proudest.
Unbelievable stuff. That's 2 rounds now that we've seen Ali and Governor kind of step up, play so well off of each other to be able to clutch things up for the rest of the team. Obviously, Moves has been putting on a masterclass. Infiltrator doing a great job of getting the space, but when all is said and done, Governor and Lee have really stepped themselves up on these final parts of the round here, being able to win things out for Winthrop University. Make a wish. We're at 11-11 now. Winthrop University tie things up against 6 Karma. With how things are going, it's looking like Winthrop University might be the first team to get themselves onto map point here, as it is going to be just the Sheriff by up on the side of 6 Karma, looking for one of the 2 cheeky little kills to make it so that they've got the advantage yet again.
A pivotal map, regardless of where this match goes. For 6K, a guarantee into the 17th. That Swiss stage, that top 8 for the WU. An early step into the lead against the remaining 2 teams in this round robin that they have to hold for the long haul after Red Canids gets that rest. It's a much bigger presence in top mid this time around on top of the pistols, and it will pay off. Glyph, now braggadocious, please, please not me. But 6K gets their own crunch and is actually going to be kind of quick to the issue. 3v3 with some rifles picked up. Mephisto given another opportunity to whisper back in this flank. And as the spike ticks away, he'll actually completely duck off it when Governor comes to meet him too. Now Infiltrator stepping in, Pilancito, frag back. And now the remaining presence for WU is in main. 6K, another reset positionally. And Mephisto still just this pistol. And it's all on him. Governor meets it early. Yet again, the initiator digging the claws in the final hour. It's gonna have to be him again. Against the IGL, the other initiator, the Nightfall will get used. Balancito sticking half. A dink on a Governor, potentially no. Governor turns it, it doesn't matter. Balancito holds, but there's no time. Governor played it through the deafen and gives them game point.
Wow, I'm going to be honest with you. I was not expecting the Nightfall to come out in kind of that desperate scenario, but, you know, going up against Balancito, who's been just frying lately, is the right call just to guarantee yourself onto that map point. And now things get a lot more interesting here. Couple of missed timings coming out. Governor still being as strong as ever. Some really just the course of this map started out really on the low side, but has really become kind of the linchpin in Winthrop University, winning so many of these rounds on their attack. And we're already getting things started off. Moobs can't see a gosh darn thing.
Oh, and Mephisto's gonna be able to find Glyph on the other angle from the market. He peeked out of that door with the operator to the tiles. 6 Karma getting brazen just to get by. At WU, in response, they have to stack go to Q. That flash catches 3. Gives Joe a little extra time. No TP out from him. It's going to be the aftershock to stall. The overdrive stop by Ozera. Rolling Thunder in response. Governor steps into it. Ozera stunned. Doesn't matter. Balancito and OdaQ get theirs. And in mere seconds, we keep going past regulation here on Sunset.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates in the pocket of 6 Karma on that round. And I'm going to be honest with you, it looked like Winthrop University just really didn't have any breaks there. They were so committed, so sure that they were going to be able to roll over 6 Karma. A lot more of those mistakes coming through, a lot more of just the single person pushing out, no support, and well, 6 Karma ready to hop on it. Of course, when we talk about the differences and how we wanted to see Winthrop University kind of pull things together, I mentioned it. They need to pull in the leash just a little bit more and then kind of tighten up a lot more of these plays. Otherwise, 6 Karma are going to be able to find their opportunities nice, clean, and easy. And so we find ourselves in this overtime scenario. Both of these teams unwilling to yield anything. Let's see who comes out on top.
These stakes are as cutthroat as it can get. One of the teams that is playing today has to leave. Mephisto in the op duel against Moobs. Winthrop wins it. And plays Doorman yet again here on B main. All eyes on Sabor. Can he get any crossover? Can he facilitate a rotation? There's 100 seconds left to do this. All the way through.
I like this from Winthrop University this time, just kind of checking a lot more of these angles, especially with the operator. I mean, 6 Karma walked into it, unfortunately meaning that things get a lot more difficult. Still though, minute left, this is when they start to engage.
Balancito relegated to the drone to guarantee positions. It's a good smoke to force out market. Winthrop playing close with this operator though. Moves taking some pot shots. And Winthrop just having to hyperextend in all the other extremities. Ollie on the way back to make this a full-fledged 5v4 as the spike starts toiling away.
Winthrop University, though.
Not ready yet.
All the people alive here, probably waiting for Governor's Hawk to come back online, give a little bit more information before they decide to strike.
Paranoia in on the boxes. It's checked. Fully swung. Winthrop, mow it down! Could you ask for a retake more perfect? Winthrop keeps 5 stable. 5 standing. Flawless. The ultimate confidence booster for game point.
And that was an infiltrator round. Look at the smiles on their faces. An unbelievable retake kind of coming through from Winthrop University. And yeah, infiltrator just kind of flying in there. And look at that, clean as ever. All of the members of Winthrop University so ready for that retake. And well, that was just textbook VALORANT coming out from Winthrop University. Now 6 Karma. Got to be able to win this defensive round. Keep in mind, Winthrop University, this on their attack, that is where we got to see them really shine and pull themselves back from that 9-3 half. So you know they're confident. They're ready to win out this map.
One more go at it. No early punishes. Mephisto yet again with this operator. It'll be moves again to meet him. Sprays will force him away. And that glass cannon is starting to break. Still, though, Winthrop doesn't feel as confident. Moves, still does, though. Go figure. Oh, man. Mephisto trying to find another angle to get a free shot off of. Winthrop staying trepidatious, but spreading a little thinner now. Look at how far Governor is extending. Mephisto, quick response. That is a tough breath to take there.
That's tough. I was really liking the synergy, kind of seeing Governor play alongside Infiltrator. But then as soon as I realized that they're going into two different directions, that's when things start to really get tough for them. Kind of play that duo out. Oh my goodness, Ali somehow able to survive in the middle of all that one, but Mephisto still finds the kill onto that Sage.
Keeps on getting it done, keeps on holding it down. And now it's just a zoning.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left. I'm out of here.
Stalwart done, but you still have to finalize. And yeah, 6 Karma, they can just crunch whenever Winthrop decide to make the noise. And that's a quiet suppression.
Man, I guess both these teams just decided to get really good at their defense all of a sudden. They're weaker halves in both of them. I mean, that is a pretty decisive round coming through. That time around, just simply because Mephisto, with the operator, was able to find so many picks. Not necessarily a flawless, so sure, you could argue that Winthrop University, oh, they did their defensive side better, but it doesn't matter because we're back at overtime yet again. Boobs, operator in hand, Mephisto not bringing the glass cannon to the table this time. We'll be relying just on pure raw aim on that rifle. And I do wonder whether or not this is going to be one of those fast-paced 6 Karma rounds to see if they change up their tempo, but instead it's going to be the triple vertical stack with Abner Silva just on the side, just in case there's any early extensions from Winthrop University.
Pretty normal push out from 6 Karma to start here on the B site. All about breaking through. Moves has yet to be stopped. The TP right back, and it's Infiltrator that'll end up getting refragged. 6 Karma gonna try and go forward here. Good shock dart to expect it, and the rest of the team is there to manage the spread. Another defensive retake that Winthrop seemed to have locked down. ODQ the only one remaining. Governor's gonna shorty him. 3 stay standing for another game point going the Eagles' way.
I got to admit, like, Governor really is starting to heat up. And I talked about that earlier. Governor, you know, started pretty slow on this map, was not necessarily finding those good timings, just kind of walking out and getting killed. And it's like, okay, well, unfortunately, there goes a lot of that fade utility. But now, especially after that spike goes down, it's such an easy time for Governor just to walk in there and play so confidently. And yeah, looks like a timeout is going to be taken. These two teams right now, neck and neck against each other, as this is potentially Winthrop University, once again at map point, looking to take their map pick, which is kind of crazy to say, because it could have been either of these teams' map pick with how this map has gone.
At this point, with the time that the teams have had to prepare, you would hope that on maps like this, where you know they're going to be in so many other teams' pools, you have those game plans prepped. I mean, I definitely see a world in which 6 Karma is going to be picking Sunset at some point across this series for sure. Again, I think the one gap that we might see for teams is Abyss, and even then, feels like a lot of these teams have had enough time to even prepare that too. But I think, you know, coming into this, Winthrop, they definitely had a lot of excitement about this composition, these changes that they made to Sunset. They were ready to get the drop. But you have to remember, 6 Karma has been prepping, man, and they've been playing a litany of different squads, a lot of scrim partners, and again, hanging at the Keed Stars boot camp as well, getting some love from Brazil's own best. This team was ready for this, man, ready to stay here longer than just today. And again, winning the map here, that lets them do that.
Man, look at those stats. Moves in ODQ, 26 kills apiece, as close as ever. This is what we expected from these teams kind of coming in the play-ins, as Mephisto once again goes in deep, but not able to secure the kill. Somehow Moves able to survive just with a sliver of HP, but still able to walk away. That's the most important thing, is Governor just gonna watch it, just in case Mephisto decides to double dip.
More than appreciate that quickness, though. Forces WU to go for the early split here. Mephisto just spraying right through the Prowler! And he's gonna keep it going. Governor tries again! That's 2 down on site. 6K can just hold it down. And now go for the crunch. Mephisto has his pick of the litter with the angles. Ali trying to cause some noise to force the 1v.
Wow.
It's Ali that takes it. Now the 2v1. Ozera traded away. So Ali with the 3K now able to get the ulti up and turn this into a 2v2, but the spike is still stranded.
Whew, I mean, say Spike's still stranded. 45 seconds remain onto the clock here. Don't really know necessarily what the game plan is, but there's still plenty of time for this wraparound to kind of get online. You can see Six Karma, like, they're kind of confused as to what's happening here. They have the Spike just in front of them. They're going to play nice and grouped up. But this is going to be 30 seconds left on the clock now, so Winthrop University have to kind of make this one happen. This is such a interesting thought process here. Let's see if it plays out for Winthrop University.
6K, their own timing down the elbow. Gives the perfect window for WE to grab this spike. But do they recognize 6K's position? The aftershock will force Infiltrator down. It has to be Ollie in the 1v2. And the poor guy can't even get his trigger finger itched. So 6K take it back again, and we will go to OT3.
I was like, okay, Winthrop University, let's see how this one plays out. They might be able to find a timing, and then suddenly, like, an episode out of Scooby-Doo, we see Six Karma decide to just completely back themselves off the site and smartly play off of that utility. And so as a result of that, like, Winthrop University, their hand is kind of forced. They tried to play safe, but it kind of led to their demise. I mean, Ali tried to make that one work, but would have got stunned up regardless. So Six Karma keeping alive yet again in a bit of a funhouse type of round, you know?
So we still go again. 6K back on the attack again. And Winthrop with one of the heaviest early stacks we've seen so far here in OT. Ready for that early A push with everything but the kitchen sink. A quick rotation with the help of the drone. Prowler in reaction. Governor gonna try to stand this down. You have a lot of prep on this top mid. The trademark does catch Mephisto, but he can still slide into Infiltrator, who's blinded. And now the refrag attempts by 6K will clear through top mid. Peloncito making enough headway, and Mephisto manages the other corridor. So 6K have their pick and forces Glyph forward. But Ollie wins the duel in mid, creating his own angle and letting Moobs make his way on back. Now guaranteeing one more of those angles gone with the help of that wall. And now Sabor also found with Moobs dry peeking with this operator. Peloncito, the biggest threat at the moment with this top mid presence that can come down and fight from this higher angle at any moment.
Keep in mind, too, if Peloncito is able to find the kill, that's the ultimate online. Hunter's Fury, exceptionally good. Ali gets kind of spotted out there, and, well, the information should be given away, but still able to walk away with one.
You have such an easy angle onto Sabor, despite the fact that you're found, and Ali can take that third as well. The coach turned player for the third time around this year. He can do it all.
I like that we just keep on beating that narrative in the head right now.
Well, it's crazy because well, Winthrop had just talked about, he's spoken at length at this point about the fact that, like, he keeps trying to retire. He keeps trying to stop playing. And the team keeps saying, we need you, man. You're too good. And he really is, man. He's just so good at being able to just hold down this stuff himself. That was such an intuitive play to turn back to that and then take the fight himself after the shot was expended.
Yep. It literally is the definition of the one more job and then I'm out, and then, you know, they drag you back in for yet another job, and you're like, man, I tried to retire 2 years ago at this point, but okay, I guess I'll play. So Winthrop University back again on map point, going the distance here. Really, honestly, just a marathon for Six Karma at this point. They came in with a pretty decisive series, feeling pretty hot, and Winthrop University has been kind of just dragging them through the mud currently. And now the camera set up for Sabor. Just watching out on top while Moobs holding a pixel of an angle here. Infiltrator, though, gonna go in. This is gonna be tough.
Moobs yet again holding mid. Both turned on to Mephisto. Kills Moobs before he can TP back out. Entirety of 6K. Why, it's another flawless defense, dude. They just hold it down. Another attempt just erased in the blink of an eye. It's Sabor with 3 this time.
My goodness. It feels like at this point, both of these teams, they're seeing their percentages on the wins for their respective sides and are like, you know what? We don't want to be the team that's like super good at attack and super bad at defense. So let's even out our spots. Let's even out the stats a little bit. You know, you heard of stats players. These are stats teams currently to try and make it so that, listen, we've got no weakness. And it almost feels like there's been a mutual gentleman's agreement on both sides. The defense, once again, just immaculate coming in to tie things up and force yet another overtime. And, well, Mephisto going in yet again, a tale as old as time.
Feels like you're on a bit of a timer here if you're Winthrop. Drop one defensive round, and it feels like Six Karma have all the momentum in the world. Support clipped! But Moves is down. That is a tragic op shot that leads to a 4v5 the other direction. And 6K have the site. They own it. Relay Bolt will own it way harder, though. And Infiltrator's farming assists first and kills second. 2 for him, 2 for Glyph. Another disgusting retake that doesn't even need to kill all the members of 6K before it's over. That is going to be game point number 4 here in OT number 4 on Sunset.
And once again, like, that is a showcase of how I like how Winthrop University have adapted to play around Infiltrator there. Like, look at this.
That is such a
just
disgusting ball.
Goes in. And then immediately, the rest of the team are ready for it. Cliff going for that verticality, being able to cut off some of these key angles while everyone's just focused on Infiltrator. That was one of the biggest gaps that we saw from Winthrop University, and I'm liking the fact that it looks a lot more clean here. Winthrop, once again, on map point. Reminder, this was their map choice. And immediately, they duck out of the way of the fault line. A lot of info given over, but no follow-up from Six Karma.
Hosera has been left quite alone out of nowhere here after Mephisto's going to run back for some mid-control after a little noise is made. Prowler into the slide from Infiltrator. Hosera gets out and will back away. WU will start taking the elbow space a lot more confidently, though, because Hosera has been the one that's been stuck there. Good chance you don't have to turn onto this with any util. Yeah, Infiltrator knows the condition. But the double swing here onto the elbow is the crazy part. Ollie and Infiltrator ready for the fight. Oh, Hosera finds the shred. And Ali now has to scurry back to the teammates. Does it go defensively again? Oda-Q, quick 1v1 with Moves before the real fight comes through. And Six Karma, again, here to play for it. Mephisto's fuel is back, and so is he on the B site. We've crept up market to Boba and caught Mephisto on the slide! Now splits with the wall. Very unconventional attack, and they'll actually double back after it's placed because of how quickly Hosera blows through it! And he gets 2 more on top! 25 seconds, Ollie and Glyph, the only ones on this B side, and they have to stick it through. 6K walled out. Premier moments in Boba. After this smoke is dissipated, all the freedom in the world to take this as soon as the spike starts getting dropped.
10 seconds.
Here we go. Glyph's got to do it all. Big smoke to force a stack. Glyph gets 3. It's down to Ali, but he can't clutch this time. Tied up again. 16 all.
Oh, I thought for a second there, Glyph with the triple kill, finding the absolute perfect timing. And yet it's actually Oda-Q on the other side finding the absolute perfect timing. Tit for tat, blow for blow here. Glyph almost winning that one out for the squad, but Ali just a little bit too early on the swing out. And yeah, looks like we will be going again, yet again. The marathon game continues. Watch out, VCT EMEA. We're getting close to matching that record set just in the last part of the season.
Dude, GCBR finals who? We're gonna break that 50 kill record SRN got within a week of it coming in. And it's not even, we're playing in Brazil and a Brazilian team isn't even playing.
Yeah.
The same stage. Maybe it's the stage, maybe that's it. Maybe Sao Paulo's studio just lives to keep playing.
Oh man, the Valorant never dies. It never will die. Not if we have anything to say about it. As this time around though, Six Karma are gonna be moving up here. This is a little bit of risky business. Bit of a miss from Mephisto. But I like this crossfire being set up between Governor and Infiltrator to at least shut things down just in case a couple of shenanigans do happen. An unconventional miss, but it's okay because, you know, as this kind of goes on, the mental fortitude to just keep on going, the excitement has worn off. At this point, you just want to close things out, and the mental collapse if you lose this, the pressure is just simply mounting, Tenrek.
I'm out of here. Shocking.
First noise made. Oh, Governor finds the lurker in Mephisto. And this push has no gas behind it. Big paranoia. Ollie peeks into it. Rest of Winthrop University will. Hell, why not? And give Infiltrator and Glyph all they need. Yeah, let's just stop that right now. Another game point for Winthrop. Yeah, you can see they are having fun with it. Yep.
At this point, Winthrop at that point is just scheduled into my Google Calendar. Like, it feels like it's just simply going to happen again. Yeah, once again, just excellent defense coming through. This time, Ali and Infiltrator kind of taking the charge there. And even though we do see Josera go for the paranoia, Infiltrator just a little bit close, has somebody watching on that other side. And so, yet again, Winthrop University on map point. And we see timeout being called. This is the one. Winthrop University says, we've had enough. Let's use this timeout, try and collect ourselves, go for a counterplay. And especially with how long this is really starting to drag, you know, once again, like, you got to do something novel, but that really does risk the chance of collapsing and falling apart. So this is kind of that mental test coming through for both these teams as we find ourselves once again, potentially with Winthrop University closing out this map. But if I know Six Karma, and I know how this has gone, we'll be seeing yet another overtime.
I mean, after a tempo shift like this, surely, right? The timeout definitely going to give them the time to prepare for whatever is coming their way this time. Very uncharacteristic lurk from Mephisto that time around. I will say there were no wheels on that push. So tough to say where 6K springboards from here. Moobs will continue that glass cannon operator. And it seems like we're going to be poking and prodding the bear a little bit as 6K will force stack an A once more.
Okay, let's see how Winthrop University want to take this attack this time. Feigning a little bit of that attack onto that A side, specifically with Infiltrator, while the core of the squad move towards B. And Six Karma, they're being a lot more grouped up this time around on this defense. Spotting things out there, moves, able to escape, but this is going to be a lot of heavy pressure onto this chamber.
A little bit of coverage, but a bit of fear from both sides. In fact, 6K will just split the diff, head over to B site now.
I'm out of here.
Smoke set up again, telegraphed. Not counteracted. Josera still gets away. Good God. Oops. Now in the lurk, you forget about him the second he becomes too important. The trap wire just watched. Oh, Mephisto has to be ready, hasn't he? Oh, yeah. Seeing if they ever pin it back. They won't. Fast lane and the wall. Love that Sage buff. Ollie's got to feel good about it. And Glyph with the crunch. That is a gorgeous way to spin the block. A-site taken over. Governor kill through the blocks. And it seems like we figured this out, haven't we? It's got to be just Sabor after Mephisto can't make a dent. And that's a terrific sudden quiet that washes over the field. And Six Karma's comms, they are not safe just yet. Headshot. Oh, Sabor. Maybe able to keep this going. You still got some time. No cage, though, and now you have to check everything on elbow. The crowd is looking at the Eagles soaring. They will take their map pick of Sunset and give everyone a couple more consequences to think about.
And all I gotta say is the desk called it. They said that this was gonna be a very close matchup between these two teams, and boy howdy, was it a close matchup. OT going the distance, and you know, unfortunately Six Karma not able to get themselves across the finish line despite the fact that they started with such a good start to this map. And now they kind of got to dust themselves off and get ready to go again, because you know, they've got to play the endurance game here. The good thing about Winthrop University coming into this one is this is the first map that they've played today. Meanwhile, on the side of Six Karma, this was the third one. And so the mental has to get reset. They got to get ready to go again, because next up, we've got Lotus, the Six Karma map pick. And you know what? You don't want to find yourself into this mentally taxing overtime situation yet again.
For sure. Six Karma on the verge of letting things slip here. They've done a good job of mitigating damage so far, but the battle is not done until the war is won. We will see if Six Karma can manage their own pick and keep from getting tuckered out after the break. Don't go anywhere.
game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Ion.
Going to the big Tron!
Winthrop University, they finally close out that map 18-16. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. And this first map of our second series of the day was insane, Ash. It started with a 9-3 as well, going this way of 6 Karma. We thought it was going to be just as one-sided as their opening match, but it was the complete opposite. Winthrop, they make a comeback, and they finally win in that overtime.
Yeah, it's crazy how that tone was set, like, and cemented in that first half. They did such a good job at pulling out utility from the defenders, very much so understanding a lot of the win conditions with the fact that they didn't have as much utility to respond with that would be able to recharge compared to such like a util heavy composition that was being run by 6K. But the fact that like you see an immediate shift into that second half coming out from Winthrop, they did not like let off the gas like whatsoever. I can't even remember how many rounds exactly it was in that initial comeback, but great to see.
I mean, it's crazy. I think it was 6 or 7 rounds or so right at the beginning. And this is also something, Roy, that we're used to seeing for Winthrop University. I think something that they've learned with that experience that they have playing so many matches, both in, in collegiate, but also in challengers, is, being able to stay alive, being able to fight until the very end. They've made these kind of comebacks happen before, but this one was a little bit harder, especially with how good 6 Karma was looking.
Yeah, the first half was just a 6K, honestly, kind of a masterclass. Like the way they were minimizing the compositional's value, the way they were kind of finding their own, sort of win conditions, and the fact that they found themselves in so many like micro, like these like niche scenarios that you won't really like find in other kind of matches, to be honest. And the fact that they played in those moments so well is honestly shout out to 6K. But yeah, you guys are absolutely right. As soon as it flipped, it felt like Winthrop University were doing a fantastic job at, regaining tempo control. They're doing a great job at fighting choke points. And I also think that they didn't even play that poorly in the first half, so it's not like they had to like do any sort of like massive changes to their mental or their approach. It was just like a lot of the scenarios that could have went their way didn't really go their way. The team play was still there. It was a little some sloppy at certain times, but fundamentally they're still playing really well. But as soon as it got to that attack side, it kind of felt like everyone's roles were just so much more defined. Everyone kind of knew what they were supposed to be doing. Obviously Moves was having a pop-off moment, and then towards the later end of that series, which was almost a marathon at this point, it was Ali who was really stepping up for the team.
I totally agree, Roy. I think that where we really saw the composition and the ideas that Winthrop wanted to put into the server shine was on that attacking side, which feels, I think, in some ways a little bit unconventional when you're thinking, okay, you're running like the 2 kind of like pseudo sentinels, but when you're looking at how they're approaching it, it was a lot of like those defaults. You would have Ollie even throwing over like a slow orb early, right after the barrier drops over towards like B main, trying to deny that the control that they knew 6K were going to try and go for. A lot of those like earlier engagements, a lot of those earlier opportunities to take that space, and it opened up more chances for Winthrop to work other parts of the maps, try to find those holes and exploit them to get picks on those rotates that were simply happening because of some of the very small pieces of utility that were being thrown on the other side.
I also just have to say, it's such a VALORANT moment that both of the teams incredible on the attack side when we're going to the first half, second half. But of course, as we go into the overtime, none of them can win the attack side. I mean, you look at it right at the bottom. It was insane. It just felt like it was going to keep going and going. It seemed the advantages that they finally figure out on the defense, it was a little too late for the side of Six Karma, especially as one of the later rounds ended up being a clutch. But Roy, nonetheless, I feel like this series is going to continue being this way.
I couldn't agree more, to be honest. I think this is going to continue being a banger. I think both of these teams have sort of found this, like we called it, right? Like there's so much like stylistic similarities. They're both really good in the moment. They both have fantastic micros and macros, and you know the way they play around each other in the pulse plan is just so fun to watch. But yeah, this first series was absolutely insane, and kind of to sort of touch back on the sort of defense sidedness towards the later end. I think just whenever you have these like marathon matches, guys, like you've pretty much exhausted your entire strat book, right? Like by the time you get into second OT, it's like you're sort of like scratching your head at that point, like what else can we call that we haven't even played yet? It's just really adaptations, right? And I think that's kind of why it feels like defense sided towards the later end. But I think the one thing for sure that I can say is, one, we're seeing a huge step up from the supportive players on the team, like not specifically the duelists. And I think the other prediction is we're going to have a fantastic remaining of the series.
I mean, I feel like that is the expectation at this point, especially because of that next map for us that is going to be Lotus. But let's talk about two of the biggest highlights that we had on the side of Winthrop University. The Ash that really allowed them to get the win is Ali and Mooms. These players, I feel like we've talked about them throughout the entire year. Ali is kind of the silly player that has played the club, was just now playing the Sage, and also won 31-20. And then Mooms has always been that consistent force for the team. They were the reason why the team not only came back but won the map.
Yeah, and so many of those risks that Ollie was taking is like a big part of where they were winning out in the mid round. Like a couple of those like funkier walls when they're cutting off like a top side of mid, trying to pinch all over towards like the B side or the A side, whichever way they were swinging for that round, and being able to get like those vertical moments. Eventually 6K did like kind of get a read and they started like punishing him on that, but that creativity I think was something that definitely caught 6K off guard in some of those initial like fights. And then for the side of Moobs, I love seeing him on the chamber because typically we see him on more like core sentinel roles, right? Where you're playing a little bit further back. And this is where he likes to, be able to get a little bit more active.
Yeah.
And it's just such like a different look from him. He definitely likes to get active like on the other sentinels. Do not get me wrong. Like bro is walking out everywhere. He's taking those timings.
He will be getting active.
Yeah, it's like,
but
even more on the chamber, right? And he was such a big reason of why they were even able to get those 3 rounds in that first half to even make that comeback in the second half in the first place.
Yeah, I like moves on chamber because he's already so good at like understanding what's happening on the map anyway, right? And when you put him on a chamber, like his micro kind of understanding gets tested a lot, and he aced the test. Bro is actually studying how to be a micro god in university because he found every gap. He played around the drones very well. He was like aggressive. He was passive. He kept 6K kind of guessing on what he was up to, and they weren't able to adapt in time.
Yeah, this team, it seems like they're able to do anything, whether it is, those comebacks or those individual moments that allow them to win these rounds. But let's talk about what that next map is going to be, because this first map, it was a map pick of Winthrop University. And even though it was a back and forth, they were closing it out. And now we're going to the map pick of 6 Karma. This also means, Ash, that we've now seen 4, and we're about to see 4 different maps for 6 Karma already, in map of Lotus as well, that is very familiar for Winthrop.
Yeah, that is definitely a lot to be revealed there for 6 Karma, I think, so early on into the competition. And then for Lotus, both of these teams have so many reps on this map. This is like the meme map that Sierra would always like bash her head about when Winthrop chose pick into it, because it's just like, it's like such a volatile map for them. I think on Lotus, they had such a strong start at the beginning of the season. And then other teams started to like kind of better understand how they were looking to play it. I think what I'm curious about here, Roy, is like anticipating any compositional changes, because like they pull out like a big comp change here on Sunset, and with
Mhm.
the fact that Lotus hasn't actually been looking that great for them in the last couple
Yeah.
of games, I'm anticipating also another major change.
Yeah, that actually was going to be my point. Is in the beginning of the year, Winthrop University looked amazing on Lotus. It was like one of their go-to maps. But towards the later end of this, after the roster changes and the end of the year, they didn't really look that great on it, to be honest. And they were struggling to find their footing. They didn't really have any good wins against any of the top teams and challengers on that map. So yeah, I'm also wondering if they're going to do any compositional changes. I think a part of me feels like they will. And is that a change? Yes, it is. Yeah, I think both teams have actually kind of swapped it up. Yeah, they've completely swapped
Deadlock
up
for
everything.
both is crazy, by the way.
Deadlock Chamber is actually wild. I like it though. It gives a lot of options, right, for that A control as well as defending on the C site. You can move the utility around. They're all universal, so there's definitely a huge amount of utility for both teams to work with. And honestly, there's a lot of pressure on the duelists to sort of minimize a lot of that value and make sure you kind of not getting offed every round.
I love that you shout out the duelist because that's like the only difference between these compositions. And you look at Six Karma, there is a lot of opportunity to get some combos in with those nades, with the showstopper when that gets up there for Mephisto. But then for Winthrop, I think what Infiltrator is so good at is taking those opportunities to really kick it into high gear and turn up that tempo. And I feel like the util on the side of Winthrop is definitely going to help him in that space creation. And I'm curious to see how Six Karma will respond.
The changes are, are a lot compared to what we saw before, both from Winthrop University and Six Karma, not only in the duelist, but also this double sentinel composition that both of them are deciding to run. Let's see who's able to get the win and whose changes are better than the other. Is it going to be a Winthrop University 2-0 or is Six Karma going to come back? Let's find out with your casters, is Tenrek and Marks.
Thanks, Triad. 2 new deadlocks, 2 new chambers here on Lotus as Winthrop University is fighting for their match win here against Six Karma, now going to 6K's pick of Lotus. Once again, if 6K is able to take just one map this match, they will guarantee their spot in the Swiss stage, forcing Red Canids on the chopping block. Winthrop trying to get that extra work done here with this new composition. Marks, what do you make of this massive trade-in for both teams?
I feel like this is one of those moments of the Spider-Man pointing at the other Spider-Man meme, just like, wait a second, you're also doing this unconventional thing that we had kind of cooked up off to the side. Who are you talking to get this type of information? Because this does actually lend itself really interestingly with the play style that both of these teams are really bringing into things. Specifically, looking at Moobs, looking at Yo, there's a lot of opportunity really for the chambers to be able to pop off, and it's been a while since we've seen the big old Frenchman do a lot of damage for these teams, and you know what, I'm all here for it. And then meanwhile, bringing in the deadlock, to me that seems like you're setting up a lot more trap plays alongside the duelist, but of course you want to just shut things down with that specific wall. But we're already getting in the middle of it. Moobs getting the better of his half.
Quick fight to start things out, but that'll also let everybody on the field know that most of these players are sitting on C mound, so OdaQ gonna go ahead and toss out that barrier mesh and hit that B door to quickly connect themselves to the rest of the map as Winthrop will now try to springboard off of that first blood that Moobs granted to them.
And a pretty fast response from Six Karma as well. Rotating themselves around, understanding that this could just be Moobs on that Mission Impossible solo mission currently, trying to draw a lot of aggro over, while it is in fact the play, because Winthrop University slowly make their way towards mound. No one has really taken the bait just quite yet, but Sabor is going to have a mountain of work in front of him.
Yeah, if they're just sending out that other smoke as well, he doesn't have any way to play preventatively apart from just that paranoia, and the other one is going to get sent his way first. He has no choice but to back away and just hand this over. An Infiltrator is going to take that, run with it, then walk a little bit more to that back corner of the boxes. Winthrop sets up shot, gets that double sentinel locked and loaded. The barrier mesh actually a little awkward, so OdaQ can kind of toy with this a little bit. So Infiltrator going to try and make up the gap. It's a waterfall fight that Infiltrator will lose. 1v2 not going his way, but Winthrop can re-extend from there and hold down the rest of the front line. OdaQ the next to fall. 3v4 on the 6K retake. Still got one in Sabor on the back, but you have to blow out of this smoke, and all the while, you gotta waste time. Belancito refrags Governor. Fade for fade as 6K continues the trollops up to the site. Moves found out via the haunt, but can you actually hold the spike? Absolutely not. When Glyph is still holding his own in his smoke. He's good for 2, in fact, as Winthrop University take pistol.
Yeah, Glyph navigating around the site, playing inside of the smokes, and Look at that, like Winthrop University feeling nice and confident, especially after that last one. Like I said, you know, you come into an incredible overtime matchup between these two teams, and they were able to come out on top in the midst of all of that. Sure, a little bit of awkward timing, but in the end, you know that everything is going to be working out well for Winthrop University with those post plants, something that they've, once again, been really impressing me with on. So let's see how they go. Whole bunch of weapons coming out from the side of Winthrop University. Of course, on the other side, OtaQ is going to be opting to bring in the Marshall. And so that's going to be the only buy up on the other side. Otherwise, just classics across the board. Of course, with Yozera, Headhunter in hand, ships passing in the night, but Yozera comes out on top this time on that chamber counterpart.
Oh, and OtaQ also finds Glyph on the second walk up with that pocket Marshall that he's holding on to. Very unconventional, and it works. Still though, WU boasts the heavy gun diff, especially here in the yard. Let's go lawn mowing. Good double hold by Mephisto and company. So Mephisto actually gets 2. That's the clear. 6K steal away the anti-eco.
Yet again, it's those group ups, those moments that we see 6K kind of walk out on top. I mean, we talked about, oh, I didn't use the term then, but like a death ball stack, but it feels like that's kind of what they lean into on their defense, you know, stack up all your players and then make it so that when they walk in, we can catch 1 or 2 people off guard, find a couple of easy, quick kills just with pure volume of bullets. Then life's going to be nice and easy after that. So it is going to be the turnaround. 6 Karma get that round. Infiltrator bringing the Bucky in. Onto this specific round. Yozera so far forwards with the outlaw in hand, goes for the shot, can't quite connect, will have to back off.
Just thwarts a little bit of opening util, and he's still somehow able to hold his own despite the close proximity that Infiltrator gets himself. Still, it's purely a vessel to get the rest of WU on site. They will make do with those pistols and clear out the front line first. Moves is still going. Palancito all alone with this Odin can clear out the entire wave, though, and turn this back to 6K's favor. That was a close one, though.
Ooh, Brock would be proud.
He's still got 7 Headhunter shots here. He can maybe make this work. Nobody's watching Spike directly. You know Moves is going to start by clear, and now he has the Guardian out. All right. Giving away noise.
Spike planted.
Yeah, now we see it's just a group up again. 6 Karma, a lot more comfortable when they can play together. Prowler might give Moves this position away.
You have no util other than the haunt here. Oh, there's the Gravnet. Never mind.
Oh, no.
Wow, that was so well tossed by OtaQ. Yeah, that's guaranteed. Fun attempt there by Moves. But, yeah, Broxito getting that mowdown with the Odin early on, turning this Seaside to butter. When you're not able to pack together like that with one of the Sentinels, it feels like one of the things that you'll kind of have to do is just kind of spray through the crowd.
Yeah, and once again, it was one of those moments, right, where you see Winthrop University, like, I love the just aggression that we see from them moving in. Glyph up top, kind of playing those tricky positions. So many members on that actual site, and yet, unless you got the good weaponry, you're gonna fall victim to the Odin pretty handily. As it's just going to be way too many bullets, not enough shields, to kind of give yourself really an opportunity to try and bring things around. So let's see what the answer is this time. Winthrop University coming in now. All the most expensive weapons in the game in their pockets. Moves with the operator in hand. Governor does have that Odin, and Ali, well, he's got a spray down.
Wow. And just finding that. Wow, WU really speedrunning this, aren't they? They've just found all those openers. Decent bit of trade back. Decent bit of noise making. Mephisto jump peeking to see how heavily WU commits to the door crunch now that they've packed themselves back in. And OtaQ's here ready to fight. That operator's spooky, isn't it? Oh, Glyph TP up. That's delayed, but Governor has the coverage. Mephisto versus 2. Oh, you've seen this man do all sorts of things like this in Latin America North before. Can he do it here?
Oh my goodness,
It's Governor Cito. Governor Broxito now. Everybody's loving the Odin, aren't we?
Now it's my turn to pull you back on the leash. Okay, you're getting too far away from the script here.
I'm doing great, man. I'm at the top of my game right now.
Oh boy. This worries me. But no, this time around, like, I think that was a really good round from Winthrop University. I do have to question whether or not they really wanted to stick that. When we come down to these individualistic styles between these two teams, where Six Karma are 100% going to play that one together, make sure that they can group up, do all that type of stuff. Winthrop University, they're going for those hero plays. They're going for those hero moments where we just see Governor walk out with the Odin ready to just kill the other person there. And especially when you're going up against Mephisto, that's one of those moments that I would have expected to group up, but nonetheless works out for Winthrop to kind of tie things up yet again. They have a couple of ultimates online here, namely Ali could potentially just yoink somebody out there, go fishing, pull somebody away, and that might be really good if Six Karma are not able to respond with their own.
And there it is. You found Josera, and no proper counter angle to stop him. But this is a very slim window for WU to actually press onto with. And so they'll use it to take the much weaker baby door. Every crack and crevice lined up, but the Nightfall in interception gives 6K their own opening and their own annihilation.
Oops.
Gets broken instantly, but the Haunt on top of that gives them a whole lot of intel to play off of. The Mephisto util into the 4K. What a display to completely clear this out. And it forces Glyph right back to that ace site, but Mephisto is running it down. He wants that ace. It won't be handed to him, and Glyph sees the opportunity. He's gonna TP all the way to C-site.
Boy, there's a real opportunity here. Glyph has been playing extremely well so far onto this map. 1v3 might be a little bit difficult. Once again, with the style that we've seen Six Karma play, they like to play nice and grouped up, nice and together, ready to trade off of things, and it will take a miracle for Glyph to pull this off.
To deny the ace like this with just one smoke in the tank that's already been used to delay an angle that isn't even getting approached, this feels impossible. This feels done. This still feels scary. Glyph first drop, finds one body! Are you joking? Altitude, one head, pops out again! Glyph does it!
There's no way!
That's just what Winthrop does!
Oh man. Glyph having his moment in the spotlight there. The rest of Winthrop University ready to stand up as well. Tap up their friend over there, but a crazy round nonetheless. Hey, you ever heard of these ultimate abilities? Well, that last round we saw so many of them just all being tossed out, and it's just down to Glyph. The map awareness, the just understanding where the players are going to be walking out for that 1v3 clutch. Ali on his feet. Let them know. Yeah, I was a coach, and yet we still win this one out. Winthrop University, they take the lead on this map.
He was a coach, by the way.
Oh,
You guys know that?
What? That's crazy.
You guys know you used to coach these guys?
I had no idea.
Oh, Zera! Finding another early angle on the mound, and it'll give him his TDF. That's the one win con that 6K can really grapple onto this round, and Winthrop are willingly walking into it after that opening kill. Oops, just wallbang through the rubble spot to get that?
Well, it didn't quite end up as a kill, and
Zera
just
do that
in the back right now. That could be very deadly, especially with the members of Six Karma ready at Waterfall to kind of cut Winthrop off.
Glyph is just holding down the site. They don't care. Raw dominance against the pistols. I don't even ask. Genuinely.
Throwing net.
Yeah, every other guarantee. 6K have so much more clearing to do. This is already like this is cooked.
Yeah, the weapon advantage, of course, win Winthrop University's hands, but Glyph kind of waking up right now, feeling like the raid boss on the side of Winthrop University. Definitely feeling it. Obviously, with that last clutch round has been so instrumental, but has been pretty consistently finding multi-kills for Winthrop, just playing off these tricky positions that Six Karma have not been checking, and as a result, falling victim to. So, excellent stuff going out from Glyph. This has been a huge wake-up from Glyph to make sure that Winthrop University continue to string these rounds together and potentially find themselves in that 2-0 scenario against Six Karma.
Cover going out.
Very crucial turning point here for Winthrop University to really start putting on the pressure. Oh, moves. There we go. All right. I want to speak momentarily to Sabor in particular, because there's something that we haven't gotten to highlight enough for him, which is that this position on his team has kind of been his like first foray into comp in general. Like this stint on 6 Karma has really been his first in Latin America at an Ascension tournament where just about everybody else has been floating in 2.5 for God knows how long. A remarkable gap in experience at first glance, but Sabor has I think really been making it up and doing a great job of allowing second chances for the rest of 6 Karma to try to renew these fights. I think it hasn't necessarily been the smoke timing. I think the paranoias have been a lot better and a lot more patient so far coming from him. I think we just need to see a little more ability to be as powerful as he is slippery, because he does a great job of getting out of fights, but he unfortunately has been just underperforming a little bit in them.
Yeah, and like the desk said, this has been a marathon match between these two teams. And trust me, as someone who's ran 2 marathons here, the most important thing is making sure that you keep that mental sharp. And while you can see some of these other players starting to go more into like autopilot, Sabor has been doing a really good job at still being disruptive, still trying to play that game, despite the fact that this has been such a lengthy endeavor for 6 Karma. And especially if they do win this map, they're going to be playing yet another map. And so that mental really has to stay nice and sharp and focused if they want to continue to potentially, once again, secure their spot right now, because all they need to do is win 1 map against Winthrop University, and then mathematically speaking, they find their spot in the play-ins.
So much at stake continuously after such a great start by 6K. Holding on as much as possible could be all they need to do. It might be all they can do. But the torch has not been passed to Winthrop yet. Those Talons still trying to scoop this map up to take this 2-0 and set themselves as that first seed of the GS.
All I'm thinking right now is, at the end of the day, these guys got to go back and do some homework.
Right. So much to prepare for after this is done, and so much you've already given away. 'Tis the life of a 3rd seed. Mephisto caught on the creep back. Yeah, Moves has made so much distance. That's a great first blood that guarantees this baby door for WU. They will waltz right in, keep Moves inserted here. Again, you know exactly what they're doing, and this time Sabor is able to cover it, but the setup onto B is crisp, and Infiltrator ahead of that mesh will get another gap in the frags.
This is going to be an interesting one. 3v4 here. Goes so low on HP, but does have a rifle.
Have to contest from such a distance here before you can actually get the fight started, but WU is compressed because of that. You find the right moment, you find everything, if you're either Otaku or Sabor. Ladder stick around a little bit longer. Yeah, no, you can't hold this anymore. No opportunity presented itself. And thus, it is 5-2. Oh, and losing another gun in the process. That is rough.
Oh, man. It felt like almost indecision on the side of 6 Karma that round. Not sure whether or not they really wanted to go in there, as Ali unfortunately gets caught in the spike explosion. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but I really have to say that felt like it was purely just the result of Infiltrator being so active on the map, especially when the spike goes down, immediately applying some of that other pressure. You can tell there's hesitation from 6 Karma. They're not able to properly group up and then play the game that they want to. They have to consistently be worried about Infiltrator just kind of finding a pick on that backside. And so the easier call is just to back up and save your weapon, because the Neon poses such a threat. And to be frank with you, Infiltrator really hadn't moved that much.
It's so true. Hasn't been too much of a shift just yet. And again, Winthrop, they're able to kind of bottle up those big slides that Infiltrator has been taking. The spear tip is staying in Winthrop's hands a little bit more often.
Uh-oh.
Same song and dance, but Infiltrator may have missed a step. That's okay. Oh, nice shot by Sabor. They have a little bit of a universal threat, actually.
Yeah, great stuff, though, from Winthrop University. Still being really active on the map right now. Look at that positioning from Moobs. Really denying anything going forwards. Of course, 6K. Going to be grouping up, moving through, but it's going to be that high-low.
Nothing out of the ordinary for either side at this point. The flow tree's already gone too far. We got to just rinse and repeat. As long as you get those kills, you can be satisfied. TDF is already drained as well, so. No cuts, no bruises, no scrapes, no problems. 4 stay standing.
Yeah, it almost looked too clean coming out from Winthrop on that post-plant positioning. I mean, obviously we talk about the strength of how they are positioning and like, oh yeah, look, Infiltrator being disruptive and all that type of stuff. But you can tell the protocols are definitely in place as well. They stack themselves up on that high-low. As soon as they feel a little bit of pressure, immediately you see the util come out. It's going to be a GravNet met by I think it was a stun that kind of flew out towards Waterfall, and then that buys just enough time to allow the players to back up into their secondary positions where they set up all those crossfires because they're just yielding the space for 6 Karma's utility. Just really well orchestrated and plotted out from Winthrop on the post plan.
Yeah, I think that was the slow zone from the TDF, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Mephisto, the GravNet! That's such a great gamble that Ali takes. And now there's no showstopper in this rifle round. No certainty of where Winthrop is going to push from here, but they can boost that A presence whenever they want to. Ozera, though, going to just move forward, try to get an angle that can't be covered. But that just means a Prowler can hunt you down instead. Infiltrator, good jump out to intimidate. Ooh. Nice dink before he dips away. But unfortunately, doesn't do all too much. And WU can, yeah, just swim the perimeter. Take over Baby Door again. Moobs finally getting his as he's held this opening for so damn long. And we take the fountain again.
Spike planted.
And yet again, it's so difficult for 6 Karma to try and retake this. Still a lot of angles and a lot of utility in front of them that can prevent them from even moving in. Like, look at this crossfire over towards A. They're making sure the chamber can't even get a foot in the door, let alone that barrier mesh. And it's one of those moments, once again, 6 Karma, they just decide, okay, let's save the rifles. This is very quickly starting to snowball for Winthrop University. Their sunset plan their Lotus plan feels really well thought out.
Yeah, it's a black hole we see these defensive teams enter all too often on Lotus, where you have so much that you've saved, so much that you've played conservatively with up until you actually dump onto such a small site that feels so pointless to reapproach when you're from a deficit. 6 Karma, very much so, now that without that operator as well. Another big reset, Winthrop University. I mean, if you can get a big enough gap here, it feels so much stronger than the 9-3 on the previous map that they were able to come back from did. I mean, even just a 10-2 feels so much more insurmountable here on Lotus when you have so many other tools to like play preventatively. One barrier mesh, one paranoia that WU plays right, and you're screwed.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like Winthrop University have just been doing an amazing job of keeping Mephisto honest. Obviously, Mephisto, the player that we were expecting to highlight a lot on the side of 6 Karma, it genuinely feels like just consistently is getting caught up in the Winthrop University utility trap and then forced to take a gunfight against the members where Mephisto just immediately dies. There's been multiple rounds now where we see Mephisto be the first pick, and so a lot of that raised pressure, a lot of that duelist just survivability just gets completely taken off, allowing Winthrop University such an easier time to go in onto those sites, and then they trickle into their post-plant protocol, which once again, I think has just been looking immaculate on Lotus thus far.
Couldn't agree more. It feels like they have endless resources to work with to continue maintaining advantage. One that feels far too steep for 6 Karma to even justify trying to conquer. And those first bloods that you get when you're in those positions where you're caught early off of something like a GravNet, off of something like a purely peeking off Optif, off of moves, holding that angle so classically for so long. 6 Karma's endurance test is starting to wean on them. You can see the cracks starting to show, but still, an attack have to get to after this and a couple more rounds of defense to play through. Ozera, tough call to make already after getting caught by the Haunt, but the GravNet tossed out by O2Q does give him some time and space to play with before TPing away.
This is kind of crazy. This is the first time we really see Winthrop be so gung-ho to move in onto A, and it's the time that we see a 2-tap.
Runs right into the trademark, and Josera has such an easy time just holding the line. Winthrop University stopgap. They try the alternative path. It's the door, and it's Governor taking over. But no tree commitment. The snake into the connector still just feels too juicy. But this time it's Mephisto holding it close. Where, oh where do WU decide to tail now? The smoke out from Sabor preventing the trademark from catching him. And so a backstab that may not be checked at the right time as the door is burned away by Mephisto, and OTQ finds the angle to backstab as well. Perfect timing on all cylinders from 6K. And 2 Sheriffs remain standing in this round. With Governor, Mr. Worldwide, having to take that circumnavigation back through the steps. OTQ, it's 3 for him. It's 3 for 6 Karma. It's a real game again.
Oh, does Governor get the Mr. Worldwide title just because he's been bouncing around the region so much? Is that the reason why?
He's fighting for VCT region number 3 right now, dude. Are you kidding me? Mr. 305.
But yeah, that time around, like, it just felt like it was all on that individual play, because as soon as we see the double tap come through, Winthrop University look like they're just caught in a trap. They don't know really how to walk out of there. And of course, the trademark missing that flank more or less seals the nail in the coffin. So 6 Karma, they get themselves up to 3 rounds. And let's see if they're able to get any more here, as Palancito is able to find Infiltrator right off the bat. Glyph going down as well.
Oh, what a weird off jump to take with the showstopper. But again, it feels like Mephisto just hitting that trigger finger when he smells blood in the water, and 6 Karma try to get that feeding frenzy going, but WU was not committal enough to any specific angle to lose more than 1 at a time. Still though, losing Infiltrator and Glyph so damn early on, with no real punishment coming through, and Mephisto was barely touched. And Ozera barely had to move back after that first opening peek. WU still stuck in spawn at the moment. The think tank has to try to stop this gap from being closed early on.
This is so interesting. I mean, Moob's on the other side of the map, trying to find an off angle while Ali and Governor gonna be going in, and Annihilation gets popped here, but not able to find anything. Sabor finds the headshot though.
But Moobs was not caught by that Prowler that was launched out over on C main, and so he's been able to walk into Waterfall completely unchecked. Meanwhile, Governor is going to tap the spike on the B site. Oh, this is disgusting from Moobs, but he's got an operator. He can't do a thing. It's got to be Governor with the Odin. And it's got to be 2 more from him as well. The paranoia into the TP so that Sabor doesn't sell his position. He'll play from Mound as Governor plants back sight. But doesn't duck into the hole. It's a 9 falls towards main before it's even held. Now he holds the spike. Where does he turn? Where does he guess? Jozera late with this operator. Sabor loses the first duel but stays alive, and Ozera able to come in. A little too messy from Governor, and unfortunately, there was not that much room for error at the end of the day. You love to see the game plans coming through, but simply put, 6K had far too much to manage that time around.
Yeah, and this time around, like, we're seeing Mephisto be a lot more careful about that positioning, and we're already seeing kind of the impact that the Raze staying alive really just impacts the rest of the game there. Of course, now we're seeing the individual talents of the 6 Karma players coming alive. Governor almost making a good run at it, but you're going up against Zero with an operator. You're not gonna really come out on top of that one. And Moob's missing, unfortunately. It's pretty critical shots to potentially have turned things around. And yet, here we go. 1 more round left in this half. Winthrop University would love to get to 8. 6 Karma, they find 5. That comeback is very much underway.
Yeah, big Fulcrum round for both sides. First bit of real Odin spamming we've seen in the A door, and it will net out the peak from Moob, stopped by Ozera. Now a Nightfall onto a big stack on the tree. 6K quick to the punch to keep WU from trying to twist this knife in what would be an effective 4v2. Especially since Palancito already got dragged down to 58 with that Odin chunk. But Governor doing a little bit more, finishing off the health pool. Now Palancito in danger with his own Odin. Glyph pushes it, and WU holds down the site again. Mephisto now boxed away with the help of the barrier mesh, and you've got to hold that war on 2 fronts. Ozera now with the sandwich. Double Senti coming back through the courtyard. They have 2 different ways of hitting this link head on, but they've got to burn the mesh first. Tree door hit. Annihilation out, trying to find the bubble. As Mephisto makes that ground. Grabnet does not slow anybody down. O2Q, great patience to catch Glyph. Grabnet on top of it. Ozera holds down the angle. 3v2 now, effectively. Governor holding down with his own, and Mephisto sprays him. Just 1 to go. Infiltrator from the drop. Mephisto toying with him. So much more space for the remainder. And he's holding that spike. Infiltrator for 1. O2Q's head goes down. Ozera on 1. Infiltrator on 1.
Gotta go.
Who wins the psychological battle? It's Infiltrator! A clutch to take him to 8!
We love to see Infiltrator kind of pop off like that. I was going to say, given the amount of time that it took for 6Karma to slowly make their retake on, time was really starting to clown. And, you know, at that point, Winthrop University, they just need to stay alive long enough, just be disruptive enough to be able to win that one out. I thought the retake from 6Karma was looking pretty tight with the ultimate and the utility usage, but unfortunately, they just weren't fast enough. And then Infiltrator able to just make sure that there is no opportunity whatsoever to make it happen. And so we do find ourselves at this 8-4 half, but 6Karma not out of this one just quite yet.
While Brazil's best is waiting in the wings for which team will have to be pressured, we also have Brazil's rest in the audience. We got Corinthians TKZine on the floor with an interview.
Valorant brasileiro, TKZine, que amassou agora no Challengers. Vamos falar um pouquinho sobre isso. Trouxe o fã-clube também aqui atrás. E é o seguinte, me dê uma palavra de alento, de calma, mano, porque a 6Karma tem que ganhar, mano.
Mano, então, o 6Karma voltou agora um pouquinho, tem que garantir esse pistol aí pra facilitar nossos companheiros da rede, né? Tem que facilitar o caminho pra eles, pô, pra vir chegando agora e depender só deles, não de mais ninguém.
Você esperava essa Winthrop com um nível tão forte, uma resiliência muito forte também?
Não, acho que a 6Karma veio pra surpreender também. Eu acho que a Winthrop veio pra... Como posso dizer? Eles estão... Eu acho que o nervosismo deles não bateu pra eles, mas pra 6Karma sim, um pouco.
Talvez um pouquinho do cansaço, enfim, não sabemos. Eu quero saber de você, mano, porque ano que vem vai mais uma vez Challengers Brasil tentar chegar aqui nesse Ascension, ou já estão começando a conversar, aquele passarinho que de repente fala uma coisa ali?
Eu não sei de nada, a única coisa que eu sei é que eu quero jogar um campeonato, mas agora fofoquinha, não posso falar nada não, tudo no secreto.
Se esse aqui não jogar o campeonato ano que vem, eu sou completamente maluco. De volta aí com vocês.
TKZine having some high hopes for both of these teams, seeing the energy that these players are still liable to have, and it's true, anybody here could pop off at any given moment despite how long 6K is playing and how much pressure has been put on Winthrop University. It is truly anybody's game. As we take it to the second half, 6Karma potentially with all the momentum in the world to gain on their attack half.
And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really impressed with how Governor has been starting to fit in with Winthrop University. When they first announced that Governor was being brought into the roster, it looked a little dicey to say the least, but as time has gone on, it really feels like Winthrop are very comfortable with Governor as a part of their squad. Currently playing and top of the kill feed right now with 11 kills just alongside Glyph. Governor with Winthrop University has really started to work together, and I love to see my guy pop off like that. So it is really nice to see Winthrop putting these pieces together.
Gravnets tossed in tandem early on here in the courtyard, and Peloncito and Mephisto sense that is an opportunity to gain that extra space off rip. And they'll in fact pressure both of these A-site doors. Make WU guess early. And speaking of early, how about that trademark to keep Hosera with this lurk as well? Moobs is so boxed out at the moment. WU with the 3-stack ready to prong the fight. Whoops. Oh, that's a tough meeting, Ali. Subwar has tree for free, turn onto the door. It's a 2-piece for 2-piece. But 6K, with the help of the barrier mesh, can isolate away A-site, and now Hosera with that lurk is getting all of the damage he needs. Moves on the chase down, forces him to make a call, and Governor will eventually stop that. So it will be a 2v2, and the barrier mesh has actually slowed down the street push exponentially. So 6Karma don't have too much room to play off of this plant, but they have just enough.
See how they want to do it 2v2 here, Governor and Moobs. Feeling pretty good this game. Let's see if they can make magic happen again and win this pistol round, which would be great for Winthrop University.
First Prowler tossed in by Governor. Extension out the door from O to Q. Leaving Subwar by himself, and Moobs approaching the fight alone. Now the double swing from 6Karma in the 2v1. Very well paced in such a pressure cooker of a situation for 6Karma taking that pistol.
And once again, 6Karma, a necessary step for them to slowly walk their way back into this map here. Yeah, that barrier mesh by Ali, sure, it was like, oh no, I died, but it really slowed things down and gave enough time for the rest of Winthrop University to be good about it. But once again, when it just comes down to the stack-ups, I really like the way that Six Karma are playing. They've always got somebody swinging off of each other if they're not swinging together. It almost feels like maybe they were doing some practice after school or something, just like, all right, now swing together. 1, 2, 3, swing. Because that feels so solid from this team.
You think they do like school sanctioned stuff, like ropes courses and stuff? Like the team bonding exercises? Oh, Cliff staying close and personal with this pistol, gets a crunch, and lets Infiltrator. That was a nasty one. Always the ecos, never the antis, huh? Now the double piece onto Oda Q. The pressure just keeps mounting in the strangest of positions, and they found the guy who isn't holding the gun. Hosera with a Phantom versus the world.
Well, gonna have to go back and work on those synchronized stepping, I guess, because Winthrop University looking so clean with it that time. They just simply overwhelm with a tide of bodies. Rain of bullets. Make sure that works out. Hosera, though, does have a Phantom. And look at those HP pools. Definitely possible.
Certainly if you find a stack. There's one, Hosera! 1v2, 1v1, he finds everything, Governor! Edging it out, 7 bullets for Hosera, he makes it work! No anti-pistol for you.
I am speechless at that. Like, surely Winthrop University knew that he was going to have a Phantom in his hands, right? But the outplaying that kind of goes on there, the aggression we see Hosera just use, it's absolutely beautiful. It's immaculate. Completely just dismantles any of the momentum that Winthrop University had put together. Watch this, like, immediately just teleports up top, ready for the swing round, so aware of every single angle, getting a 4K to inject a little bit of life, inject a little bit of momentum back into Six Karma off his feet. An unbelievable play.
Once again, up close and personal early on, moves the first to meet the threat this time, and he'll get shredded. WU pack back up, take over one sightline. Dealing with that lurker, Hosera is gone. Big bonus potential here if Six Karma can pack back up. Very early barrier mesh to make sure that WU can stack up nice and early, but the reactive fight is non-existent now because Six Karma still have so much room to trek.
Yeah, the barrier mesh does go down, so enables another avenue here. But yeah, now at this point, like, Palencito has to do a good job of clearing things out just because they've yielded all that space. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, they're grouping up. They're doing their best Six Karma impression. Ready to take kind of the initiation when it happens at them. We're seeing that Governor and Infiltrator stack walk together, ready for these plays. Well, actually, nothing is going to be really happening over towards that B site. So instead, it's going to be a free site take for Six Karma. They will be able to get that spike down nice, clean, and easy.
30 seconds left.
Palencito just following the crowd back as Six Karma will set up all that deadlock util. Plant for the mound as well. And no one from WU is going to be able to backstab. This has so much potential for Six Karma to go for a breakaway off rip here. What are the linchpins? It's got to be the haunt on the corner here, right? Oh no, it's the C's. Sabor blinded. Mephisto not! 2 down. That's another paint shell in the tank. He can start waltzing around this site. And the rest of 6K can kind of lay back a little bit as the time ticks away. Still, though, WU crunching. Walls are closing. Mephisto holds it down still on these boxes. Glyph has to do it. And Mephisto is the raid boss of the round to give Six Karma the bonus.
And once again, we're seeing one of those reasons that you could tell Winthrop University had so much success when they were on the attack, setting up those traps for Mephisto, making sure that the Rays cannot get active, because you let that Rays get active, well, you get one of these types of rounds. Mephisto finding an unbelievable amount of value on this one. 4 kills, bringing it back. Once again, further riding off the confidence that was set by Hosera on that last round. The 2-star players that we were looking forward to seeing on Six Karma really flexing themselves on this one. Hosera goes in for a shot, but not able to secure that kill.
And already the walls are closing in this time as WU sense that blood in the water that they can try to munch on. Ali giving away a pistol, so has to take the pot shots early on. And now the grab net tossed in. I think Infiltrator was caught by that, so he's got to stick this for at least a moment. Six Karma in the meantime. Now that that chaos has all been said and done, surely we feel a little more confident just kind of walking around the rest of the map, right? Well, there is still moves that has not been accounted for yet. Holding down that C main with a couple shots in that Headhunter.
That honestly buys so much room and so much space. Boob's gonna be able to escape here, but at least they know where things are going. They just gotta watch out for Gozera, who spotted out a foot, but misses both those shots. So yeah, the rundown will make sure that actually this is coming out all Winthrop University's side.
Yeah, tough checkpoint to establish there, and Winthrop can just overwhelm it. So that is some decent guns going the way of Winthrop here, as the spike will not go down just yet. Subor trying to get ahead of things, and with the one-way smoke, just forces a reposition for moves. That's rough, buddy. And that's probably the round said and done. No, yeah, Peloncito. Okay. Talk it. And that's a gap that's really starting to get set up here by 6K as they'll tie us up at 8.
Yeah, I mean, the comeback is looking more and more real. Even with those initial picks there, it was looking like Winthrop University should have been able to get it, but Peloncito alongside Mephisto just locked that site down completely. And 6 Karma, they're ready. They're raring to go yet again. They know that that map 3 is looking more and more like a good possibility. At this point, Winthrop University, they will be taking that time out. Pause the momentum for a second. You know, things have not been going their way on the second half of the map. Cool off the heads a little bit and figure out what to do, because if they can secure this win, that would make things so much easier, given the fact that Winthrop still have one more match to go after this.
Yeah, it definitely would be better for Winthrop to just get this out of the way now. Same kind of mentality as 6 Karma when they cleared out their first matchup against Red Canids. To make that last match as little of a variable as possible would be really nice. In the meantime, if Winthrop end up winning this map and then just take one more, then they'll be the only safe team. Same kind of position that 6 Karma's in right now. So, tough position for everyone at the moment as things are so dang close. And yet you see Winthrop just smiling the whole way through. You know, look at Governor, absolute vibes merchant, having the time of his life here.
Well, to be fair, Governor probably is the most used to kind of this stage, having played in all of the different VCTs on a stage. You know the presence, you know the hype, you know how to work up the crowd. And well, 6 Karma coming to this next round. 4 ultimates online. Don't mind that Bucky from Yoa, because we will be actually seeing Tour de Force going to be in full effect here as Infiltrator this time around, looking to get away from things, able to sidestep the Annihilation. That is really important.
What? That was correctly guessed in everything. Damn shame for 6K. An empty ultimate and now nothing to work off of. Oh, but Infiltrator's just gonna walk up to this. Support the timing, come on, dude. The script feels a little too real for this round.
Man.
Infiltrator will just keep walking on. Hey, he hasn't learned a thing yet, has he? Oh, now he knows so much. Buy TDF, buy Lurk, buy any opportunity to go anywhere else this match. You've got to commit to this A push. And Oda Q is down as well. Recycle the smoke and try your hand at this lesser pathway. Mephisto can't make headway through the baby door. Peloncito has to spray through to try to make the dent through tree. And the Nightfall will fall onto one deaf ear. It will have to be Peloncito in the 1v3.
30 seconds
Crumbling down is this attack that just felt like the fates were against it this time around. And Winthrop have the lead back.
Valorant timing on display in full effect right there. Oh, the slip through. And honestly, that is what really seals the nail on the coffin. Exactly like you said, the fact that Infiltrator goes into the back line puts all the pressure. Suddenly they have to commit to here. Mephisto sure has been able to pull off magic, but not able to do it that time. Just too many cards stacked against 6 Karma. And a much needed round from Winthrop University. That is the first round that they have won on this attack. Of course, last time we saw them climb back up from 9-3. They're starting out by winning 5 rounds in a row, but this time around, they stopped it a little bit early. Winthrop University, a lot going on. Annihilation comes through. Saborz is going to get grabbed.
And that lands. No immediate availability, so it'll just get shot back down. The pack is here, but Winthrop now knows that, so they can play a little farther back on top of their own utility. Still, though, Moves is staying put. Infiltrator staying put. Glyph gonna finally try to play for that centrality. Try to placate the stack. That looks like it'll migrate to B once more.
It's so slow and cautious. Still a minute left on the clock here. Mephisto, tip the spear. Still has those paint shells available. But look at the angle that Moobs is holding with that operator.
Paranoia will give away Glyph's position temporarily here. But if it hits enough, does it really matter? No one's going to be prompted to move in on that. Yeah, Moobs doesn't get a single player until he would hate it. 6K, they won't even go for the opportunistic blow against it. They'll just take the A site and the grab net. Traps Ali. Very well taken. And Glyph very much in front of this to try to get some gap back, especially after hearing that audio right in the muck in front of him, but he can't land anything, and so has to back out to try to go for fight number 2.
3v5 on this
you can't
scenario.
even...
Cover going out.
They're out of there.
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, there's too much utility in front of them that they were willing to necessarily engage with it. Given the fact that Moobs also has that operator, the economy not looking the best, they will be able to buy up nice and easy onto this next round, but they decide to play it safe instead. Drained out a couple of the ultimates there. Just call that one a win, save your money, and go again on to that next round. No need to throw your lives away and lose even further money if you want to keep that economic advantage.
So much of this stage of the game being dictated by just who gets the bright idea first, who gets that light bulb moment. Whether it's finding the right shred through the wallbang spots on stairs or rubble, or even the off angles on the boxes behind the mound. Those punishes of, like you said, those attempted hero plays, soft hero plays, have been pretty massive here. And in turn, missing those punishes has also paid off dividends. If these teams have an idea and have room to work with it, it's going to work.
Ooh. See what we've got this time around. It is actually a Moobs early kill, so Mephisto gets taken off the chessboard very early on, which is exactly what you want for Winthrop University. This is why they've been sending Moobs out so early. Try and find that easy, nice, quick kill, and then back out. Let the rest of the squad regroup. But my eyes are looking on the other side. Ozera, unchecked, has to back off onto B. But still, given the fact the bigger mesh is up on the A side for Winthrop University, the reinforcements are going to be nice, quick, and easy. And they will be able to approach this retake whenever they need to.
It's a great long-term game plan. They've been conditioning the mound presence so long that Moobs just holding the door is almost unorthodox at this point. So he's able to get that freebie without getting really hard checked. Ah, great grab net to stall, though. 6K is kind of able to keep him stuck here. It's got to be 2 angles. It's got to be Infiltrator on the slide, and he's good for his opener. Ollie stalled with the stun, but no longer. Now WU going to try to condense and compress. Soda Q on the boxes. Great. Reflexes there. Good for a second on the boxes, but eventually the crowd is cleared. WU have enough to offer to the problem, and they will hit double digits first here on Lotus.
Push a button.
And once again, we're seeing some of those Winthrop University clean retakes coming through. Looking so coordinated, like they know exactly how they want to approach that site and make sure that they push in together, ready to kind of take it. And it's all off the back of some of the excellent just like practice that you can tell the squad has kind of been going for. Obviously, Six Karma, they're doing a good job on their own, but it really just feels like the protocols for the retake are definitely more online. And so 10-9, as close as ever between these two teams currently. But still, we keep on going. Winthrop University 3 rounds away from ending this series early, while Six Karma 4 rounds away from getting out that map number 3. Wow. They're under a lot of pressure and succumbs.
Yeah, there's usually going to be an Odin there. And that TP spot has been checked already. Again, feels like the homework wasn't necessarily done by Ozera there. Oh, Moobs, that's gross. And the attempted TP in, Sabor makes it work, Moobs. 2 sides of the same coin, my friend. So we got a 3v4 on the attack. Seaside has been taken over at a blistering pace. The stack from WU's already here. Prowler into Paranoia, into Sabor, once again running away and setting up the smoke behind him. But the entire stack continues to chase it down with such force and speed and aggression. Nightfall on top of it, and now the overdrive. Sabor has the first, has that Neon gone, has that ulti out of the way, but still 2v3 for this retake. 6K have so much velvet rope to churn through, and Glyph is dealt with one. Mephisto, first refrag, Spike well protected, wall banged, but it can't be hit. Mephisto walled away, and the double stack is able to manage. WU make it 11-9.
Wow, great stuff coming in on that retake there. I mean, you see them flood in, and once again, I am so impressed with how they want to play this. And you can tell, once again, they're leaning into that infiltrator, just kind of run in there, hope for the best style. And then the rest of Winthrop University can just kind of flood in and play it a little bit more after that first initial layer of defense has been more or less broken down. Excellent usage of the utility as well to flush out some of those corners. And then Mephisto in almost an impossible task to make that one happen. And yeah, that's going to be Winthrop University getting now to 11. 2 more rounds, and they are ready to go to the next matchup. Let's see how this one plays out. Six Karma, no strangers to these Thrifties. Sabores will have a rifle, has that Phantom in hand, well, a couple of Stingers, then of course a Sheriff and a Headhunter ready to go on the side of Six Karma, looking for those early 1 pickoffs.
Yet again, brazen. Yet again, broken. He just stands in the face of it all. And the stack will come to respond. Glyph with the smoke, very close to this. He might just paranoia on the swing. They want to condition as many intimidating factors as possible. Yozera has drifted above this mesh, and Ali, tossing out that sensor, will give himself away. That's OdaQ using his Annihilation to maybe sell the push a little harder. So the stack from WU is here, but a perfect grab net from Ali gives him 2. And the slowdown.
What's important there, though, is they're able to get the information, specifically where that spike is going. Now Governor ready for it, understanding that Infiltrator, just on the other side, should catch some of this aggression. And if they don't, then they know that they're going to be coming in here and not expecting the Governor just on the other side. At least able to get one on the way down. Mephisto's still alive as well.
Yeah, what you have to do at that point, you're willing to let go of one more person. It's got to be Mephisto, as OdaQ holds down the spike.
Spike planted.
It's got to be Mephisto making the space with the Stinger. Getting that opening frag onto Glyph. Giving him that extra angle, that extra rifle. Glyph manages. OdaQ, so much to manage. And he has to go forward on top of it. No util to help him out. And Infiltrator makes it trivial with the slide. Winthrop University have 3 rounds of match point to themselves.
Yeah, and once again, this is just so well orchestrated from Winthrop University. Putting aside the gun differential, of course, the way that they just kind of are playing the mind games and the little micro plays that kind of go on here. Ali stepping out here, gets that information that that's where they're going. Once again, the setup, allowing the players to be the information, allows Governor to get a nice, cheeky, easy kill. And then the flood in from 3 different angles. The coordination is coming through. Communication, sure, that's been really good, but you know these players just feel so comfortable playing off of one another. And so Winthrop University find themselves at map point. Ali will have the Annihilation online, Mephisto coming in with the showstopper, and Mephisto has just been shining on this half. Has to make magic happen if Six Karma want a chance for map 3.
It's got to be a big crowd shutdown, but the crowd goes the other way from Winthrop. The showstopper is launched by Mephisto, but it's a split decision, and Infiltrator gets 2 in the process. And the crowd is still here, cheering for their own victory that feels imminent. But 6K still have the space to roam back and try again, but with so much less proactive util. No paranoia, no smokes for Sabor. They've got to wait for quite some time to get the cycle going again. And in the process, WU can do so much extra clearing. Ali slowly walking forward on his mesh, making sure no one gets the early roam. And with that B shot out, it's clear.
Bring them down.
Keep in mind, Annihilation still a tool available for Ali, and yeah, it's coming out now.
Governor just spraying it through. Sabor, proactive.
Spike down, B.
Nips it in the bud. Ali, next boss! And he deals with it swiftly. Six Karma were the first to have a chance at sealing their fate in the Swiss stage today. That honor now falls to Winthrop University as they will win their first of 2 matches today.
And that has got to be a lot of pressure for Six Karma because unfortunately their fate is now out of their hands. Winthrop University coming out on top. The NA representatives in this play-ins looking as clean as ever. And sure, they had a little bit of a rough start, but boy, did they pull their strats together. Everything was looking good coming in from these teams. And well, that's not to put any shame to Six Karma as well. But that first map, that really went the distance and really would have taken its toll. But an excellent job between these 2 teams with such similar play styles. And that was one of the better matches of VALORANT I think I've ever casted.
100%. That was a true banger, and Six Karma brought the heat continuously. tripping up Winthrop at every turn, but the Comeback Kings just keep on coming back. And they'll come right back to this stage for their second match. Just one map they need to win to guarantee their position in this Swiss stage in their next match against Red Canids. And man, all eyes have got to be on that Brazilian squad. They've had the rest time. They have that one loss already on the board. It is all on them to make up that gap here in the group stage to keep their Ascension dreams alive.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this one goes. But honestly, right now, Six Karma as well as Winthrop University have the chance to secure their spots. Well, Balls in Red Canids court. They have to make that happen if they want to secure a spot in the Ascension tournament. But only one way to find out how that one's going to shake out.
Sure is. We'll see you after the break when the desk talks about this last match. We have one more best of 3 for y'all.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Trot Shin, and then there was Trust into Aya.
Going to the big Tron!
It's a 2-0 for Winthrop University, and we didn't know what was going to happen. There was a scenario where things got a little messy going into that third series, but Winthrop University, they were able to close it out and make it very clean. Roy, we talked about this map for them. We talked about how it was not their map pick, but they knew exactly how to close it out with this new composition.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving their new style, to be honest. I like the moves on the chamber. I think like that opens up Infiltrator to kind of do his thing, be chaotic, be sort of sporadic, and kind of do his own little micro thing. And I feel like the dynamic is opened up so much where you get to see Ali on the deadlock as well. And they just, guys, it feels like they have so many tools to work with on every level. And on top of that, you have such insane composure that is consistently being shown by Winthrop University, even when they lose double thrifties. Even when they lose rounds, they shouldn't be losing like a 1v4. They still bounce back instantly. They don't let these matches slip away, and I think that speaks to the level of locked in that they are for this event.
Yeah, the protocoling was really nice from them. I felt like Glyph was always there to be like a supporting character, whether it was for moves or infiltrator, being like the reactive util person there with the paranoia to off the contact of usually moves like on that op when he's getting flooded. It was just really well done. Also, like that insane 1v4 that we saw from Glyph in, what was it, like round 5 or something like that? Something that he should not have won at all. Like his calling was good. I think Glyph, this has always been one of my favorite maps to watch him on as well, with how like aggressive he'll get like at times and the risks that he'll take on that Omen. But overall, just a really nice game coming out from Winthrop. Do want to give credit to the side of Six Karma, though. I think that they did have some good ideas coming into it. We saw like insane value constantly coming from like the utility that Mephisto was throwing out there as well with those nades.
Yep.
But overall, Winthrop, I think they just played better Valorant today.
And I think a kind of a sort of a key ingredient for their success was the openers, right? It felt like Moves was doing a fantastic job being annoying with the operator. He's finding so many timings the same way he did in the first map as well. And then when it came down to the openers, they were just so on top of the early rounds. And then he found them in so many situations where, like, you see it's a 5v4 or 4v3 for Winthrop University. They're getting the openers, and they're also, consistently trading out and making sure when they're transition to that late round where it gets, a little crazy, they're always up. And, despite them not having like crazy conversion rates, this still speaks so much to their early round success.
It's really cool to see as well. I mean, you saw in the openings, and we talked about it as well when we talked about moves before coming into this matchup, what he's able to do, no matter what agent he's playing, but you really got the chance to see it as they swap to this composition with the Chamber 2. But for Winthrop University, they just played one match. They got a 2-0, but it's not over just yet. Just like Six Karma just did, Winthrop University is going to play one extra match, and they can be that team that could be undefeated, could go 4-0 and immediately make it to the official Ascension that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Ash, what is your prediction? I mean, Winthrop University, they're looking really, really good at it. I think they can absolutely make it happen.
I think that they definitely can. And I feel like looking at how they were handling the way that Six Karma were playing, and then also knowing how they've played against a variety of teams within VCL NA, I think that they have just so much adaptability and will be able to like respond effectively up against Red Canids in the match that we're going to see coming up next. To me, I think the pressure is more on Red Canids with the fact that they haven't had a net win so far today, and we were struggling to see those adaptations come through in that Six Karma game. I think the pressure is definitely on them.
Well, I know that we just saw Winthrop University win against Six Karma, but Six Karma just finished playing their 2 matches of today. So now we have an interview ready with Peloncito to talk about what it was today and maybe the chances that he has of making it through. Peloncito, first of all, congratulations on that first win. That second one maybe didn't go your way, but tell me a little bit about the preparation coming into this tournament, knowing that every region has their own different style. What do you feel about your preparation that was successful and maybe lacking a little bit today?
Sí, la verdad la preparación, o sea, fue la misma en general para más o menos, o sea, nos concentramos mucho en nuestro juego más que en el de los rivales. Si bien es verdad, hicimos obviamente adaptaciones para jugar cada uno de las diferentes regiones, obviamente. Creo que nos focusamos más en el partido contra Red Canids. Sí dejamos de lado un poquito más el de Winthrop porque de cierta manera ya conocemos el playstyle, ¿no? La manera de jugar de NA. Entonces nos preparamos mucho para la manera directa, ¿no? Un poquito más de pegue de los de Brasil, y creo que se nos descuidó como esa parte en NA. Entonces pues sí, obviamente nos concentramos en lo nuestro, pero la preparación sí fue un poquito más para los de BR, y creo que eso nos pesó hoy, la verdad.
Vale. Yeah, he's saying that the preparation, mainly it stayed the same of everything that they've been doing, playing their own game, but at the same time, when it came down to focusing on countering other teams or understanding what the way that they're doing it, they definitely focus a lot more on Red Canids. It's a team that they're a lot more familiar with, and that meant that they, in a way, left the studying of Winthrop University behind, and that is something that showed a little bit in the match today. I also want to ask you about coming into this event as well. I've seen you grow throughout the years as that initiator player that back then you were, the rookie, that star that we knew in Challengers, and now you're that IGL, that leader that is a difference maker as well. So if anything, because we don't know who is really going to make it through, how do you see your evolution as a player, and what would it mean for you to make it even further in Ascension?
Sí, la verdad, como que estar acá es como una recompensa, por así decirlo, después de tantas cosas que he pasado. Este torneo, por así decirlo, significa para mí como esa chance que me faltó, de cierta manera, y probarme, obviamente, como IGL y como iniciador en un nivel un poquito más alto, ya con la experiencia que tengo, ¿no? Siento que los primeros internacionales que tú dijiste cuando era un rookie, me faltó mucha confianza, me faltaron ciertas cosas y quería, ¿no? Me dieron esas ganas como de, tengo que sacarme esa espina de no haber podido como hacer todo lo que yo quería hacer en esos torneos, y siento que este torneo significa eso para mí, ¿no? Al menos individualmente, y obviamente, o sea, como equipo anhelamos mucho seguir jugando, seguir probándonos, seguir
Claro.
en todos los partidos que podamos, y obviamente la meta es ganar, ¿no?
Yeah. Talking about the evolution, he's mentioning that being here just feels like a reward, thinking about the years back when he was a rookie, when he was making it to a few internationals for challengers. Something that he was lacking was some of that confidence that now he's able to have and be able to prove himself not only as a great initiator, but also as a great IGL. So it would mean a lot for the team to be able to make it forward. Is, of course, that dream that they have. Esto es todo lo que tengo. Muchas gracias, Peloncito. Vamos a ver qué pasa para la última serie. And going back to us, this is everything that we have for this series, but if you missed out a little bit of what was going on, we have one more series to go, and anything can happen, anything can make it, any team can get eliminated as well. So we're going to throw a break, and we'll be right back.
Kalunga atrás da orelha do time do Corinthians.
Oh my goodness, I'm a governor!
We have one more match to go for this Ascension Plains. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. I'm your host, Riot, joined by Roy and Ash. And guys, it's getting pretty intense because this match can mean anything for any of these three teams. For Red Canids, they have to win 2-0 if they want to have a chance to make it, but it also depends on a little bit of the round differential. And Winthrop, even though they just won the last match, they want to make sure that they secure not only enough rounds, but ideally one map, maybe secure everything. Again, any of the teams can make it to move forward to that next phase. And Roy, that adds so much more pressure, especially for the side of Red Canids.
Yeah, there's a ton of pressure on them now. They literally have to be lights out, guys. They can't drop a map, and not only can they not drop a map, but they kind of need to be clean even in both of those maps. They have to just be kind of perfect. And I feel like that adds so much pressure, and it's going to get into their heads about, like, mistakes and making sure they're not like overextending and kind of like minimizing risk. But I feel like this is a game of risk, right? Like, fortune favors the bold in these kinds of games, in these high pressure moments. And Winthrop are they're sitting nice from where they're at, and they're coming off a nice clean win. I mean, it wasn't that clean, but it was still a win nonetheless. But yeah, it's a ton of pressure on Red Canids right now.
I don't know what is going to happen as well because, yeah, like you said, one thing is the mentality that teams have of, let's take it one round at a time, even if things are going wrong, even if you have to make a comeback. But you're going into the series knowing that you have to play perfect Valorant to have a chance as well. So it is not a situation that any team would like to be with, but it's kind of the consequences that you have to face after losing that opening series, Ash.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of pressure, but these are seasoned players, right? My expectation is that they should be able to handle this. I think, again, we did see glimpses of great ideas in that matchup up against 6 Karma, despite the fact that it was a very clean 2-0 for 6K. And you're taking a look at this roster, I think, again, there is going to be a lot of that pressure on FRZ. We highlighted him earlier, and he wasn't hitting the expectations that we had, knowing his gameplay historically, right? And that's going to be really important. Again, we were talking about moves so much in the last matchup, and FRZ was really struggling in those engagements that he had, usually up against Hosera. So I'll be really interested to see that. RGL Meister has also had some really cool moments. I think the Harbor was working well on Abyss for those the first portion of the initial half. It's just all about, I think, taking a little bit more control, playing a little bit more risky on the side of Red Canids. And I'm wondering if that is going to be a pivot that they're going to be capable of making after having a couple hours of break.
Listen, guys, FRZ was just saving himself for this third series. Okay, he's about to go full activate. I know he didn't really show up in the first match. Okay, and I did say he was my secret weapon, but I do believe that he will pop off. But the person that has been consistent for this team is the young gun Maestro. He's looked great on the Duelist. The support cast has been there for sure. There's been a ton of value, getting him into spaces, getting him to take early fights. It's looked great for Red Canids. I feel like this will be the key for them guys here. They need to set up the person that's feeling confident. They need to set up the person that's hitting shots. If it's Maestro, then so be it. Then they need to feed into it as much as possible and try to find a game plan that enables him to sort of, pop off and put themselves in good spots for the late rounds where the experience can come in handy.
It's a classic of making sure that you're not playing not to lose, but you're playing to actually win. So that means that extra confidence that you have from your duelist, but also from everybody else. In that opening series that we saw from them against 6 Karma, when they had the advantage, when they were 5-1 up on Abyss, you saw how they were looking great. They had great plans, but when things started going wrong, it really snowballed, and it didn't really allow them to come back, Ash. But that is going to be even more important when you're facing a Winthrop University that once you start losing a couple runs, they're going to completely take over.
Yeah, that's definitely the scary part, especially if Infiltrator turns up into this series after he was warming up at the end tail of Lotus there. Definitely really scary sights, I think, for the side of Red Canids. But I do still feel hope for this team, considering yeah, we saw a great start on Abyss. Maybe the adjustments weren't able to come back, but even on Haven, we saw after those timeouts, they were very quick to implement new protocols, and that's going to be important up against a team like Winthrop University, who are constantly switching things up, round for round. Like they will do some of that conditioning and then they'll pull out like a completely different strat here or there, like bait you with it as well. They were constantly innovating both on Sunset, both on Lotus, and a lot of it came down to Moves' positioning to keep the side of 6K guessing.
It's a Winthrop University that looks just so confident, honestly, when you see them and when you saw it throughout Challengers in Americas, but also when you see what they've been able to do here, the way that they were standing up, Roy, everything is adding up to potentially them closing out this play-ins with 2-0, 2 wins.
Yeah, undoubtedly they've looked fantastic. I think for me, like, guys, the concern is we don't want to see this team get overconfident. We don't want them to feed into Red Canids' confidence whatsoever, right? Like you kind of want Red Canids to work these rounds, grind it out, kind of feel the pressure, right? And you don't really want to be like, oh, we've basically qualified, guys. We just need one map, and start to, like, you know, make a lot of mistakes, lose a lot of advantages, because these things can cascade, right? We've seen it so many times in Valorant where teams get momentum and then the other team starts running them over. It happens so often. But on the other hand, guys, I feel like for Red Canids, they don't have room for adaptations. They need to be the ones setting the pace. They need to be the ones that are proactive, right? So I think for me, Winthrop University, all they have to do is just kind of absorb, stay confident, stick to the game plan, kind of try to execute, especially when you have players like Ali and Moobs who are both popping off. Ali, guys, has had a phenomenal series so far. He's playing the Sentinel role, and he's doing such a good job with not only the utility, but he's putting up some serious numbers right now for his team.
Yeah, the Sage and Sunset was just so annoying to deal with, and that is exactly what you want to see from your Sage player. Not just kind of doing the usual that everybody does, but constantly having the enemy team being like, there's no way that Sage is there, or how did the Sage, you know, shot me down once again with the operator on top of the wall. Little things like that for Ali have been incredible, Ash, and we have the potential to see it once again. I don't know where the maps are going to take us, but it can be the same approach for Six Karma, for example, where they played 4 different maps, or it can be, you know, we already won on the side of Winthrop University, we already won 2-0. Let's try to make sure the map will stay around the same.
Yeah, and I think that when we're looking at that last series up against 6K2 for Winthrop, so much of that flexibility comes from Ollie. The fact that they've pulled out now 2 new compositions in the 2 maps that we saw, I think it's very hard to think about how prep could have gone against them now. If you're looking at like new maps coming in with Ollie's flexibility, we might see continuous changes, which means that any preparation that Red Canids may have done previously might just have to bite the dust.
And what I'm hoping for, what I'm hoping for on the Red Canids side is the fact that I want them to choose slower maps, like play into your advantage. Like you have that experience, you have that macro-minded players. I want them to kind of lean into the macro heavy sides, push and pull maps, and just kind of go along with it.
Try to just do a few things as well for Red Canids, because just reminding everybody as well that is just tuning in, they have to win 2-0. There's no other chance. And if they win 2-0, then that means each one of our 3 teams would have 1 win, 1 loss, and then it would go into the round differential, which, because Red Canids had such a one-sided series in the openings, as many rounds as they can get, as one-sided as they can make this affair, the better is going to be for them. But again, things can get messy, and that's why you sometimes, Ash, when you're playing, when you're one of these teams, you just want to simplify, you want to take it slow, you want to only focus on the little things that are right in front of you instead of everything else that can be a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Taking it round for round as we head into our map select and take a look at what we're going to be kicking off on. Honestly, it is not a surprise that Corrode's going to be picked up here by Winthrop University. It feels like when the last couple of times we saw them on that map, they won like every single one. The last 2, Core and Maryville, were very close overtime games, that is for sure, but they've definitely gotten the reps necessary here on Corrode, which has been a little bit more of mixed results on the side of Red Canids. How are you feeling about the rest of the video there, Roy?
I actually really like the Corrode pick. The only thing is they're going to get the defensive side, and I feel like teams have such a good grasp on the attack now. Like it started off as a sort of a defense-sided map, but teams are starting to sort of understand the flow, and you kind of have Red Canids in a really good spot to set the tempo. So I think for me, it's all eyes on the first map. Like that will set the tone. Obviously, once again, I want to reiterate to everybody that Red Canids need to be lights out. There's no room for mistakes. They have to have clean wins, 2-0s. It has to be completely flawless from start to finish, and being on attack is a really good place to set the tone and hopefully get things rolling in your favor.
There's a couple things that you can do, especially because we've seen Winthrop University play this map as well, but we, for example, already heard it from Peloncito from Six Karma talking about how much you are able to prepare not only for yourself but also for the enemy team, and this is the time to prove it for Red Canids, needing to win this map no matter what, if they want to stay alive, if they want to move forward in Ascension, as we get the chance, Roy, to see the compositions here for both teams.
Yeah, again, I love the pivot for Winthrop University, right? Like the fact that they're swapping over to the Chamber, they have the Sage as well as the second Senti. I mean, Chamber is basically a duelist, so they have the double duelist that, again, opens up Infiltrator to be on that run-in, kind of the run-and-gun playstyle that has been working so well for them. But meanwhile, on the other side, Red Canids, they have that composition. It's very explosive, but it also has a double controller. So they have a lot of push and pull. And when it comes to the site hits, they can find the opportunities to run over Winthrop University, especially if they figure out a way to get around the Sage utility.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to point out is that we're seeing that adjustment coming in here. FRZ God swapping from that Chamber that we had seen him on previously here on Corrode and leaning into the Yoru that we actually we've seen previously. I think this is going to be really interesting, especially considering the fact that he had a little bit of a slower start to our day. There are a lot of expectations on this player that you've hyped up previously.
It's a do or die for Riot Canids, needing to win this map of Corrode, map pick of the side of Winthrop University, and on the other side of Winthrop University, getting this win would also make sure that they make it moving forward to tomorrow in Ascension. Let's find out what happens in this map where the stakes are as high as they can get with Marks and Tenric.
Thanks, Dryad. Final match of the day with sky-high stakes for Red Canids, as they are the one team in the group stage that has yet to get a win. That has to change here on Corrode, and Marks, from there, they cannot look back. Not only do they need a 2-0 here, they need a pretty diff 2-0 too, a pretty deep amount of rounds ahead of Winthrop at the end of the day in order to guarantee their spot above them. It is sudden death, but only so long as Red Canids can tread water.
There's a lot of pressure mounting towards them, and exactly like you said, if they drop a single map, well, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of their Ascension run. And now, moving into this one, I gotta comment on Winthrop University's composition a little bit. Very unconventional that we're not seeing a Viper brought in on the other side. As a matter of fact, this composition is identical to what we've seen them run on Sunset. So part of me says comfortability, part of me says maybe they've got something interesting ready for us, but Ali back on the stage under a lot of pressure already.
Yeah, well, what sticks out to me is definitely the potential for choreography. Previously on Corrode, their comp was kind of just for facilitating team fights, scattershot in mid. Here, it looks like they actually have a good game plan, but Red Canids, they have a really solid attack pack fight going on right now. Prozine drawing first blood, and RGL getting that spike down on the vulnerable door. Early relay bowled out from Infiltrator. They're just going to get things started now, and he can't land a damn thing. It's got to be the rest of the team on the site, and Ali does a great amount of chip damage in the process, but now it's Maestro's turn to reset the fight with his own slide, and he does so much more. 4v2 now is Moves is just getting back with this backstab. They turn to it in time, and it's got to be Glyph now in a 1v3 after Maestro is burned away, but everyone on a relatively low health pool as the smoke fades away, though everyone is ready, and it'll be Red Canids getting round one.
Yeah, and let's see how this one continues to play out here. I mean, at that point, it was just kind of the group up and a little bit more confidence play coming through. Obviously, Red Canids coming in after taking a break for a series, which, you know, you lose the very first opener. The nerves are really high. You've got a chance to really settle things down a little bit. Keep a nice and cool head, and then that way it's nice and easy. But Winthrop University coming in through a grueling match up against Six Karma. But once again, they got to show us what they've got in store for us, because I'm still not convinced about this composition. Even though that they are the masters of this map, FRZ will be able to find that pick onto moves very early on, shutting down the chamber from getting anything, but a lot of information at least came.
Whew, Prozine, nice flick on that ghost, but yeah, it's only so much you can do. Just trying to stop Ali. But Winthrop will take over every other part of the map, apart from the B site. And Red Canids have this 3v3 after those isolated fights are done. Infiltrator with this hero bulldog now. He's gotten for himself. Can start spinning this as the mid push comes through, but FRZ is watching that with the outlaw. No smoke in his way. Now TPing back to play sequential. And that's well managed by Red Canids. See how much Infiltrator can get done. That's the turn on to two. A shame that the clip ain't bigger. Red Canids get two on the board, but only with one gun standing.
Oh man, not the bulldog in the hands of Infiltrator. Somehow, I mean, we've seen some crazy flicks and spray transfers so far in these matchups, but thought we were about to be treated to yet another. Fantastic job though from Winthrop University to be so disruptive. The aggro out of mid, putting so much pressure, finding a couple of really early kills, especially on an eco round. Like, it's one of those momentums that we see Winthrop University playing with that have been giving them the confidence to make those plays. It's just when things start to fall out of order, that's when we start to fall apart. But it's gonna be the Viper wall up, denying a lot of presence, and moves already down. Maestro getting the better half of that chamber.
And he's already making such a deep cut in here. FRC attempting to follow up, but Infiltrator playing a nice early stopgap, and WU's gonna be able to do a good amount of damage control from here, only losing one gun in the process. That is rough, Glyph. RGL closer than the short sight will necessitate an Infiltrator trying to make up for lost time, but he'll get refragged too. Red Canids, great management of the crowd so far, and definitely has something to do with the comp, but I think it has so much more to do with Red Canids' pure patience at the moment. You see RGL just holding this down, seeing if he can take one more body along with him, as WU have left the spike on an island, and Governor eventually gonna hunt this down. But this proactivity that they keep searching for that results in a lot of trades could lead to their downfall going forward here, I will say.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, it's the same issue that we saw them running into when they were facing Six Karma. Obviously, we've beaten the point over the head about Six Karma, as well as Winthrop University having somewhat similar styles when it comes to how they want to set up their compositions. But, well, Six Karma kind of won 2-0 up against Red Canids. And so Winthrop University posing very similar challenges. But still, you know, we're seeing Red Canids. This is going to be their first real rifle round coming into this. Moobs not able to buy a gun, so we'll be just relying on that headhunter while the slow orb gets tossed out here from Ali. And already, given the fact that they hear the neon, there's a good indication as to where this team is. Meanwhile, it's just disrespect on that Viper wall being showcased in the middle, as it's so deep already that Infiltrator has kind of made their way up.
Nolly considering the wall after just the pot shots are taken, but he really doesn't want to let Maestro in. There's the smoke tossed out. Still no step in. Again, great discipline by Ali to wait this out. Infiltrator has gotten the insert in the meantime. A lot on him when Moobs has to stay stalwart, especially with the lack of an operator here, which she's going to try and farm post-haste.
A lot of bullets being traded back and forth, but honestly, Red Canids haven't really moved forwards. Winthrop University unfortunately gets on the wrong side. Moobs not able to secure the kill, but gets a bullet out into Prozen. And actually, Red Canids, they're going to be moving all the way over to that A site, despite the fact that the information was just gained.
Odd call by Glyph, and it'll lead to his death. Red Canids playing snakes and ladders. Now comes that scaling onto the A site itself. Winthrop are here to meet the threat at this point. They've made the long walk. Oh, but Moobs has been caught yet again by this early seize. He's covered by himself. Relay bolt into Paranoia. You've got to trade out the crowd, and Red Canids are faster than that. Infiltrator on this overdrive, and it's already drained away. Maestro conducts 3 with an electric round for himself. Red Canids make it 3-1.
You pop the overdrive? Let's see what I can do with that one. And just zooming over, beaming down the opposition. Great string of rounds coming through from Red Canids. They seem as cool as ever when it comes to this. And honestly, I like the pacing that they've kind of been taking with a lot of this. It feels like it is a bit more patient, but when they're ready to move on to it, the utility, the setups feel so damn clean. Like, look at how much value that Paranoia was given onto the side of Red Canids. And then they just kind of go in, sweep, and clear house. An excellent job coming in from them. And this is going to force Winthrop now back onto pistols. So unfortunately, the economy, not exactly in the best scenario for Winthrop University.
Very delicately played this time. Glyph already getting a little spooked. Infiltrator taking the peek out, and both angles very well managed by Red Canids on this attempt. Nothing to truly write home about yet for Winthrop's composition so far. Ollie's wall has not really gotten to play too much of a preventative role, and Moobs has been met very quickly as well. I think Red Canids saw this composition again. They understood exactly what Winthrop is going for.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be Winthrop trying to do as much damage as possible. At least able to get that out in, so Governor will be walking away with this one. But yeah, I tend to agree. Like, you know, they lose a couple of members and suddenly all their smoke pressure is kind of gone there. I really question not bringing in a Viper because it allows for just a bit more escapability, especially when they want to take some of those early aggressions, as we kind of expect from Winthrop University. One of the best things about the Viper wall was, you know, you can kind of disappear into the shadows just backing up, and there's no issues really about it, and Viper can kind of just stand their ground, you know, play that pseudo sentinel role. But Winthrop University really put all their eggs in the fragging basket. They want to play that frag forward composition, want to use that utility to kind of enable Moobs to go off, but Moobs has only gotten 1 kill so far. Meanwhile, Red Canids, well, they've got 3 ultimates online and 4 rounds to 1. So great job right now for Red Canids to continue to keep themselves alive in this Ascension tournament.
Here's one of the fun things you can do with the Sage Wall. Ollie hasn't gotten to really use the canvas yet. He's been forced to play purely for cover since Glyph has kind of only been able to manage 1 prong at a time of the fight. But unfortunately, the reality is, with a fun play like this, if no one's there to look at your canvas, did the art ever really exist at all?
No way you just twisted that falling tree analogy into that.
Who's next?
Oh.
TP in from FRZ. Brother, that is up and inside, but he's got the drift going. And we've opened things up right as the paranoia gets launched. Woo, pinprick timing. We gonna make it work. And Moobs' TP has been destroyed as well, so he'll have to hold long from the window, or from the elbow rather. And the Nightfall is going to split the board again, so Moobs just managing the front line. He does, though, with that operator. Prozine gone, and Governor and Glyph holding down the rest of the crowd. They can resuscitate this site. And it'll force the ult from RGL to grab that spike and reset on B for the 1v2.
This is definitely still winnable right now for Red Canids. At the same time, Moobs walking into here, still has that operator online. Glyph on the other side, Glyph coming off of a really hot game. And they're going to be approaching from 2 separate angles here. If this was any other team, you would have expected it to be a bit more grouped up, but they're going to hope to kind of catch a timing, swing out together at the exact same time on these 2 angles to catch someone off guard. Okay. Well, maybe not. Maybe you just walk in onto the site and Glyph sees RGL Meister right away and just finds that kill. That's cool.
It's tough. It's such a tough moment to manage because you have so much that you know Winthrop is going to be launching at you at that moment. You know that you're going to have to get mobile at some point during that fight. It can be elongated, so it's really tough for RGL to find a starting position that's like the 3rd best spot you can be in, so you can continuously make the fight tougher. Taking a little extra time to make sure that they can grab that operator back as well. Just crossing T's, dotting I's to start gaining this lead back. And I think it's about time we start talking about the specific gap that Red Canids have to manage across this match. As, again, they not only can't drop a map, but they have to win in total by at least 10 rounds across this match against Winthrop University. That is no small task. Average of 5 rounds per map that they win by. And so far, so decent for sure. But of course, the attack half a lot more volatile, a lot more deadly a lot of the time. So work cut out for them in this long haul of a match. Walking on eggshells is the lowest way to put it. And Red Canids, they're going to try and get right in Winthrop's faces to keep this psychological torment going, to keep this lead active.
Let's see what they've got for us now. See Winthrop University putting a little bit more of that pressure onto mid this time, but they haven't gotten as far as they would like. Astro so far forwards. Moobs is going to be the next one, but once again, this Viper wall gives so many good opportunities. It's okay, though. Moobs is going to play right off it.
Yeah, why have your Viper when you can just play off the other one's screen? Moobs feels more than comfortable holding that on his own. Losing himself if necessary. FRZ on the roam will catch Infiltrator, actually. Into the reactive Nightfall tossed out by Governor that doesn't necessarily have to get acted upon by Red Canids. They've helped such a consistent presence on these main lines without actually dipping in that there is no present danger to the stack as a whole. So you can recoup, reallocate, get 2 on the crunch on each side, and go haywire on this weakened B site.
30 seconds
Prowler can only take you so far, though, and Moobs definitely the biggest threat of the time being. That's what you do to distract him, though. And no coverage. Let's FRZ grab the K.
Plant will go down now. Glyph, Ali, and Governor. 3 players that have been extremely stable for Winthrop University. Now find themselves just on the other side of a Viper's Pit. Up against 4. This one is still a very tough one, but if they want to continue to pull this back, then they've got to make a chance at it right now. Meister just on the other side. FRZ spotting one out.
Well, Governor takes the swing back first. And Ollie with the res just to bait the extra swing. Ollie just doesn't even wait for it. But time is running out, and WU may not even get here in time. Oh, no, they do. Gobshis can't even hold down for a second. And Winthrop will get to 3-4. That was quite the expeditious retake after all was said and done. I don't know how they managed it in such a small gap, but gosh darn it, they did.
That is a really cool mouse trick, by the way, from Ali there. I've never seen anyone do that on stage.
Yeah, he's got like the karambit mouse going.
Yeah, literally. But wow, that was crazy. I mean, just when you think that Winthrop University are like, oh, no, we're not going to do it. They do the bait and play. Ali just walks out, finds it, and then they just slowly and very quickly dismantle the defense on the actual site there. It's kind of unbelievable. I mean, they can't even believe it themselves that they were able to pull that round off. Winthrop University, that's a great round. They steal away the Viper's ultimate. They steal away the weapons. Red Canids, sorry, only on stingers mostly. Prozen just gonna be on that sheriff. Let's see if that's gonna be enough. They're making their way in onto this B site.
Here. TP in from FRZ makes a lot of this first bit trivial. He's gonna hyperextend on this eco round. This is something I like to see. Glyph, hard pressure. This is the kind of thing that North American players may have trouble dealing with, but Glyph doesn't even flinch. He goes for the full rain, and he'll grab 4 alone, which we are now tied at on the macro.
Oh yeah, North American players will collapse under that pressure. 10
Dude,
Rekka.
shut up.
Glyph has been shooting. The first map that we saw Glyph kind of come out on wasn't exactly the best, but since then has been just so confident in the play style. And you see it just, once again, just stepping out, knows he can take the gunfight, knows they're going to find a couple of kills, and it's that kind of pesky omen play that is so difficult to predict, especially too, like, it's the chess piece completely out of place, and yet it still gets so much value. Winthrop University, they tie up the scoreline, which, once again, I think it was Red Canids need to win by 10 rounds in total. So that slowly and slowly is getting chipped away at.
Yeah, the maximum you can this game is now 9. Clock is ticking, and the gap still has to be bigger. You got to get it back first, hell. FRZ, good management.
Portal closed.
As Ash mentioned, this is still a pretty new role that FRZ is taking on, but a necessary one in this meta that is about to unfortunately wean away.
Well, we're still not on that patch yet, so let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. Sorry. But I think FRZ is taking on, he's taking on that role well as the Yoro. I mean, I think he has a great balance of the rhythm between being that like staunch presence that he normally is on the Sentinel and actually getting active and mobile when he needs to or when Maestro can't. That's Governor doing that? Okay. C's on top of the drift to keep anyone from immediately entering, but FRZ can still run down onto 1. And just cause some havoc so the rest of the team can get on, but everyone just managing their individuals. Oh, Glyph even watching FRZ on the drop down, and the crunch is not exactly in time, so Gobshis takes a good amount of health. Oh, damage. Maestro actually takes the other corner, and Gobshis manages against Ali. Red Canids seesaw that sight back in an instant. They barely find the gap this time.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking good. Once again, you can see the confidence from Winthrop University, but just a couple of hero plays coming in from Red Canids, looking for those opportunities to kind of turn things up. And FRZ, every single time we've seen him slip into the dimensional drift has looked pretty darn good. Like, the information gained has been very helpful for the teams and is able to find pretty tricky positions on top to be able to just gun down Winthrop University when they're not really expecting it. And so that is going to be Red Canids once again taken around in their favor here. Still very close between these two teams. Zinfiltrator just on the other side of potential disaster, but has no idea.
Who steps it first? FRZ, proper support with the walkout. Give it to him. And now you can not necessarily run this down, but yeah, Glyph is terrified and also forced to this one front. So of course you start causing some pressure for that operator. Moves dipping.
Look at the positioning, though. Specifically of where Governor is standing. That could be deadly if the spray down happens, but actually it's going to be Ali with the spray. He's able to find FRZ, and that slows down the momentum just a little bit for Red Canids. As let's see how they want to re-engage here. They still have Maestro online. Neon could be the tip of the spear, especially alongside the Nightfall, which will come now.
And Glyph just purely making sure no one can get the drop on him. Maestro still does have that slide available to initiate. Good discipline to make sure he knows where Governor is still at. Still got to deal with moves when he comes back too, but not nearly as much of a threat now that that spike's down. Still one more Prowler in the tank for Governor as the wall goes up on the elbow. You're able to manage one fight at a time. And again, it's Ali that comes out with the first frag out of nowhere, man. Huge C's as well. Onto RGL. Just sequencing this site. How about another one for Ali?
Enemy remaining.
And now Moves makes his presence known. Again, the moment you think that a player can't contribute, you turn away and completely miss out of what they're capable of.
And we see Red Canids really just leaning into the style of like ape strong together. If we play together, we can win together type of deal. But it's kind of opening up a little bit of gaps for players like Moobs to really just kind of move forwards. And suddenly a lot more of this utility, it's a bit more predictable because you know where you're going to be forcing all of these multiple players in. And if you're conscious that you're going to be running into a couple people, not just one, which Winthrop University really looks like they're aware of, it gets that much easier for them to make sure that they guarantee the round. Tied up again, 5-5. Glyph at 12 kills currently, but it is going to be a save round for Red Canids. They've only got the From the Shadows online in RGL Meister, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be enough really to kind of secure this round. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, like, they really do look just very comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, definitely in their element. Feels like on the attack, they might have to slow things down for a little bit and take a second to get the juices flowing, but they have now, with a half like this, given themselves a little bit of room to do that. Maestro on the cusp of an overdrive here, so there are ways for Red Canids to try and spin this, but very few windows to do so. This is one of them. Flash out from FRZ, and it's good for a trade back. Nice spin around from RGL to get a second. And there is the overdrive from Maestro. They are going to go for it. Let's gain that space. Still with the fast lane in the pocket, too. This is really decent space made by Red Canids.
And Brazen has the Odin as well. Love this position for Maestro. So close by, Stinger in hand. Might be able to at least guarantee one as Moob slowly makes his way over.
And there's the cover. So Infiltrator doesn't feel as confident with this operator either. You have to walk in so slow. Or sorry, Moobs has the operator. He's walking in from the back. But he's also a little slow to this. Overdrive from Infiltrator. Maestro stings it down. And Ali entering as well. The res, the kill from Ali. And Winthrop makes it look more than easy enough. They will take the lead here on the defensive round.
Out of charges.
Man, has Ali just been like playing exclusively Sage in the time since Challengers has kind of ended in NA? Because we've seen so many of those kind of bait plays come through with the res, and it seems like it works out every single time. That was a right click, by the way, with the pistol. I mean, it's kind of unbelievable how much value the Sage reses have had, and that's not for just bringing somebody in, like, back into the fight. It's actually because it allows Ali to get a very pivotal kill, allowing the other side of the retake to come through with not that much issue. Like, it almost feels like the Sage res is actually a tool that Ali is using to find kills, which is not something that you usually expect from Sage's ultimate.
Yeah, it's been amazing seeing Ali playing off of himself better than anyone else can. Which is, I think, in this patch, something you really want to do as the Sage. You want to be able to play off of your own walls and your own slows and I guess your own reses. Shoot, Ali's getting creative. We did see him do that occasionally in NA, though, but purely for style. Not for actually space making.
Like for realsies, yeah.
These like tight-ass chokes on Corrode actually make that kind of viable, right? Like, how strange is this? And it's, I mean, it is the pressure that WU needs to guarantee themselves and, I mean, for that matter, themselves a spot in the group stage, in the Swiss stage. Not just this map. Because again, Red Canids cannot drop a single map this match. If they do, WU is in, 6 Karma's in. Still, though, so much work to do here for Winthrop University. And the buyback for Red Canids. This is the round that they will be likely their most dangerous, as RGL already going for the CTTP.
Yeah, that's so deep in there, but, you know, at least Winthrop University kind of aware they're ready to kind of flush this player out. Never mind, moves.
Wow.
Walks right into the trap card, and RGL Meister is able to find that first kill. Infiltrator coming up next will be able to at least find one.
Still doing this distraction dance against Governor, though, so B-side is free. Winthrop University are going to flip it, though. Take it to attack. Governor on the operator again. Oh, RGL takes the inside. Nice cutter. But that flip from Infiltrator, dangerous. Ali taking his own pot shots. Prozine gone first. TP out of the shack to change the position. Ali again! How does he keep doing it? Extension out of the lane. Maestro and RGL hold their own across the hut, and it's Ali all alone. RGL with 4 as we tie up the half.
Yeah, RGL Meister just excellent play, excellent solo play. Maybe taking advantage of the fact that Winthrop University looks so chill up on stage. The Omen TP into the backline works out perfectly. Is able to find 2 very instrumental kills and still buy so much space, and it's playing so tricky on the actual site. It makes it so that this is just a lot more dual. Walking away with 4 kills to make sure that they can make that one happen. So we'll be going to our halftime now as once again, it's Red Canids really fighting for their survival.
And they continue to have the support of their country behind them. We got more of Brazil's best players. It's Fury Academy's loss in an interview on the floor.
Mais ninguém menos que o Loss, o duelista da equipe da Fúria. Quase chamei de The Carry, não sei, eu tô aqui e já buguei. Mas aqui com o duelista da equipe da Fury Academy. Amigo, você jogou contra os caras o ano inteiro. Essa é a Red que você conhece? Ou tá faltando alguma coisinha que o menino tá precisando entrar? O que tá acontecendo?
Cara, tá faltando um pouquinho a mais, mas uma coisa que a gente precisa é da torcida inteira.
E aí, torcida?
Red, vamos, certo? E vamos pra cima, Red, que dá pra ganhar. E é isso, cara.
É isso, é isso. Então agora, na defesa, acho que dá pra amassar nessa defesinha aqui?
Dá pra amassar. A gente mesmo estando de double duelista, a gente tem o fogão e a neon pra rotar rápido. Bora que bora.
Bora, bora.
Ganhar.
Bora.
Né?
Então vamos de volta aí, bora, pelo amor de Deus, Red. Vamos ganhar.
And now we get ready. Getting back into the match, Winthrop University up against Red Canids. Once again, a lot of pressure on one side of the stage. Winthrop University really just need to manage one of their maps. And then as a result of that, they will guarantee their spot into the Ascension tournament. While Red Canids right now, they are fighting for survival. So now we are going to be swapping sides. 6-6, all tied up between these two teams. Let's see how this one is going to be shaken out here and what Red Canids have in store for us on their defense.
Comes time to regulate in order to stay alive. With the crowd watching, cheering behind them, can they hold a candle against this first attack phase from Winthrop? Here on Corrode. Starting out quick. Prozine ready to play off of his body, off of his kit. Already a lot getting tossed his way as Winthrop make their way into the main frame of the B site. Sage wall to tear away at the mid corners that are already getting pot shots tossed into. 3 stack against this slow orb that'll quickly dissipate. Ali does not have another, but he's got his gun. 1 down, 2 down for Ali. He is on one right now, brother. I'm telling you. And Winthrop extended to mid. Gobshies burns down 2 more to suddenly make it even Stevens. And in fact, Winthrop has the worst health pool at the moment.
1 enemy remaining.
Governor Prowler out, extends on the Gobshies. Prozine has to make it up as he's gotten a kill of his own. Only 19 HP, but misses the angle. And it's a crucial pistol round for Winthrop University.
I'm sorry. I can't believe that Ali is just walking away with 2 right-click kills. Just the Sage popping around the corner. Why, hello there. Right-click and then you're dead. Like, that should not happen there. And honestly, great stuff coming through to make sure that this continues to pull things back around. It should be a good opportunity thanks to Gobsy really trying to pull things back, but it comes down to just that 1v1. And unfortunately, gambling onto the wrong side there. So Winthrop University, they get the pistol round, and they make a statement, now taking the lead in this series. 7-6. We'll have weapons moving into this next one. Moves on the Outlaw. Ali, still just watching these long crossfires, has been absolutely electric today on this stage in both of these matchups, honestly.
Oh, moves catching after that screen fades away.
Shadows traveling.
Canids just trying to find a clue, a hint. In a very quiet beginning, RGL the next to give himself to that question. And Moobs is still holding with this Outlaw down the mid-walk. Wow, no room for error here.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Man.
Oh, there's the North American special, am I right?
Had to happen sometime. I was wondering how loud people were going to be, at least today. So much event left, but you know everyone's excited to play on the LAN. Crisp from Moobs. 8-6 now. I mean, that was near perfection, I gotta say. Like, I was so impressed by that patience.
And if you just kind of like have your fingers on the pulse here between these two teams, like Red Canids, they really have to pull their mental back into this. They got to lock in. They got to just believe again. Because if I'm being honest with you, we're seeing a couple of their players really still play with that level of confidence. But the rest of them just feel like they're just like following in suit. It doesn't feel like there's any drive right now. While Winthrop University, I mean, the vibes are at an all-time high. They feel like they've already won the match and we're still in the middle of it. And so Glyph starting us off with a pick onto FRZ already. It's not how you wanted this one to go, but it will once again just sweep that momentum over underneath Winthrop University's sails.
And force Red Canids to play even lighter everywhere else. B-site tends to be what falls prey to that, since it's Prozine on this Viper that is once again willing to throw everything in order to just keep the attackers from getting on. But again, Winthrop will play slow, play patient, play respectful, make sure they have everything they need to bolster through this.
Oh, and they're going to just completely bulldoze their way onto the sites. Unless Prozin's able to find a couple of kills here, it's not going to be looking good, and should be able to back off, so the spike should be able to go down. Nice, clean, and easy. Prozin trying to make a statement, though.
Bit of a rhythm with this screen he could establish, but it's tough to guarantee something, and they'll push Prozine after the fact. And that will be the bonus. Red Canids call it there.
Wow.
Whoo! That is a doozy of a round, for sure. A massive call made by Gabshis mere seconds after that spike is planted. And a very consequential one at that. That could spell the rest of this map's fate.
Yeah. Like, you look at the 2 kills that happened on that map. We see FRZ go down just in the very beginning with a spray through a smoke, and then Prozin gets overrun on that B site. And then that's the calling part, where they just don't think that they've got what they have, what they need. Sorry, words are hard. For Red Canids to be comfortable enough to make that retake happen. And so Winthrop University, like, look at all the smiles on their faces. They are playing like they've already won this matchup, while Red Canids are playing so scared, tail tucked between their legs. And once again, they just need to find something. They need to find that spark to bring things back together. And it looks like maybe this timeout will be the injection that they need. We need to see that pop-off moment from FRZ, Maestro. Someone needs to find something to inject energy into the rest of the squad so that they can once again be playing with the confidence that we have seen them go with. They're not out of this yet, but if they keep on playing like they are going home, then that is unfortunately what fate awaits them.
Yeah, if this is the level of hype that Red Canids are at the moment, if they're truly deflated after that rest, after that time they had to consider everything, after that film that they just got to see Winthrop University do their work on, it's over before the next round even starts. Necessary timeout called to keep that discipline, keep that passion, keep that fire active to prevent Red Canids from going home tonight. It is them or it is Winthrop, and they gotta play like it.
Oh man, and honestly, like, I've been pretty impressed with how Winthrop University have been playing this attack so far. I mean, one of the big things that I was focusing on was the Viper Wall. You see that Viper Wall cut off a lot of space either on that A site or on the middle. That's how teams have been really playing the Viper in order to facilitate a lot of that movement, facilitate a lot of that map control to kind of scuttle the defense. But that doesn't really feel like it's part of the Winthrop University playbook currently. Like, they're just more than happy to be playing off of another and then just kind of steamroll one side and take the map control that way because they're just so confident in the kills. It's different, but it really is working out nicely for this team in what I imagine are their comfortable agents.
100%, yeah. This is Winthrop once again. Like we saw in their slight improvement in Split 3, it's playing to comfort that's really taken him far. Governor feels a lot better with the Fade util as opposed to the Sova, I think, right now as well. The Prowlers just feel so strong for him, I think, is a big thing. And Infiltrator has really been loving this Neon lately. To go off of the Raze that used to be like your signature and switch to this and commit to it this heavy, really mature thing to see from a player who's been on the same team with the same core for so long.
Lucky in hand, just around the corner. Governor not aware of that, so that's an easy kill for Prozen.
Relay Bolt punished by RGL. Nice stopper. But the full stack from Red Canids has moved over here to A site. It is just Gobshies waiting on the B site. Glyph will TP in. No risk from Gob. The double TP up to the high ground. Glyph, proactive as can be. Deals with the one stack. Now taking the high ground in reaction to the mid push from Red Canids on their retake. That is as strong as it needs to be, but the Sage Wall walls it all away, and the first vantage on the drop smoke gives a couple extra shots to Glyph as the crowd comes screaming in. How much do you have? It's got to be so much of Maestro. Relay Bolt clears the front line of the crowd. Fast lane pops open some dividends. Glyph, the Guardian makes it tough. It's Ali with the Bulldog. Corkin with two, moves, extends with the Outlaw, and the unconventional guns continue to get it done. RGL, no time, no chance, no shot, moves, toying, RGL, another 4-piece on the board, it matters not. Winthrop is at 10.
Man, like, it's so crazy to me that they're able to just navigate in so easily, despite the fact that their smoke pressure, well, they've only got one. And I wonder how much of that really is just due to the fact that they're playing off their initiator utility extremely well, but moving across the site so efficiently and so cleanly. Like, you see Glyph take so much space, and with how Glyph has been playing, there's almost that, like, you know, the controllers, they drop down the smokes on the defense, allowing you time to escape there. But then in that escape, Winthrop University are ready to kind of punish them there. And I think that that is the issue right now that Red Canids have been kind of playing against and not able to really necessarily deal with. FRZ this time does have the operator in hand. He's going to try and reinforce this B site alongside Prozen. But unfortunately, Winthrop University, they just kind of hang out a little bit, know that it takes a long time for that Viper smoke to recharge. They decide to take their efforts all the way over, loop around through mid, while Glyph is taking a lot of this space. The Lurking Omen has been so pivotal in Winthrop University's plan.
Maestro punished by that insertion after he goes hunting. And Winthrop can reset. They have more than enough time to. Not only that, but Red Canids feel the need to stick FRZ closer to this situation to try to gain something back. And that spreads the resources thin again.
Scatter.
A TP onto the Voln door on the A site. It'll be a quick crunch on the elbow. RGL stunned shot.
Cover going out.
And Winthrop blister onto the A site. Tough timing for moves. The Optif going FRZ's way. It's Flip's turn to hold down the fight, and Gabshi's will not get anything done with that Odin. Prozine the only one left. And you need to save this rifle at this stage in the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just so tough right now for Red Canids. They're not able to find those opportunities really, and then Winthrop University, like, they're just stacking things up. Cliff has just been putting on an absolute masterclass this game. It's been so good. Finds that first kill, the overextension, and you know, one of the things that the desk brought up was Red Canids, they need to be able to make new protocols as this game continues on, because Winthrop University are going to be adapting themselves quite adequately to try and counter a lot of the stuff that's happened. And if I'm being honest with you, Red Canids feels like they're starting to slowly run out of steam. We're not really seeing any dynamicisms, adaptations kind of coming through here to counter some of the play. It feels like every single time we see Winthrop engage, you know, it's the paranoia, it's the flash. They're all fantastic to more or less guarantee that they're able to walk away with a kill. And on top of that, they're inserted all over the map in tricky positions to find early kills early on. And quite frankly, Red Canids have not really found a solution for that. That's now 5 rounds in a row for Winthrop University when this started out as a 6-6 half 10 rec.
Shadows traveling.
No signs of stopping here. Red Canids continue to try to gain the early space in mid. Maestro once again searching in the sands as this eco round protrudes like a sore thumb.
Ooh.
No attention given to that mid presence just yet. No smoke just going to be paid to it, so Maestro beckoned a little more forward again.
Bring them down.
Prozine's rhythm on this toxic screen has been masterful on this B site, despite WU's ability to break through it. And he is the one with the Phantom to try to spray down on those decayed players.
And look at the understanding from Winthrop University. Like, the ping's already exactly where they're expecting the players. Yeah, the Nightfall comes out. Should be an easy take.
God, it's instant. Oh, Gabshi's beautiful vantage from on high. Grabs one before the rest of the team trollops onward, but it is domination. And another res for Ali. Yeah, he's just going to trade off of it and get another gap. 4v3 as the spike will go down.
Spike planted.
Not much at all you can do here, really. Paranoia only cuts this down a little bit. Everybody still feels so at home, so safe. You never tuck 2 under the hut like this. Cliff could leave anytime. He really could. He's just not gonna. Okay, and Ali gets another 3. So that is a game point for Winthrop University. Red Canids are 1 round out from being eliminated here in the first day of Ascension. And it would be such a rough half to end their guaranteed chances on. This will not be the last map they play, no matter what. There's still more match to go, but for this whimper to be what defines how Red Canids are able to take on the rest of the competition would suck, because there's so much more in them.
100%. And it's so strange seeing them this deflated. Obviously, if you kind of know their tenure in Challengers, they're showing more signs of life than this, but right now it's just Winthrop University on absolute tear. Glyph once again finding another kill. Maestro down has not been the high impact player that Red Canids needed.
And Moves eventually able to find the first. StarGL playing keep away for as long as he can, and it'll get him to FRZ also to grab that op shot from beyond, and will reset his own way. 2v2 after all is said and done, and Moves has not made too much space on mid.
Wow.
FRZ using the dimensional drift to clear out A main. Unconventional to say the least, but it does make sure that Red Canids can maybe get to be a little bit faster, even though nobody's even moving.
Yeah, and like, look at the spread out here. That's confidence if I've ever seen one. Moves knows. Just has to be able to find one, might be able to catch a timing, be able to rotate things out. Get ahead of it, and yeah, catches one off guard. FRZ now last person alive and moves! Unbelievable.
That's just what Winthrop does! And it is a dominant attack half, an undefeated one. Red Canids, much like in this match, they can no longer stop Winthrop. All they can do is slow them down. Brazilian blood will be drawn on Brazilian soil in the first day of Sao Paulo, as Red Canids can only give Winthrop that second seed going into the Swiss.
Yeah, and once again, just like unbelievable stuff coming through from Winthrop University. Like they looked just so comfortable on the map, and Red Canids, not exactly the showing that all of the fans in the arena were hoping to see. And you can really tell, especially how they came out the door swinging in that very first match. There was a lot there to kind of like, but unfortunately it feels like they just got a little bit too defeated, a little bit too in their head. And, you know, the questions have to be raised about that middle break that might have just not really helped their situation. But unfortunately that means that Red Canids will not qualify for the Ascension main tournament, but there still is more match in front of us, Tedric.
Yes, there is still so much more fight in them, and if there's anything you know about players, they still want to get those wins wherever they can. Red Canids, surely the fight is not out of them just yet. We'll see what they have left in this after the break when we come back.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Ion.
Always going to get
Winthrop University not only won this map of Corrode, but also secured their spot in Ascension as the #1 seed. And for #2, it will be 6 Karma. Unfortunately, though, that means that Red Canids are going to be out of the contention for Ascension. But it was a close series towards the beginning. It was a close map at the beginning. Roy, we got to see a little bit of a back and forth. We thought maybe there was a chance. But after that, Winthrop University took over into that second half and closed it out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that momentum that Winthrop University got from the former series just kind of kept rolling, right? Like they looked so confident, and it's sort of been the same narrative for me in my mind is like the resilience, the persistency from Winthrop University, even when, when they're down, even when they lose rounds they shouldn't be losing. It really does feel like their composure, it's stoic. Like they're locked in, they regain their momentum, they regain their style right after. And it also kind of feels like there's so many moving parts for Winthrop University that is making them so good in so many of these rounds, and it's working out extremely well for them on this LAN.
Yeah, it's been very, very good to see. And for Winthrop, again, we talked about how out of all the 3 teams that we have here that were coming as a 3rd seed for each of their regions, Winthrop University were the favorites, because even if they came 3rd, you mentioned it before, Roy, it doesn't really showcase how good their year has been and how consistent they've been compared to other teams, even the teams that we have in the top 1 and top 2. So Ash, this is just a testament of how good they are once again. And you know that even for this last map, they want to make it even more one-sided.
Oh, they absolutely do. Especially when like the vibes are flowing and when you see the boys cheesing on stage like that and looking like they're just having like a good time, that is when they are definitely the scariest. But it does say so much about how close the competition did get within NA and how closely skilled all of those teams are now to be able to take it to the international stage and to still prove themselves. Yes, maybe they were a little bit of a favorite there for play-ins today, but Governor still talked about how some teams still regard them as a little bit of an underdog just purely because they are under that collegiate banner. But I think what's insane is how repetitive this pattern kind of is, Roy, for Red. Like, they will farm in the first kills department and then not be able to actually convert those rounds into a win. Like, things just end up falling apart. Yes, you do have insane players on Winthrop who are able to like isolate those fights, even things up. But that does leave me with a lot of questions to find so much early success into a round for the side of Red Canids, and for them to not be able to convert that the way we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's partially due to the fact that, Meisho is having a, pretty good series overall. He's kind of popping off. He's kind of getting that support utility, but it really does feel like things are breaking down for the Red Canids side. And it also was a kind of a storyline in the first series that we watched between them and 6K as well. So I think you're definitely right to point that out. But I mean, it's still a great performance from them. I think for this match specifically, guys, I'm gonna be honest, there's just so much pressure. Like, as soon as, they were having a good time in the first few rounds, but even when the camera was coming around, it was like they were locked in, they were serious. It was hard to have a good time, especially when every round matters so much. And it's just heartbreaking. Commiserations to Red, obviously.
Definitely. I think that one thing that I want to chat about too is I really enjoyed seeing the change for FRZ God in this matchup, seeing him on that Yoru. I think after looking at how he likes to play on that more like Sentinel role in our first series of today, it works out well with how he's able to then like play for himself a little bit more. He has those flashes. He is able to self-sustain in that kind of regard. And it seemed like he looked very comfortable on this agent, even though it was the first time we're seeing him in an official event. So that's definitely like a shining light there. But for Winthrop, it was definitely a clinic. Unfortunately, like that new innovation on the side of Red wasn't able to close that gap enough here. And for Winthrop, everybody was firing on all cylinders.
One of the guys that was farming the most was Glyph, that you see over there getting that MVP as the Omen, 21-12. But I mean, it's insane, Roy. All the stats look insane for him.
Yeah, 21-12, 10 assists, 200 damage per round. Not a big deal. 5-2 on openers on the Omen roll. I mean, that's actually insane. Bro is actually going beast mode on LAN. You love to see it. And I think the fact, Ali and Glyph are popping off is the trademark Winthrop University, right? Is like they don't need Infiltrator to pop off. He's more of like an entry tool. He's kind of making a lot of space for the team. And if he's having a great game, the game's that much easier. And if he's not having a lot of success, it really doesn't matter that much. Like, there's so much talent on this roster. They're all still incredibly young as well. And they're all so dynamic. And I feel like that is the strength of Winthrop University, and that's kind of why they can get away with this new evolution of the meta, where it's like they have moves kind of on a very mechanical role, and then they have everybody else kind of just playing around and kind of doing their own thing.
It's really good. It's a Winthrop University that has worked out very well for a long time, and I think it comes to it comes from the players knowing each other so well, being comfortable with each other, but also kind of their flexibility, not only in terms of the agents that they're able to play, but also in how they're going to be playing the game, whether it's going to be Glyph as the Omen kind of going in, finding those openings, or is it going to be Infiltrator, for example, the one player that you expected to do the most. But as we move forward, we have one map at least to go in this series, and even though we already mentioned that Red Canids is out of contention for Ascension, it really comes down to pride. Actually, it seems to me let's try to make it as competitive as we can. Let's try to get this map as well. It is our map pick. It looked good in some instances when we got to see it earlier today, and you at least want to make sure that these planes are able to leave with one map win.
100%. It's not even just pride, Dryad. It's Brazilian pride. So it's like, you know that for this team, it is going to mean a lot to be able to try and secure this win here on Abyss, or at least have like a really good showing compared to what we saw in that matchup up against Six Karma, where again, this is a map where they started up 5-1 in their earlier match of today. They just weren't able to make that adjustment as the match continued to go on, but I am looking forward to seeing them being a little bit more proactive on this map, because that's such a key win condition, I think, here on Abyss. When the rotations are so long, you need to be able to go for that map control, get that information early.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna be very real, okay? I want to see that. Screw all that. I want to see 5 duelists run it down. It's been a very long year. Just go out with a bang, have a great time, run it down. I want to see everyone on duelist, FRZ, bring back the duelists on this map. Everyone just 5v5 mid. It's gonna be so much fun if it does happen, though. Obviously, jokes aside, they're not gonna be doing that. Obviously, 6K and Winthrop University are 100% qualified. If you're entering and wondering what the hell this analyst is saying, but yeah, I think it's gonna be just end it all with a nice little fun, adventure.
What is my analyst saying?
Yeah,
5 duelists.
Yeah, run it down. Let's go.
A little too much.
No, I mean it's a. No matter what the composition is, or if they want to keep the things, the composition the same or bring something new, something that is very important that a lot of teams talk about, especially in an instance like this, is make sure that you're having fun. I mean, you are ultimately playing this game, and even if you are out of contention, there's nothing better than leaving, making sure that the team is laughing and is having a good time, Ash.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. I feel like that's something where we were seeing like how serious they were on the stage with how much pressure was riding on their shoulders. But I think that just being able to even though it's bittersweet, being able to end it on a good note like that is going to mean so much for these players and this experience that they have here to be playing on LAN for Ascension.
My cats have things to say.
She's also here for the good vibes.
They are supporting the side of Red Canids having fun, clearly, because they're having fun themselves, and they know a lot about that. But Roy, I mean, it's a map of Vivis that, once again, we already saw earlier today, and at the beginning, Red Canids, they had an advantage. Do you think if they keep the composition the same, if they take it just as serious as they took that opening, do you think that is a win condition to maybe push us to a third one? Because again, you do want to at least win one map before you go.
Yeah, I think before I say I want to see the composition that they've chosen, yeah, they've locked it in. They're being serious. I like it. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna go for the map win, I think proactivity is gonna be the name of the game. Just go full risk on, no more playing things textbook. Kind of just let everyone let loose. Do what you guys do best. The level of mechanics, the level of skill from Red Canids that they've shown today, I genuinely do believe that it's not really reflective of their potential and of their ability. And I just would like to see it for one map, for them to just showcase to everybody that they are very capable players. There's a reason why they're here. There's a reason why they're one of the best tier 2 teams in their region. And I would like to see it in this map right here.
On the flip side, though, for Winthrop University, they want to put this map to bed honestly quickly, because the last time we saw them play on Abyss was all the way back in March of this year, and this is a completely new composition. It seems like they're really leaning into that Sage Ali and moves on that chamber, but that's something where you also, for Winthrop, they want to hide as many of their cards as possible, with the rest of the competition still ahead of them.
there's a few more things, but if anything for Winthrop University, this is going to be a statement as they go into Ascension. Not only are they already secure as the #1 seed going in and 6 Karma going second, but if you're able to, you know, win a 13-6 or less, 13-7, making sure that you're also not revealing too much for your next opponents, that would be, you know, an ideal and dream scenario for Winthrop that are here to make a statement for sure, right?
And I also feel like you don't really even want to show the other map. Like, you want to actually win this in a 2-0 fashion because you don't want to, you know, you don't want to show what's going to be happening in the third map. You don't want to show the comp. You don't want to show anything. Try to keep as much hidden as possible. But yeah, let the games
let's
begin.
see who is going to win this one. Is it going to be Winthrop or is it going to be Red Canids winning this map before they go? Let's find out with Marks and Tenric.
Triad, as Ash put so well, Winthrop University is the 3rd seed, and so they must reveal some cards of their hand, and Red Canids is the 3rd seed, and so they must still take the stage. We still got some Valorant to play, and it is necessary Valorant. Red Canids purely trying to stop Winthrop University and force them to show themselves to the world more than they'd like to. Despite that, Ollie's still gonna grab that first blood as Winthrop will take the attack here on Abyss. Move showing his chamber cut off on mid as well.
It's already all falling apart currently, and we've just started the pistol round. I mean, I was about to say, oh, they've got Ali on Sage jail, but actually it's like they're trapped in the cage with Ali on Sage, just completely just dominating it. And it really is just down to the 1v1s across the map that Winthrop University are just winning out. And as a result of that, like, it's 5v2, so should be a pretty easy plant down and a pretty easy pistol round here for Winthrop University.
Very cut and dry after those opening kills grabbed on the other ends. Good patience by Ali. Great aim by Moobs. Fantastic round by Winthrop University. If neither of these last 2 players, the 2 newest additions to Red Canids, can get anything done. Nice turn from Infiltrator, quickly stopped. Slow orb to facilitate the rest of the fight. Governor makes it just in time for Gabshees to only be able to manage 1, and it's another pistol for the collegiate squad.
And it's so funny, like, you know, Governor at this point is just so comfortable with just running at the other team. Like, y'all hiding over there? Well, guess what? The Initiator's coming for you. And it's just so aggressive, which previously, like during Challengers, we've kind of called that throwing, kind of, because we saw Governor out of position, just getting caught consistently. Except this time around, like, I don't know, maybe the additional reps, maybe the additional practice with getting used to the squad on Winthrop University has really just paid off in dividends because, you know, they're playing off of Governor like they would on Infiltrator in some of those scenarios. And it's working out pretty well for Winthrop University.
If anything, it places a bit of a mental strain on the competition too, especially when guns are bare bones like this. It's like hearing your friend come towards you in hide and seek saying, bro, they found us, you know? Like Governor is that guy that's making you fear what's coming to you just by walking towards you. Some great pistol kills again, thanks to Red Canids' patience this time, but the crowd is quickly cleared away, and Winthrop University will take their sweet time until it comes to them. Gabshees.
Oh no.
Just thinking about everything, man. What could he have changed?
You know, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And hey, on the bright side, you deny the fact that Winthrop University were not able to plant that spike down. So you can at least walk away with one of those types of things. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a pretty set and clear round that time around. Red Canids, they run at them. Winthrop University, they just kind of dig their heels in and wait for them to just run into their crossfires. And well, Winthrop University kind of just handed the baton left, right, and center because look at that, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 1. So everything nice and even across Winthrop. They're bringing in an Odin on this round too, so they were able to carry out that gun across here. And Red Canids, sure, they've got their rifles here, but they still need to kind of pull the straps together. There's no way that Ali's going for this play.
I think everyone's having a little bit of fun with it. And, I mean, he will find FRZ.
Wow.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh, I love it. Let's see some more of that.
Paper Rex taking notes, by the way.
All right, Infiltrator on this Yoru is fun. The Abyss comp for Winthrop, I mean, we haven't seen it in months and months and months, so I was really curious what they were going to do with this, especially when, again, Abyss is in a transition period at the moment. And I do really enjoy the single controller Astra with Ollie still on this Sage. I think it allows for a lot of unorthodox setups that it's tough to approach without kind of having to, again, like kind of sequence stuff out because you have to wait for slow orb number 1, suck number 1, slow orb number 2, walls up. Now you have Governor's util to deal with now that he's back on the Sova. It feels like Winthrop is very easily able to elongate these post plants, just as you saw here. I mean, again, not to say against this is a team, against a team that, you know, is without consequence, but it feels very replicable for Winthrop going forward.
Yeah, and like the vibes are at an all-time high. Oh,
for sure.
Oh, whoa! You hate to see that happen.
That's like the third time he's missed him too. And the camera's right next to him too, so he knows they're catching all of them.
Oh, that's one of those moments where I'm getting secondhand embarrassment by but we're just gonna scooch on past that one because moving into this next round, like Ali's got the resurrection online, and well, we've talked about how impactful that ultimate has been, more as like, you know, a baiting tool to secure Ali a kill, and somehow they're able to still stay alive in the middle of all of this one. But at the same time, we kind of know how Red Canids like to play this composition on this map, thanks to a little bit of studying from that 6 Karma match. Maestro, though, going fishing this time, very aggressive moving forwards here, goes around, gets the spot as actually Governor falls down. It's Brazen coming out on top.
You see, this is the kind of stuff I want to see. And look at his aim. Red Canids weren't not tuned in on Corrode here. They were still locked. It was purely the top down that was really troubling them. And so moments like that, Red Canids can farm those and keep Winthrop on their toes, force them again to show these extra rounds of the playbook that they may have up their sleeve that they would want to save for future opponents.
And well, we get to see Ali actually drop the resurrect, but fortunately no kills come around this time. So we'll be counting to see whether or not that happens, but it's just the map control from Winthrop University. We've seen them just kind of run around quite a bit, but they're doing their due diligence of checking every single nook and cranny as they move in there. Infiltrator, I don't think that bolt was meant for him, but that's kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. They're walking into a bit of a trap here. Maestro's able to find Glyph, and Gab's able to find another.
And Maestro still kicking. First bit of chunk onto Infiltrator. Now has to watch these off angles, and with 12 seconds to go, it's a tight squeeze, but Infiltrator's just barely able to manage it. Just in time for FRZ to make it back in the sightline of Governor, but there is still more health on him than there is on the 2 remaining members of WU combined. Is this where Red Canids gets on the board? Trollopsing over heaven. Infiltrator's gonna spot him soon. Oh, unless he doesn't turn. That's FRZ for 1. Governor has the confirmation, and a shock dart and a recon. He can play it safe first. Oh, he won't though! And we got a round on the board for Red Canids here. That's a great patient retake from FRZ after the reposition.
And I do want to highlight, you know, the importance right now, if you are on the side of Red Canids, to continue to just pull out as much as you can in this. I know it's kind of hard given the scenario, understanding that you're no longer going to be able to play into the Ascension tournament, but at the same time, like, this is still a showcase for the players to demonstrate what they're capable of playing as a squad together, playing things so well together. Because once again, a lot of these teams kind of take a look at this type of tournament to scout out for their future teams. And so I really hope that, you know, on the side of Red Canids, they're not giving themselves up. They have to give themselves that credit because we know that their Abyss is a pretty strong map, especially with the composition that they like to play.
Woo, Maestro just holding that down, daring Infiltrator to TP. He doesn't and gets punished. And so once again, like you said, if Red Canids can keep unleashing these little moments, that's a nice bit of revenge, at the very least, going the way of the team that tossed you down. Winthrop gonna spread themselves a little thinner here. Try to maybe scrim it out a tad. Moob's just walking up here, and the drone will make it a 1v effectively, but on the purely running back. Yeah, Maestro has a very easy frag off of that. We haven't even taken over the B site yet, so this is a little roughneck for Winthrop. Nice kills by FRZ, and Maestro's there to meet it too. That's a great crunch from Red Canids. Once again, very well met.
Yeah, and there we go. Like, we're starting to see Red Canids right now pull their socks up a little bit, you know, play the Valorant that we're expecting them to play. Compared to those first rounds where it was very scattered and kind of all over the place, it's looking a lot better coming in from that squad. And okay, sure, you know, on the side of Winthrop University, we made it, woohoo, this is an easy one. Yeah, but that overconfidence will start to show a couple of gaps in your things, like moves pushing up that far without really any safety. Those are those little moments that Red Canids can really start to try and pull themselves back into this matchup. But Moobs starts it out with a pick onto Maestro. Will immediately get traded back though, so neither here nor there with Winthrop University. A little bit better for it, given the weaponry in their hands.
Once again, ProZine gonna try and take space off of that kill. It's always about just creating those checkpoints, those stopgaps. And do they read this? Certainly don't look like it, do it? No.
You want to fight it?
That is glorious, ProZine!
Spike down, B.
I'm back.
Simply magical. Oh, come on, give it to him. DJ, play my song. Come on. Oh, okay. Shame. But it is a tie game now. I mean, that's just a great decision from ProZine, just to get, again, closer to it. Keep conditioning it until they read it, and then switch it up. But until then, brother, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing.
Who's next?
Yeah, no, I don't want to say that Winthrop University are kind of like letting up a little bit too much here, but I think that was a round where it was very much the case. When we took a look at Abyss and how, or sorry, Corrode and how they were kind of playing off of one another, one of the things I complimented about Winthrop is even though they give up a lot of the space, they're making sure that they're checking all of their corners, clearing things back, making it nice and clean. And that time around, it's just simply not checking that corner. And as a result of that, they lose the round. And so we are going to be seeing a timeout. Imagine it's just to be like, hey guys, listen, we know you've already made it, but don't let it kind of slip away here. This is still an excellent opportunity for us to get a little bit more practice on a map that we don't really have that many reps in. And especially too with this new composition that we've been busting out, this is an excellent time to try and, you know, do some of those types of strategies that we've been cooking up.
That's so true. I can't imagine how much more difficult it is to try to convince teams to play on a map that's already been reworked. So coming into the rest of this Ascension, I can imagine might be harder finding other teams' time. Treasure this practice while you can. It'll be good. And how about you wrap it up so you don't have to give away more of your playbook?
Unless that's the big brain play. They want more scrim practice. They want more opportunities to try new crazy things out. And the only time that they're going to be able to do it, given the tight schedule, is if they do it right here. And so
yeah, they're in a custom for all they care right now.
Oh, I really hope not. But
they got ghost mode on.
Well, that's why we've been seeing Glyph fly around the map. I'm kidding. But, you know.
Double's dead.
Respectful pick by Maestro. Moves no coverage. Winthrop once again looking for the default picks first. Not finding a thing.
Speaking of nifty ideas, the teleport all the way around, just kind of letting your chamber and Yoru watch that long sight line. Bit of an interesting play. And you could see the intention of trying to find that pick, but Red Cannon's able to actually escape in time before things kind of get out of hand. So one of those new ideas that we see Winthrop University just testing out here doesn't quite work out for their time, but right now they're taking a lot of that middle space, and it's going to be on FRZ to potentially slow this one down.
Could spring the trigger with these ultis anytime, and FRZ sees the moment with the Steel Guard, and now here's the pack, and
30 seconds left.
Winthrop is gonna... Oh, T's playing into it, but Governor really just stalling a little bit as the wall gets set up, and Winthrop will use that to snake all the way back through mid over to A side as the Steel Garden will go ahead and expend itself. Whew. What a strange hero's journey this team has been on this round, and it results in some cutoff in mid. Governor playing that to save face, though, so Maestro has to chip with the shorty. He only got to do 7 damage, though, so it's not too hard. 2 members of Winthrop left to cut through, and moves with the tour de force. Yeah, has to stay static. Ali versus the world here, and can only find gaps in the framework of Red Canids' takeover. So they will take the lead here on Abyss on defense. Again, a terrific way to just sort of muffle the discipline that Winthrop University may be shedding in a moment where they feel safe.
Yeah, they're starting to get their momentum back. Like, the players seem more chatty, seem more dialed in right now on the side of Red Canids. So see how Winthrop University really want to mitigate that, because at the same time, like, you know, all joking aside, it would be nice if Winthrop could kind of wrap this one up so they can save that playbook. But more importantly, they've got more time to kind of rest up and review the things that have kind of gone on in today. But, you know, just kind of sending it because at this point, you're simply not caring. Like, that type of attitude isn't really going to cut it, especially when you kind of make deeper runs into Ascension. Infiltrator, though, nice little one piece as Prosit actually finds two.
Once again, so forward on the window, and with the help of the Hunter's Fury, he doesn't have to worry about too many off angles. It's such a great play down B main again coming out of Red Canids. And yeah, that drone falls on empty eyes and ears. Nobody's been looking at the spike. They'd rather go for the frags. They'd rather go for the prac. Big swing on a Moops. Confidence
Whoa.
just so crazy from Prozine now that they don't have anything to lose.
Yeah, Prozine honestly has been turning it up, and finally Winthrop University will end on this site. 2v4 here. Glyph playing inside of the smoke right now. Might find a timing.
Yeah. Up on the grass. Oh, Glyph is the one that finds it. Gabshees puts a stop to that. 2v1. Governor, not many places you can default to here, especially with the smoke on the link. And now that jump peak going to guarantee his position. Has to extend to avoid the relay bolt. And now the rest of Red is here. Just climb on, take that spike pretty safely. You do have the Hunter's Fury here. Oh no, he has to fight it. Oh, you missed it too. That's tragic. That could have been a little close. But again, it doesn't feel very consequential at the moment. So I feel like, yeah, this is a little laid back. If anything, Winthrop may be playing a little antithetical to how they normally do, so they don't give anything away on purpose.
I do genuinely wonder how much of the case that actually is. Prosin, this round kind of had a pop-off moment, and generally speaking, these last couple of rounds, really, that Omen has been, you know, finding a lot of value, finding a lot of timings on some of the gaps that have been kind of coming through from Winthrop University's attacking side. And right now, Prosin sitting at a nice, easy 11 kills. Compared to everybody else in the lobby, has honestly been kind of the leading force, and once again was kind of that player that a lot of people were kind of taking a look at as FRZ finds moves.
And yet again, you can just set up for the long term here for Red.
You will not kill my allies.
And RGL sprays on Ollie through the smoke too. I mean, it's such strange gaps that they're finding here. And again, it just, I don't know, something about the way that WU is trying to press. Just obviously there's a little less enthusiasm behind it. I'm just a little floored by how weak this looks off Red. I mean, if the teams see this as an exposure, if the teams see moments where this looks genuine, this looks actually like a weak spot, I mean, that is a huge third seed diff that could impact WU in the long run.
Oh, it's gonna be 4v3 on this retake. Central Drift going to be online from Maestro. Guarantee at least the positioning as Infiltrator has kind of been starting to heat up a bit.
I'm back.
Maestro just going to bring the fight closer to him. 1v1 against Infiltrator, and Maestro wins it.
One enemy remaining.
Cataclysm on the site. FRZ with the flank. Another guarantee of a round. Governor has no chance. Yeah, he's not even... He's going to get swarmed before he ulties. He sees too much blood in the water.
And yeah, another round for Red Canids. As it really... It's these weird gaps, man. Like, it's like Winthrop University. They, not that they've lost all the steam there, but Red Canids are starting to really showcase some of the prowess that they've got. Obviously, Infiltrator's starting to turn up a little bit more, but this is actually enough to force out a timeout yet again from the side of Winthrop University, because it's... I mean, the coaches don't look like they're having a great time, despite what the players, like earlier, seeing them dab each other up. This is one of those moments right now where it's like, hey, like, you know, we're on display for the world here. Like, let's try and cool things down. Let's make this a lot cleaner, because this is one of those weirder maps where we haven't really seen Winthrop University get as many reps in. So, you know, another timeout, hopefully trying to mitigate a lot of what is going on. But Red Canids right now, really looking like they are poised to force out that map number 3.
Yeah, it feels like we're definitely on the precipice of Red Canids finding their step, finding their stride. It's when you dance like no one's watching that you dance your best.
I do wonder, like, how much of this is because that pressure is more or less like relieved now, you know? So it's not like they're sitting there just counting the rounds that are going to lead to their demise, and they can just sit down, you know, heads are clear. We've got nothing to prove to anybody at this point besides ourselves. So let's lock in and let's play a good game of Valorant. And right now, like, you know, after that timeout that we saw after Winthrop got those 3 in a row, they really do seem like they've just kind of gotten right back into work and are playing their game the way that they want to. While Winthrop University has really just kind of gotten loosey and goosey with it.
Cutting through.
Once again, more than one way to gut this fish. And if you can force Winthrop to be so dead on arrival in the rest of this Swiss stage, I think you should be happy with your season.
Wow.
Spike down B.
Great checkpoint this time around. And yeah, a far cry from an attempt here with the pistols on Winthrop's side. The pack just runs it down. So an inevitable 7-3 in the cards here for Red Canids on the defense, leading to, I mean, really endless resources. And they are still refusing to buckle and just kind of scrap it out. Like, it seems like Winthrop's kind of intending to every once in a while. I think that this is great, forcing them to kind of keep themselves on their toes, keep their respect, and understand how close the margin could be, you know, for Winthrop to be in that same position.
Yeah, and like right here, I really have to question what the play was. Was it simply just to win off of the swings, despite the fact that they have no utility flying out? Because it kind of seemed like it. Like they were just like, well, let's just walk in. And then obviously Red Canids just holding a crossfire, able to just mow them down because the players of Winthrop University can't look in 2 directions at the exact same time. So this one is really starting to slip away. Maestro taking a lot of damage right off the rip here. But Winthrop University just looking at getting that orb online. And now they've got a lot of their ultimates here as Moves finally finds that opening kill against FRZ. It's been a while since we've seen Winthrop be able to find that first blood, but that means maybe this round can start to turn around a little bit more in their favor.
With Maestro down to 30, you've got a couple ideas you can work with from here. If this is all they wanted, just moves with an operator, they could have just said so. Rosine does find Ali on the lurk. Glyph is still hanging around, so the stack is not nearly as strong, and Moobs walks right into Maestro's LOS. Now you have the high tide set up, so Maestro can reset on the board. And Infiltrator doesn't feel nearly as confident. Has to back out of the Paranoia first, then wait for this high tide to set. That timing is rough. Hunter's Fury, as the spike doesn't even get tapped yet. The fight just rages on. Infiltrator tries to play another body, and we'll get one on the way down. And Glyph just barely escapes the firing from Gobshis. That's the position guaranteed, and surely the round with it. Yes, indeed. Winthrop University, after a 7-round slump, is back on the board and has lessened the gap to 3.
Yeah, there we go. There were a lot more signs of life coming through from Winthrop University that time. Like, we saw different crossfires being set up, good playing off of the different utility coming through. And even then, it wasn't exactly a clean round. The Hunter Series was absolutely pivotal to try and force the members out. And that's the level of coordination that we really expect from Winthrop University that really felt like it was lacking on those last 7 rounds. And so they have the chance now of making it that 7-5 half, but Red Canids, once again, they are just playing the best game that they can because they've got nothing to lose right now. So they're going to make sure that they're going to force the issue. They don't want to be going home here, just taking no maps off of their opponents at all. It's Maestro holding the operator so close by.
Trying to stay stiff in this last round of the half. Make sure that Winthrop can't read into anything, can't evolve, even if they do get this last round. Ambitious for Maestro, and it pays off.
Spike down A.
Oh, Dimensional Drift being teased for us right now. It's the last round, a lot of ultimates, like I said, so might as well make use of the moves. 1 away from 2 to force as well.
here.
Yeah, he just has that feeling about RGL. I can't finalize him though, and in the meantime, Maestro deals with Ali on the flank as well. Maestro, that's 3! Hello? Infiltrator, TP's back to main. Spike is still stuck here though. Oops, walking up, has the angle with Heaven, and Gobshis is watching it.
30 seconds left.
Bare bones.
Scanning ahead.
And they crumble to dust. That'll be 4 for Maestro. Ah, Gobshi steals it first. 8-4 half in favor of Red Canids here on the defense. I'm very impressed by how good of a game these guys are playing. Like that's purely it.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now from Red Canids. Once again, they're playing the way that they want to play here. And a lot of that kind of discipline from Winthrop University, it feels like it's just kind of been sucked out of them completely. Earlier in the matchup, when we saw, they were so confident taking these duels, you know, playing that game where they send people around, take these different angles, and we're confident that, you know, Ali's going to walk away with one. Governor's somehow going to be able to clutch it up. Moves going to be good for it, finds a couple of kills, but every single time this time around, maybe it is a little bit of a confidence thing as well. When they take those swings, they're getting away with nothing. And then when that's the case, then you know what? It is Red Canids who have themselves stacked up, are playing together where they're able to take those trades and win things out. It feels like such a simple premise, but I genuinely think Winthrop University, like, they took their foot so far off the gas pedal because they were just so confident and so happy to qualify that really they are letting this map slip away from them, which will mean they've got to play at least one more.
Yeah, for this to extend even further would certainly not be perfect for Winthrop University. It would be really difficult to see any level of deflation right at the tail end of this group stage. You know, it's a 3-day gap, but this will still be the last, you know, kind of impression that you leave until then. And so if Winthrop can't kind of get that swag back now, they could still walk into that Swiss stage brutally defeated.
And think about this too, right? Like, talking about the whole like mental game here. You so confident we're winning, and then all of a sudden get kind of rolled by Red Canids, the team that didn't even qualify for Ascension. You're always gonna keep that in the back of your mind as well when you get to the actual Ascension, where it's like, oh, you know, we weren't as confident as we are. There are gaps in our gameplay. There are moments that we're gonna be crashing out, and you know, it was on full display for everybody to kind of see. And that introduces yet another variable that the players might have to mentally consider when they actually get into the Ascension tournament, especially against teams where the individual skill level might be a little bit higher than Winthrop University's. So this is the time where they've got to start cleaning things up. They got to start crossing their T's, dotting their I's. They got to start pulling this one back. And it starts now on this defense. They're 4 rounds done. They've got to get this pistol if they want a chance at tying things up.
Winthrop wants to make this Red Canids last half of the season. That is the best outcome they can get here. Hold and staunch. This controller and Senti setup. Beautiful paranoia out that Maestro just collapses on. Glyph takes some very intuitive shots that cut him down to 39 HP though. And it'll necessitate a second push on top of the high tide that is set up by RGL. Governor, caught by FRZ as well. No off angles allowed. It's purely the fight on site. Treasure it while it lasts. It won't last long. Prozine in the back can't get a thing done while Infiltrator tears it through. And now they'll start tapping the spike, generating that extra pressure. Prozine now getting a free kill. Everyone on the site crunching back. And Red Canids make it 9.
Prozine heating up yet again, and look at that, a smile on the faces of some of the Red Canids players. I feel like at this point it might be almost interesting to take like a psychological test of like how things are going, like make a study about this, because it's so like the momentum has completely shifted around. Winthrop University went from sailing on top of the world to just simply not able to do a thing. And Red Canids right now are at their way to making double digits in this map, and closer and closer to forcing out that map number 3.
Mere inches out. they jump the gun here. Those are the timings that FRZ kills for. I mean, this is an easy two-piece, right?
Deficient. Rip and tear.
He hasn't read this yet. Yeah, I think Governor's got him.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's gonna wait. Ah, perfect timing. That's 2.
Spike down A.
Shadows traveling. Speaking of not checking your corners, sometimes it comes back the other way. Infiltrator, though, in this back line, but Maestro's got that read, and so it's going to be all up to Glyph, who, once again, has been having a really good day, but this map, once again, being a bit more quiet. The Astra not lending itself to kind of that aggressive Omen style that we've seen Glyph play. So, Red Canids looking like they're on their path right now to secure that map number 3.
What does it mean if Winthrop end up losing this match? What exactly does that
like spiritually?
Like, if anything, it's purely a statement, no? Because it's like, I mean, so many people would just be like, you're screaming into the void, man. What does it matter?
Yeah.
And it's like, this is not a situation in which you let up. This is not a situation in which you're like, oh man, have fun with it. Like, lock this down, dude. You're the 3rd seed. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think that it comes down to kind of like that mindset, right? Like, you know, you don't give up, you just keep on going and you get the practice in, but you still secure that you are a good team, because ultimately the belief in yourself is really important when it comes to these types of esports, right? And this still will introduce a couple of cracks into the foundation of Winthrop University's ego if they end up losing this map, end up losing this series. And sure, that could be something that they have to like go back and kind of take a look at, but like, I have to admit, if they lose this map, you know, it goes from, woohoo, we made Ascension, to, okay, we made Ascension, and we're feeling a little bit deflated, you know?
Right. Yeah, the vibes, like, take such a huge hit. And for many of these guys, it's their first LAN. For many of these guys, it's their first time even, like, playing with each other in person, like, you know, sans boot camps, maybe.
Yeah.
First crowd for some, first international event for some, highest stakes for some. It's like, oh, another one, please.
I was like, please, Governor, please. don't let this happen. Oh man. Well, Spike gonna be going down now. Winthrop University 5v4 onto this retake. See what moves can do. Is able to at least find one.
Just spray down the smoke. He's low. Not dead yet, though. There you go. All right, we clean that up. How much can RGL get along the way? Only 1. Okay, there is your stabilizer for Winthrop University. The bonus is taken. They're on the right track here. And I mean, it's tough to establish that you would rather retake with a composition like this, but I mean, with all that you're willing to just kind of wait out, once it expires, you still have a decent time as that spike is taken away. That might be the better call for the defense.
Yeah, I kind of agree too. Like, they don't necessarily have the tools to stall things out as much. A lot of that is going to have to kind of fall on the backs of Ali as well as Glyph. But Moobs, you know, you're expecting Moobs to be able to hold down some of these extremely long angles, shut down some of these lanes, leave him kind of being that solo agent on one of these sites, while you'll let the rest of the squad kind of explore. And especially with, you know, that stable defense, then that's an excellent time for Infiltrator to try and get some things online. But they have to be so cautious about some of these traps that kind of get set up here. And very early Hunter's Fury from Governor, actually able to find a pick, almost finds Prosen, but it's going to be the Shadow Step that allows them to get out of line, just to make sure that that's not a guaranteed kill.
Remove.
Nice altitude that Ali's taken to get like that damage pool without anybody being able to turn onto him quick.
What a crazy wall, just around the corner, you know?
Like, when he spins that out, like I really see the vision.
And now taking a look at the map, like the trademark should be able to get that information of where people are going. Especially with some of the utility being tossed over, and Winthrop University should be able to make their way over Cliff, though has to just kind of stay alive. If FRZ finds that kill, that could be huge.
Maestro is always playing off of himself. At this point, is very keen to it.
There we go.
Moves. Raid boss holding it down. I think that Winthrop are starting to get very attuned to like the micro mannerisms of Red Canids, like how often Maestro will flash off himself, what angle he decides to flash off of, the nature of which RGL kind of dances around his own high tide. Like the positioning that Red Canids goes for can become very readable if you get continuous intel, and I think Governor is doing a good job of keeping a good watchdog presence.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, he's a pit bull though, so I don't know how he's able to do that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Had to bring that one back around. Huh?
That's the last one I'll do.
Okay. I'm keeping tallies here, Tenrek. I'm gonna hold you accountable to this, okay?
I'm sorry.
Oh man. Well, once again, like that round pivotal, but it was really off of the back of moves, right? Like I just talked about how so much of this is based around moves being able to find those kills and really anchor down one of those sites. A bit of a change up is a welcome pace coming through from Winthrop University this time around. It's gonna be a 3-stack towards that B side and 2 onto A, while they just kind of watch mid, given the fact that they can kind of walk things up. Governor gonna be first contact there and gets the information that they are pushing through, and that's gonna be good information for Glyph and Ali to now get ready for this pressure.
Ali, once again, has a bevy of witnesses here. Secret TB from Prozine. I like this. Oh, wow. That was a little far for him to get that one. Hey, you know what time it is? Oh, FRZ's quick to it. Wow. All right. And Infiltrator's the only one standing. After all is said and done, actually. That Heaven spam was a little torturous. And that TP from Prozine was everything to cut this in twain. Infiltrator's got to do everything. And he's got the 2 flashes. Doesn't have to use one against FRZ. Who's next? We're both in the back hall? Oh, Gobshies is just going to get there before he even starts. Nope, drop down. You missed your window. Prozine's got it, though. God, he is locked in, dude.
Yeah, Prosin has been just playing an absolute banger of a game here, but once again, like, I have to give credit where credit's due. RGL Meister's TPs have been phenomenal. The amount of value that they've been getting off of this Omen, just TPing into the backline, into these unconventional spots, like it almost feels like a blind spot in Winthrop University's plans. And so then they just kind of get stabbed in the back. They're not too sure where to look. And sure, Governor finds a position there, but it's the grouping up yet again that we get to see from Red Canids that makes sure that they are able to secure some of these rounds, as they're now 2 away from taking us to Lotus. And once again, Winthrop University, they need to walk out of this one feeling nice and confident, entering into the Ascension tournament. Boobs getting that first kill is a good way to start it, but they have to start to pull this back if they want to walk away holding their heads nice and high, because they've got that confidence of winning it without dropping a single map.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to spin this back and come out of the round robin group stage 4-0, it's the entire opposite of how this map has felt thus far. You are walking in heads held so high with 3 days of rest and prep in the arena that you've already gotten to play in, that audience that you've already gotten to kind of get used to watching you. In other ways, the disadvantages become advantages. Moobs. That operator is still an ever-present threat.
Decoy.
Still a conventional attack the whole way through, though. Maestro doing his frontline thing, and he's going to get one on the board after ducking back behind the high tide once more. Such a great rhythm established with this Harbor util, truly. Dimensional drift time from Infiltrator, as the rest of the team will hop on as the spike ticks away. Not much time to work with here, so Winthrop are kind of expediting a tad bit. Glyph kind of just running it down, and it'll lead to Red Canids having a very easy fight this time around. Good Lord, that's another 3 for Maestro.
Yeah, it really just felt like Winthrop were throwing their bodies onto the site, and you know, like it's one of those moments where they're just kind of running in, hoping to find those kills, hoping to find that Infiltrator magic. They don't get anything, and as a matter of fact, they get sent home in body bags. And now it's down onto map point. Map 3 just around the horizon moves. Still kind of holding on to that site, but does get shut down. The rest of Winthrop University, their grip slowly loosening on this one. As at this point, map 3 almost feels like an inevitability.
6 rounds that Red Canids have to play with to keep this party going. to have a little more time in the Americas spotlight. No bombastic opening this time.
And it's this like mid pressure that we've always seen Red Canids apply these last couple of rounds. The conditioning kind of being set up there. And so as a result of that, like Winthrop University, they're just not interested at this point. They just completely yield that. I just kind of hope that their stack is going to be good on the actual sites. Boobs so far up here, 2 other force in hand. Looking for someone to poke their head around. Never mind, we'll take that, but can't quite secure the kill, and so it's traded back over. Door is wide open for Red Canids to get that spike down.
He commits to the bit to try to find RGL, and the TDF is gone. Infiltrator's position is nigh meaningless.
30 seconds left.
WU completely walled away. And yeah, FRZ feeling good at this point. He's gonna get active. And all the Red Canids can have an excuse too. Ali, another bait TP. Oh yeah! Backs into Maestro. And it's gotta be only him. Red Canids have so much to launch. We got a little more VALORANT to play, and Red Canids have a little more of themselves to show. Same can be said for Winthrop University. They apparently still must keep on proving themselves.
Yeah, they really do have to do that, and that is an excellent map win for Red Canids. It really does feel like Abyss is one of their better maps. It's going to be their first map that they're able to pick up on the day, and sure, they are eliminated, but still, you got to have a good showing while you are in front of everybody. Winthrop University really just kind of letting off of things quite a bit. I mean, obviously, you know, they've already qualified for Ascension, but a lot of that playstyle, a lot of that like, hey, we know that one of our players is going to run it down. Let's go in and support. Let's try and expose that. This time around, it's just a free pick for Red Canids to kind of take away. And if you're one of the teams in Ascension kind of watching this happen, you're taking note of that right now on Winthrop University, that some of these players are just going to swing even if they don't have support. And those are going to be nice, free, easy kills for you to kind of walk away with.
Absolutely nothing to lose, but everything to show for it in this third and final map. I've got a measuring tape ready to see how long our desk spaces are after the break.
Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature as electronics.
exactly what Core needs to do. Trot, and then there was trust into Ion.
Always going to get big. Tron!
Red Canids, they make it happen on that map of Abyss. We talked about how this team was already out of contention for the Ascension that we're going to be seeing in the next couple days. But what really mattered for them was to give a good impression, leave making sure that you were able to at least win one of these maps, and they do it in their map pick, Ash.
That they do. And it almost felt like there was that shift after that pressure wasn't on them anymore. This is how we wanted to see them playing earlier on in the day. I think it was a great performance coming out from Red Canids. And it's important for them as well, you know, for like the sake of pride, being able to show off the skills that you were talking about that they have there, Dan. It's really nice to see here, but for Winthrop, that's also tough looks. Like, they would have wanted to shut this day down a little bit earlier on, have a little bit more time to rest and adjust after traveling over here as well for this LAN. And it does take a little bit of a wind out of your lungs, I feel like, as well, after knowing that you've qualified, but then you kind of face a pretty gnarly defeat here on Abyss.
Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of what I was hoping to see from Red Canids, like you were saying, Ash. Like, this is what I was expecting from them coming into this event, right? Like, you see all these players, they're all mechanically insane, they have a ton of experience, and just like as soon as the pressure was lifted, you could just really see their true colors and their potential as a team. And it's honestly just kind of sad that, you know, we didn't really get a chance to see that even further into this tournament. But yeah, I mean, for Winthrop University, they're gonna have to show their Lotus composition again. I mean, fortunately for them, it's a map they've already played in this tournament, so it's not like they have much to hide at this point. But yeah, it's just another map down the drain. Now they're gonna have to you know, show even more strats, show even more setups, especially if they want to, you know, come out on top or potentially claim that first seed.
Yeah, absolutely. For the set of Red Canids as well, this is the first time that we finally see how getting those first kills gets to pay off, Ash, because you were mentioning it before in the first two maps that we saw from them against Six Karma and also the first map against Winthrop University. They were getting every single time most of those openings, and yet they were not able to convert. So this time around, they look so much better, and it just makes sense. They gave us just signs of life in that first series, and this time around they capitalized, especially in the defense side.
Yeah, we saw them taking risks with some of their positioning. And then I think on that defense side that you're talking about, the retakes were just so clean out from them. The spacing was really good. The utility usage as well, really working as a unit to flood and overwhelm Winthrop in so many of those post-plant scenarios. And that was where they found that recipe for success, as opposed to like, okay, we'll get our first blood, but then you don't really have someone to like trade you out, or they're getting isolated by the other team. For the side of Winthrop, I think that they struggled a little bit with not just how Red Canids were playing, but maybe like the compositional differences between them too. It was a lot harder for moves to really get activated with how Red Canids were trying to like protocol, not as much like utility that he could play off of there either. Just definitely like not what I was expecting, I don't think, considering how good of a map this has been previously for Winthrop.
Yeah, I think the big difference between the way, you know, Red got their win right here versus like their loss earlier versus Six Karma was the fact that 6K was constantly disrespecting their walls and disrespecting their smokes, and that extra information, that extra map control was what was winning 6K the map. But when you look at this, it was actually the complete opposite. Red Canids, they were constantly fighting for space on the defensive side, even towards B main, even towards A main. Like, they're constantly doing things around the map. And when it came to the site hold, they were flooding, they were flashing, they were peeking together. Like, there was just so much team play coming out of them. But yeah, going into this next map, it's going to be very interesting, that's for sure.
For Red Canids as well, the biggest highlight of the guy that was going in, that was playing confident, was Maestro for sure. Once again on this Yoru, did incredible when it came down to these openings that we were talking about, getting 5 of them, but also 23 and 12, Ash. So if they're trying to win this series, I feel like he is going to be a key piece to make it happen.
Yeah, he has it. He's been like the young gun on the side, even though he's like, what, 21 on the side of Red Canids. And this is the player that we've been talking about all day as being that star pop-off player where you're looking at this experience, like more backline on the side of Red Canids to look and support him. But everyone had a little bit more of that participation. And I think that also helped make Maestro's job a little bit easier there as well. The rest of the team putting on a little bit more of that pressure so that not every single eye was being focused on him.
And as we're going into that next map, it's going to be that decider. It's also the first time today that we have 3 maps. We kind of thought that honestly there was a world where every single one of the matches today we're going to 3, but it's only going to be this last one. One thing to remember as well is that for Winthrop University, they are 100% the #1 seed going into Ascension just because they already won 3 maps. 6 karma, the most that they got were those 2 maps that they won against Red Canids. So you already have your 2 teams. You already have a Red Canids that has been eliminated, but you have also Red Canids that is playing in São Paulo, is playing in their home country, and they would still like to secure this last win. They already did it with Abyss, and Roy, maybe they can do it in Lotus too.
Maybe they can. If they did play the same way they played on Abyss, I feel like it's very much possible. Again, I really just feel bad because I feel like that was what we were expecting from Red Canids. That was the level of play we wanted to see out of them. If they finished this 3rd map strong as well, like a nice 13-6 finish, we're kind of just left wondering, what was the potential, what could have been, and I'm sure they will as well. So yeah, I think this map is going to be really interesting. Again, like you said, Dan, this is the hometown. I'm sure they have some friends and family in the crowd as well. They want to just put on a really good show for everybody. So I'm expecting some high octane gameplay. I'm expecting some crazy sick plays and some awesome action. And hey, I'm seated. My seatbelt's on. I'm ready for the show.
But I feel like we talked about going into the 2nd map, what Red Canids were going to do, if they were going to play something a little bit more fun, play something different. But I feel like Winthrop could do it, Ash. I mean, they're first seed, they're fine. They already played this map today as well, so they can be a little bit more relaxed going into this decider.
They definitely can. That would also be such a Winthrop thing to do, because I feel like there are definitely a couple matches during VCL where we had like interviews afterward and Ollie would be like, yeah, I kind of just picked this agent today.
Yeah, exactly.
So it definitely fits their storyline, their narrative, and like the identity of this team. And I think that would also be, I don't think they would go as troll as like 5 duelists as like Roy was begging for in our last map that we saw. But I think that a way to kind of inject that fun again, especially after that last loss, is going to be big for them.
Well, we get to see the agents on both sides, Roy. No 5 duelist, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're not going to get it, Dan, but what we hopefully are going to get is some awesome Valorant gameplay, some high tempo action, some awesome scenes. And also, I don't know if you guys saw, but Moves was a little confused. He was double checking to see if he was sitting in the right seat because he had to turn around and check out his own picture.
It happens, it happens.
You just got to make sure you're in the right seat, for the show. And just double check real quick. But yeah, guys, I'm here. I'm ready for it. Let's see some Valorant.
Yeah, I think looking over at Winthrop making the changes to their composition too, I like the fact that they are probably looking to like hide more of their Lotus that they've been working on. So I think that's like a big thing. And then for the side of Red Canids, they have a couple changes to what they've been running previously, pulling the breach out here and getting rid of that vice. I'm expecting more aggression, a signal of that at the very least.
It does feel like Winthrop University, they're always hiding something, and especially when they get the chance to do so without any risk. So it should be a good one to find out who is going to win this 3rd map. Is it going to be Red Canids winning that match, or is it going to be Winthrop University? Let's find out with your casters one last time. Is Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks, Dan. And regardless, it will be a bittersweet farewell to Red Canids in this final map of the night. The teams are decided, the stage is set, and yet we play because it's fun. Winthrop University ready to show themselves one more time here on Lotus. Marks, are we trolling? Are we giving away ourselves? Are we playing our... Like, what are the vibes?
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, this is probably a little bit of not trying to give away the playbook that much, but I still think that there's a little bit of room right now for Winthrop University to test a couple of stuff out. I mean, this is an excellent opportunity to try and practice some things, especially against a team who, just not decimated, but really just won out hard against you on that last map of Abyss. And so they still have to be paying attention and be as vigilant as ever. There will be a duel for Mound up against Maestro, who actually is just on a sliver of health.
Yeah, the early fight he took, chipped him down quite low. I want to say that was Moobs who did that. Just hitting the door, causing a little bit of chaos. Glyph going for this first lurk off his screen. Again, setting the scene for what could be. RGL, nice counter frag. Nip that in the butt.
WU still not on the C site. Now the Aftershock will do a lot of stall work. Relay Bolt as well. Infiltrator has passed it, so the fight has begun on WU's terms. And so have the kills. Infiltrator, he escapes Gabshi's fire, gets one more before fully going down. They're ahead of it in every sense. But the sprayback still does a lot of damage, and Governor forced to only tap as WU still uncertain of the presence here. It's still quite heavy, but also kind of low health. Woo! That's a nasty dome. RGL taking us down to 1v2.
Oh. We'll be able to get this plant down right now. And keep in mind, the low HP pool means that Moobs just needs a single shot to guarantee that kill. But they are ghosts, and so take a single headshot and will be down himself. Let's see if looking behind him, understanding where he's supposed to be sitting, can help him out here.
Rose covers about everything, so we can like maybe split this in half. Oh, there it is. Whoop. Okay. Well, that also works the other way. So, again, holding it down, and Red Canids will gladly take that.
I'm sorry. I'm still laughing at the fact that it was just Infiltrator, just like, there's no brakes on me. And
He doesn't care.
Through things. Yeah, just like, I'm finding those kills, and if I die, well, that's how the universe wanted it to happen. This is the replay right here, and still able to escape in the midst of all of that, but double dips for more. And at that point, it was just honestly good discipline coming through. RGL being the person, find that multi-kill, 4 kills on that round. A really good statement, but not enough ego to really buy up into that Phantom. I like this from Red Canids. They're keeping things nice and honest here. Meanwhile, Winthrop University Infiltrator's got a big old shiny sniper rifle in that Outlaw, which could do a lot of one-shots, except for on 3 of the members who bought up that full... Ooh, never mind. Sniper goes down. Oops.
Prowler out. Governor knows exactly what that feels like.
One enemy remaining.
We turn and burn. Woo! Big crowd calling there from RGL. That's the ultimate setup for him next round. Again, it's Red Canids, who have nothing to lose, that get the ball rolling so effortlessly, despite the fact that I genuinely think Winthrop University are giving about as much effort as they can muster at this point in the day.
It's like all the willpower has just evaporated in their own brains right now. Well, meanwhile, on the other side, RGL is playing for the stats. It's just like, listen, I'm going to make myself look really darn good in my Ascension run over here. But, you know, it's still honestly just really good discipline coming in from Red Canids, jokes aside. And there are those gaps that, once again, they're really happy to jump on top of, whether or not it is RGL or some of the other players just kind of being vigilant and watching for those opportunities. But because of that buy-up, well, Governor right now only with a Stinger. Infiltrator, though, is able to find that first kill onto RGL, shut down the person who's gotten way too many kills on these opponent's team. Let's see how they want to convert this round off that first blood.
The problem with the Prowler is it clears a semblance of the river. It doesn't really do much more than that. You kind of have to force Infiltrator to be willing to let himself die in order to gain the intel onto C. So Winthrop would rather kind of coerce more of the fight outside of that first, because I mean, Governor's usually going to use the Haunt very early on the A fight more often than not. So tough position where he's at. Tough timing for Prozine. No util dump this time for him, and it'll be a B site for the bonus on Winthrop University's side. Was an elbow caught there?
Toxins going up.
Oh boy, FRZ just on the other side of this gets paranoid, so does stall things out for a second, and Ali out of the Sage Jail finds a kill.
Very few ways for Gabshis to be able to get a clean kill here. His Infiltrator is at full HP anyway, yeah. We are chilling for the bonus. So Winthrop has the legs for the start of this. Perhaps Abyss truly was that weak for them. Like, and on the other side of that, if that's the other thing to consider, then there's still the other weakness exposed. So I feel like either way, you're kind of getting a good ending here if you're outside of like the 3rd seed pool, you know? If you're a team, I think you're very happy with how this is going either way. I think the coach of your team just has to read it properly.
I mean, let's not discount the mental boom that we kind of saw happen on the side of Winthrop University. Just with, you know, the balloon basically being popped there as Duel and Prowlers go, but Ali actually, during Challengers, the regular season, played that Omen quite a bit, and you know what, doing a pretty darn good job. Once again, playing the Smokes role, as that's going to be another opening kill. As Winthrop University, it feels like they're a lot more coordinated, and this is kind of the squad that we really expected to see.
Yeah, this is the kind of pack intel that they play off of that works so. I mean, Glyph is just so confident at that point because he has moves right behind him. Prozine can at least put a stop to that, but you still have a 3v2 for Winthrop University. Prowler's going to confirm Prozine's spot. You spray him down to 7 HP. T's crossed. I's dotted. Ali, 20 HP. Jesus. You're still tapping. And they don't know how close they are. It's so touch and go. This high-low is rough if they find the wrong angle. Okay, FRZ's just traded, so it should be okay here. Yeah, Infiltrator's got a pocket.
Oh man, and once again we're seeing the Winthrop University that we really expected, right? Like, feels like between that second map and this one, there's just a lot more cleanliness in their routine, right? And it's not something like, oh yeah, you know, make sure that everything is nice and squeaky clean and tidy. This is one of those moments where it's just like, hey, if we're gonna be pushing, make sure someone's beside you, make sure we're flashing at the right times. And whereas it felt like a lot of the spaghetti was ended up on the floor in the last map, this time around, they're going back to those fundamentals and it looks pretty sweet. And so hopefully this is the trajectory for them to kind of end out this match on more of a high note, because yeah, you did qualify for Ascension here. Let's end on a win. Let's get that kind of happy ending here so that we can go in and be really confident when we start the actual Ascension tournament. This is, however, Red Canids' time to take that time out, because this still is their showcase. This still is that opportunity to really show the world what they're made of. And most importantly, this is experience for them. Assuming that this core does end up sticking together, you know, this is an amazing opportunity to go up against teams outside of your region and kind of see what the strats are like. And you know what? This is such a refreshing look from their side. Like, you know, smiles, good vibes. They're having fun with it. They know they've got nothing to play for, so they're just going out there and doing their best. And honestly, what more could you ask for from the squad?
For sure. And I mean, every moment in front of this, you know, camera is an opportunity, right? To get picked up, to get poached, to get discovered, to get your team a little extra attention. I mean, this is as good of a battle cry as Red Canids are able to muster here. You have Tishin, you know, coming up in what, like 2 months probably. The Red Canids can start prepping for that. And I do think this core should stick together at the very least. Maestro, Prozine, RGL. I think Red Canids really had a good idea there. I think that Gabshis and FRZ are masterful. It's a question of, do they think they can make everything far more synergistic going forward for the next year with his calling?
And still, like, kind of, not to beat a dead horse here, but that experience component, like getting those reps on stage, feeling that pressure, feeling what it's like to kind of count the rounds disappear in front of you. While it sucks, don't get me wrong, no one wants to be in that position, it's still a good opportunity to kind of learn from your experiences. And honestly, that's the most important thing in life, right? Like, hey, things go wrong. Best you can do is kind of learn from those. Make sure that you're ready the next time you have an opportunity.
A nice taken by Maestro to reduce space. But Winthrop, yeah, I mean, they're going to be boastful about this. Infiltrator. Spider-Man kissing Gabshis to get that kill.
Love to see a little shorty action like that, and that's going to be a good paranoia, slowing things down here. But look at that flank from FRZ.
Clearing out. Blinding.
Unloading on the run back with limited time, and there is FRZ getting his. Not much attention you could pay on the site, and so Infiltrator's got to get active. Maestro! That was like 4 head taps in a row. And Red Canids mow it down with just enough time remaining.
And it's kind of crazy too, because you kind of look at where all of those kills happen around the map, and it still felt so discombobulated and just a little bit too spread out from Winthrop University, allowing for those gaps once again for Red Canids. Find their way through, just kind of go through it like a snake and kind of find those opportunities. Yeah, good thrifty round coming through here, with starting off with that excellent pressure from the back line, making sure they can secure those kills. And of course, Maestro person to really heat things up, stinger in hand, that Neon gets up close and personal, that's a scary gambit.
Yeah, don't let this attack get too active. Oh yeah, Winthrop feels the pressure. Red Canids recognize the power of this A attack here. They will fight for it with a much heavier stack. But Winthrop has the early unload. Now the Prowler to confirm the insert on the boxes. They'll just spray through that. Might fall their way through most of the crowd to take over that space and guarantee some extra positions.
Look at Gabs' position, though. Not cleared out a tree. I think at this point, Winthrop University, they gotta kind of reconsider things. I mean, still plenty of time. Really sucks that they used the Nightfall so early on and got almost no ground from it, but at least they're not trying to force anything. Walk into any easy mistakes.
I'm out of here.
Rosine stopping Ollie behind the screen, and every other step of the way, Red Canids have the diff. On the B site, Spike stopped. Infiltrator can rise to the occasion. Twice, thrice, over, and Cliff finalizes. Sure, whatever.
Infiltrator, just doing infiltrator things. Look at him, cool as a cucumber on that stage as well. Just walks in there. Even when, I was going to say, I like the defense coming in from Red Canids. They're holding things through. Infiltrator just kind of zip-zapping around, sliding right in onto the site, finds that multi-kill. Honestly, just so good awareness. Red Canids, even though they've got that advantage, can simply not stop Infiltrator from just wrecking shop. Infiltrator now at the top of the kill feed as well. Has the overdrive online. That Rolling Thunder from Prosin, that's what I'm going to be looking at. I think that could be really the opportunity for Red Canids to secure this round in their favor.
Both sides trying to sell the A fight a little heavier. No one truly commits any heavier. And yeah, this Bucky is kind of make or break, isn't it? It's all the trap as the Prowler comes out. Yeah, it's got to be reaction on reaction. Relay Bolt's turn. Now the Snake Bite, and Prozine gets his peek out. Nice chip damage, but you got to do it all over again, and Prozine's at 9 HP now. FRZ has no more protection. They can just bully him on the group, and they no longer even have to try to contest Prozine, despite the fact that they've done so much damage to him. They fear the Rolling Thunder in the stack too heavily, and probably the regular people stack too.
And just good awareness. You know, Prosin swinging out there, trying to give that additional cover once we actually see FRZ get caught out, but not going to be enough. Meister has to make this one work, still hanging out in tree up against the world.
Great Prowler from Governor, force him to make that split decision on the smoke, and Winthrop University still have to break out of it. Maestro only good for the one on the interception as Governor trades it away. Still, that drop presence is crucial and huge. Gapshis catches Ali on the off angle again and makes this a 2v3, but both of the remaining members are so damn low. Glyph breeds on both of them and they go down. Winthrop, get the streak going, get the ball rolling, get the hype back up.
Yeah, you could see at that point, it was Red Canids being like, all right, gang, let's get that retake underway. It's going to be such a great... Oh, no, there's so many things exploding at my feet. Wait a second. This isn't how this was supposed to happen. And then at that point, it's just Winthrop University, once again, like talking about their post-plant positioning, how they've got those protocols set up, rely on that utility first, then back up. And then that way they're able to secure it before things getting a little bit too dicey. That time the utility really doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but... Penrek, are you ready for a bunch of incomprehensible nonsense to be on the screen? Because it's 5 against 4 ultimates here, and I'm imagining this is going to be the make or break round given the economy.
I'm getting throwbacks to a certain other 5v5 game with this round. Toxic screen. Good corner. Off with Ali. He's been taking space so confidently this whole time, even when he gets stopped early, and I really admire that out of him. Because Ali in person is like the shyest guy you'll ever meet. He is so reserved. But here, he is a megaphone. He is a bullhorn, and he is facilitating both fronts of this fight as the drop presence is once again all Red Canids have. The Viper's pit set up. Ali is just spraying everywhere else, and he gets a freebie. How many more ults we got towards this? RGL could TP if he wants to. I don't think he's going to, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just spraying through smokes. Governor's the one that finds it. I want so much good analysis out of this round, Marks.
Okay, well, That's a tall order, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ultimates expected in that round there. Counted that one just for you. Watch out, Count from Sesame Street. I'm coming for that territory. But it was, once again, just really good protocols kind of coming out. All these ultimates, yes, it is overwhelming as to what is actually going on here, but you can see when they're like, okay, this is the time when I want to use this ultimate. This is the time when I want to use the Nightfall. This is the time when I'm going to be going through. And it really felt like it was its own pace every single time one of those ultimates get popped. The winner out of that round, sure, was Winthrop University, but Red Canids, they still got 3 ultimates online. And so there is a real opportunity for them to accumulate one of these Thrifties, either that or to just hold on to those ultimates out. Well, we're going to be seeing the Viper Spit right off the bat. But yeah, maybe wait until a gun round before you want to pop those ones out.
Yeah, I don't think this is the straw to grasp at if you're FRZ. Not when you have nothing else given away. I get that the potential speed of these pushes is very intimidating, but yeah, it just feels like no legs, especially if Winthrop are pressuring the other sites this much more.
A lot of just maneuvering around. Seen a little bit of debate, and it's going to be all the alts. Oh, utility Maestro going new.
Wow, Overdrive held down, and Maestro can land it. Infiltrator can at least counterfrag that. Aftershock stymies the off angle, so no more refrags there. And so Red Cannons maybe can get a rifle here? Oh, but it might be too late. We've already just blistered onto A side here. Yeah, that'll seal it, surely. And no more pit. And RGL's already been found. Burned down to 20. I don't even need to touch him anymore. They're just... Oh, no, Governor's going to. He has an Odin. He doesn't care.
Remember what I said about Governor? Still holds true. Governor is really not afraid to just go in and take those fights.
Yeah.
Smiles across, moves space. I wonder if that's because like Governor used to be that jet player who just like would run at you and just find like 4 kills in a row and be like, oh my goodness, this guy is crazy. But now playing in that initiator role, you know, not afraid to take those duels. And if Gabs was able to find that first kill, I think this would have been a winnable round, but fortunately not going to be the case. And so Winthrop University 6-3 now, as they continue to climb here. Still got 3 more rounds left in this half. Things not looking as good for Red Canids. This is looking like this is going to be that happy ending that Winthrop University we're really looking for, as they're really starting to string together these rounds.
Oh, and these early kills as well. A lot more confidence in the early lurks on the lanes, but Prozine will stop moves early on the B insert. That's been the most predictable one yet, and ergo the most punishable, evidently. Infiltrator, gonna make that spear tip space while Ali... Yeah, explain that one to me.
I'm out of here.
We got the C site, we got the B insert. I mean, yeah, this is clean.
Yeah, excellent entry coming through there. When I talked about earlier about like the, you know, Infiltrator, oh, they're just gonna let him run in, let him int it, and we're gonna trade off of him, and it's gonna be great. We're not really seeing that be the case here on this map. We're seeing a bit more setup, allow the Neon to actually be a bit more exploratory, supported by utility. It's not just Infiltrator zipping around the corner and then the rest of the squad just kind of shows up and guns you down while Infiltrator is just running across the battlefield, right? Like Winthrop University, they're really starting to kind of pull together that play style that we've seen them do during the actual season. Whether or not this is exposing their playbook or how they're actually planning on playing things, that I can't really be sure of, but they're playing a very comfortable style that we've seen them play with before.
Well, getting rid of these guns would be great. Oh, but Gabshis is not going to let go of this. Good Lord, hello? Oh, okay, wow, Ali. That's a heartbreaker, for sure. Wow, not cool, man.
Yeah. I mean, hey. Ali's not on stage anymore. He's allowed a little bit more free reign with what he wants to do, you know? Look at our Roman go, shorty.
And that's, I mean, that feels like kind of the image of what Winthrop wanted this to be, man. After getting that first map, freedom, experimentation in the lightest sense, frolicking through the fields of a completely inconsequential match on the stage. Like, get your hours in, man. Enjoy this. Enjoy that Brazilian crowd that's gonna cheer for this Brazilian team for one last time.
Spike dropped.
All right, well, it's Red Canids just back onto a save again. FRZ not really having that Viper's Pit to play off of this time around. So really offers an opportunity of exploration from Winthrop University, but looks like they are just going to be scooping up those orbs, playing that min-max Valorant game. Make sure that you've got enough stuff. Get as much as you can out of the round, right? Like, milk it really dry. Just make sure that you've got set up for future rounds here. Once again, continue to build that momentum and build that confidence as, once again, it looks like this is probably going to be a mount hit after Governor gets up to some shenanigans here on A.
See how much if you can bait out of him. Prozine just has the flashpoint now. This is like that first time I've seen FRZ have the orb up. Feels like Winthrop have kind of skirted the tempo of it every other time. And yeah, this is pretty conventional. I don't think Infiltrator had to double step that many times. I think he's having a little more fun with it as well.
Spike planted.
Can't touch this. Zip. Can't touch me over here either. Zoop.
Last player standing.
Woo! Yeah, nice one. RGL. You forget this guy's an OG, man. He's been around since like first Strike Brazil, and he's been on smokes like the whole time too. Like he's known the evolution of this role, and you can tell. I think he's still one of the players, especially in Brazil, that are able to kind of retain that passivity that a lot of controllers have started to forego because they kind of see the potential for kills that they can get. I think RGL strikes a good balance of kind of playing forward and also still making sure that his teammates can skate around his smokes first. I like that from Maestro. That's great. Just discombobulate, take the damage, who cares?
Take it. You're doing fine. And yeah, they get rewarded with that kill onto Ali, so should be a nice and easy plant though, because Winthrop University were able to gamble on the other side. Glyph though, stepping a little bit out of condition there.
Yeah, just a little too far. And flank not checked either, so there's only 2 on the side at the moment. 4-8 would be really decent. A good spot for Governor to hold. Turns the flash. Tanks the Nightfall. Steel Garden has to be avoided. Let's waste some more time. Fault line. Governor eats it. Head taps! Are you joking?
Dang.
Cosmetic stun. Rester Red will have no trouble though. And it will be a 4-8 half.
I was gonna say, like, Governor just standing there, Odin in hand.
Stupid extent. That was you should know that stun is coming and you should leave.
Oh man. Remember what I said earlier about Governor? It just feels like it keeps on coming back here. But yeah, I mean, that's one of those other rounds where you see a lot of stall utility come out from Winthrop University, try to swap it up on Red Canids, but they're more than happy to just kind of back things off. And then when they decide to initiate, it's as clean as ever. And once again, when we talk about this squad, it's that discipline, it's that like togetherness. I like that word, togetherness, that they're kind of known for. And when they really get to flex it, like we just got to see on that last round, this is definitely a really high caliber level of coordination coming out from that squad. So we find ourselves now into the halftime as we get closer and closer to the end of this series.
Onus is still on Red Canids, of course, to get that lead back, to get their mojo back, to give a show to their home crowd, and to send Winthrop University into their break with their heads held low. Still so much to play for, even from this brink. And on the attack, the world is your oyster.
Yeah, I'm honestly really interested to see how we're going to be seeing the Red Canids attack. They've been really interesting in how they've been approaching it previously, on how they like to engage things, you know, work the map, take a little bit of space here, throw up a little decoy here, or just really confuzzle the other team as to what exactly is necessarily going on. But Winthrop University, I mean, once again, they're no slouches. If they want to turn up onto this one, then there's definite possibility that they will be able to just kind of seal the deal on this, because we are kind of sitting at that 8-4 half. So this is still in their advantage. And once again, walking away holding their heads high here is really much on the agenda for Winthrop University. They still want to be able to claim that they were able to win their 2 series out, which is something that the other teams have not been able to do in the play-ins.
Yeah, it would be kind of embarrassing to have to make this discretion every time you talk about Winthrop University coming from the group stage. Every time the casters have to be like, Winthrop coming out of their group stage while still losing to Red Canids.
It's like, a footnote on every single caster's
Yeah,
page.
I mean, it's a little bit of a stain, right? Like,
yeah.
You're still like glory and rep and like just bragging rights in general can take you so much farther, especially in this LAN setting. I mean, I cannot tell you how much motivation physically provides these players. Like it physically makes them so much more reflexive and better and passionate. And so if Red Canids can maintain that or sap it from Winthrop, they've done their job. They've done what they need to do and all they can do.
A little bit of a tech pause here.
Had to have one.
You know, you really had to. And hey, this is the good thing about being in a LAN setting. For once, we're able to actually take a look at what might be potentially happening here as to kind of get things all fixed up. But you know, talking about the Winthrop University squad, like Moobs has had a pretty phenomenal game. Just overall series in against Six Karma and then now against Red Canids, and we're seeing Moobs swap over onto the Vise this time around, not necessarily playing that long range sniper role, and honestly has had quite a bit less impact. Still is kind of, you know, being good on the actual setting up the utility, setting up the traps, setting up all that type of information, but really where we see Moobs kind of take that backseat when it comes to pure fragability power, Infiltrator has really stepped up this time around. It felt like Infiltrator wasn't necessarily the shining star of Winthrop University based off of the previous maps. It really felt like when it came to those frag duels, Moobs was kind of taking that crown. This time around, like, it's just like, let's rely on old reliable here, let Infiltrator kind of do his thing and just play around that instead of going for this kind of like 2-pronged approach that we've seen them do before. And so Winthrop University still showing us that they've got a little bit of flexibility in how they want to play some of these maps.
And that flexibility is necessary when there are so many opponents that you will inevitably have to face with them having that knowledge on you. So again, it's the question gets raised. How much of this is really Winthrop's game plan and how much of it was stuff they were willing to kind of throw away if there was an empty setting like this? Do they have much more up their sleeve, or was that Abyss really as far as it goes? Is that Corrode really as exploitable as it seemed like it could be over in map 1? So many questions that coaches are going to have to study their way through and parse out where the intention really lies. Another portion of the inevitable North American psychological game that gets played on a daily goddamn basis here.
It really feels like that's the case, huh?
I know you are, but what am I?
Whoa. Well, hey, that's an excellent way to start things out.
Half of the VALORANT match is fought on Twitter.
Oh man, I miss people just flaming each other on Twitter after a match, but
dude, flawless.
Open and shut case.
Did Infiltrator? I don't even think the slide was that great from Infiltrator. Everyone was just kind of there. I don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah. And hey, you know, they get the pistol round, get themselves up to 9-4. Maybe seeing Ali actually buy that outlaw coming into this next one, while Infiltrator and Glyph and Governor actually have the Bulldog there. I wonder if that like tech pause came in there, scared them a little bit, or like, oh no, we could be trapped here for even longer, so let's try and tighten things up as they get ready to go again. But Red Canids, looks like they're going for that A-sided rush down, and Ali, little too far forwards, getting caught off the guard. Maestro actually finding two is an excellent way for Red Canids to start this map.
That is just a continuous proof of how solid Maestro is on that foundational level. Infiltrator, as always, the re-entry early on. Bulldog good for 3. Keep letting it bark, Bubby. As the rest of Winthrop tries to parse their way through. Low health pool. It's got to be Moobs. No, FRZ mows him down with the Outlaw. The Thrifty from Red Canids. Every time you think it's done.
Listen, Tedrick, we're on the microphone right now. We have a certain level of power here, and I see you exercising it round after round. Oh, yes. Look at Infiltrator go. Rough. The dog is out, and then immediately just getting shut down.
What if that was my evil plan all along? I'm like just sabotaging the studio.
You have too much power, Tedrick. I think, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. You gotta own up to that at this point.
I'll get this match as long as I want. This goes until I say it stops.
Oh, no.
Watch, Red Canids will now win this round, thanks to Maestro's kill. Are you ready for that? They will win. They will win this round. It will be 6-9 after this round, okay? Just be ready for that specific result. Just check this out. Just doing a little test.
You know what? They are poised to win this round, given the fact that they've got the weaponry. Look at that. Maestro finds another. Same with FRZ.
Okay. Maybe they definitely didn't have enough this time. If you double jinx it, like cancels out, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's kind of going on here, but it's just fighting for survival on the other side of the map while Red Canids are looking to get those ultimate orbs kind of like back online, you know?
Spike planted.
All right. Whenever this is reminding me of like Wii Sports Resort Showdown, where you like have the sword and you have that big old crowd of people run towards you, and you gotta like run. That was what that was giving for a second.
What is that reference?
Like Showdown. You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
They know what I'm talking about.
Oh man, speaking of deep cuts, yeah, that's a good one. But hey, you know what? You did call it for this round, actually.
Yeah. Funny number score.
You know. I didn't even realize it. Red Canids just kind of run it down, and they're able to take so much space on A that, you know, they look like sharks that have tasted a little bit of blood in the water. Winthrop University, now with the rifles coming through, Governor gotten that Odin in hand. We've seen how devastating that weapon can be, but Maestro just not afraid at all, running forwards.
And doing a good chunk of the pool as well. Infiltrator in panic mode off of that. Haunt! Governor! The courtyard is lit! Gosh, she's down to 22 on top of this spike. FRZ has gotten the insert. He's got to win this duel, and he does. It's a waiting game for Gabshies. W, you have to recognize that there's just this solo on the spike, right? Oh no, they don't even read that FRZ hasn't left, and neither is Gabshies.
Seems like amongst all of the information that's been going on, that if misinformation might have been given away, and so this allows that opportunity to get that spike kind of forwards. But looks like Red Canids, they're more interested in kind of grouping up, playing the hall pass buddy system, ready to take on the world together with your friends. That's how you want to be playing this round. But Winthrop University, Governor Ali and Glyph, three powerhouses on their own, ready to move forwards.
Governor steps in, one down. They have every excuse to just try to play stall.
No way.
Oh, Glyph just walks it down. And 22 damage, one bullet, a feather. Laugh at him, and he dies. Oops. Oh, he's just gonna hold that. I love it. Yeah, don't give a care.
You can see the bungee rope just like, come on, pull him away just a little bit more. Dang it.
Is it the stairs that's like stopping him from getting like roped up all the way, or is he just like...
I'm convinced that it is.
That's gotta be, yeah. I guess that's why you plant for that, because then the seas can't fully... Yeah, he's stuck down there. That's crazy. I didn't realize that you could stop it from pulling you that much while holding the defuse, dude. That's crazy.
Yanking you away, yeah. You learn something new every day. We're #educational here tonight.
This game's so cool, man.
We love Valorant, huh? But
that's what this is.
Hey, you're right. But all right, let's see what we got in this next round. It is going to be more or less a comfort buy coming in from Winthrop University. Moves just on a stinger though. Maestro has been really opening up these rounds pretty confidently here. And Infiltrator now going to be going out. A little bit of electricity making its way onto FRZ as a cavalry coming around. Red Canids might catch people off guard.
Ali was trying to get a couple steps ahead, but everybody had already flanked to C main first. And Red can just kind of meet the problem from a pretty good distance, actually. Governor gets some help to keep from this being a stiff takeover, but the resources for WU are spread quite thin. Yeah, let's see what everyone can do. Do a little showcase on all the members here. Dorset, this is the tempo. Ooh.
Oh, the Viper's Pit coming out as well. Glyph trying to spray that one down, but Governor's going to have to get that reload soon. I only thought a couple of bolts left in that Odin. Moobs is going to get the wraparound. 3v4 here, Tenrek.
Yeah, no check. So they just have to be ready, and it doesn't look like Maestro is. Nah. Now you start pressuring Tree, because you know at least one member's holed up in there. Those are the shots I was looking for. I was like, when is Governor going to do that? You got to play into the pit at some point. Gabshi's first to step out. Oh, Governor's down. Now you double swing. Perfectly taken. Poor Glyph had to reload. That's a couple missed timings, but ultimately I think that's a right proper setup from Red Canids.
Yeah, I'll say it, especially too, like you see the Viper's Pit kind of get deployed there nice and safe, and that gives the extra space for them to be able to just kind of go in and take over the site. And really, it just started out with that initial kind of duel outside of there. You see Winthrop University all gung-ho, ready to be like, haha, we get the flank on you. But then Red Cannon's kind of kicking the door down from all the way over on that seaside, being like, no, actually, you didn't see this one coming, and finding a couple of kills. Make it that much more difficult for Winthrop University to try and convert that round. So we see them back onto a save yet again. Infiltrator going to be having that, sorry, not Shorty, but they've got that Bucky in hand. That's going to be the only real buy up here besides Glyph and Moobs coming in with 2 sheriffs apiece. And, well, hey, Moobs might not be on chamber, but Moobs can still shoot.
And he's just going to keep walking down. Ali, I really hope it was his decision to throw down this smoke. Because if Glyph called it, I have questions. But Moobs with this only rifle for WU, taking the steps, taking a fault line, taking everybody. And see, he's better when the smoke is gone, too. Like, just let him work. Let him do his magic. Oh, he sent it back. Okay, he's listening to me, right? Why did he set it back up? Selling someone else is there, I suppose. But, yeah, Maestro's already cleared all that space.
And it's just a little bit of shenanigans from both of these sides, but Red Cannons now, they're ready to move on at this B site. And actually, there's nobody home. So it should be pretty easy to just walk in there and get that spike down. Utility deployed just to be safe here. And what this actually ends up doing is just means that Winthrop University will have less utility to kind of roll into. Given the gun difference, though, well, if Infiltrator can at least find one, but looks the wrong way.
Again, you have to check some of these cubbies dry. Relay bolt. Eventually, he'll catch Glyph.
Face your fear.
Yeah, you just gotta eat it at that point. Oops. Governor with the tap, prompting everybody forward. Maybe an easy fight. Nah. 3 standing for Red Canids after so much is given early on to propel Moobs forward with that hero rifle.
Yeah, it's the Moobs effect once again. Maybe not playing chamber, but still as deadly as ever. Just kind of walking out and looking for a couple of kills. And like you said, that smoke felt maybe a little bit counterintuitive, but maybe it was just supposed to open up that gap to potentially make him be like, well, Moobs probably escaped now, so we don't need to do that. And yet, of course, Moobs not quite done yet. Dips right back in, looking for a little bit more, but that time around does get punished. And now it's only 2 rounds separating these 2 teams at the moment, as patient play is coming through from Red Canids this time. Just trying to bait out some of that utility, get a little bit of information. But Moobs, once again, stalwart as ever. He's going to find that first kill, but immediately trade it out.
Another dry peek, another first blood, another moment where Red Canids sense the opportunity, but can't collapse on it because they don't have the intel. Rolling Thunder is free for this C site, though. So if you can lock down 1/2 with something like a Seize, get yourself in. No? Okay. They don't feel it.
I was gonna say it's spooky season. I get it. Yeah, let's scare you with utility. There's simply no follow-up there. I mean, I feel like this is kind of them trying to sell a fake, but that makes things pretty difficult now because they're gonna have to do this without all of the tools in their pockets. And well, Ali's still hanging out down here, ready to kind of receive this pressure.
Well, Prozine's still got everything, and a lot of the space making hinges kind of primarily on him, especially now that Maestro's dead. That's such a sick nightfall from Governor. He just knows that they're already up that far. Or maybe Ali heard the steps. Either way, necessitates the Rolling Thunder a little earlier than Red Canids may have liked. And they will plant with 15 to go. Yeah, you gotta wait for Glyph to get back. Ooh, pokes out of the smoke. Pokes in the smoke. Oh, everyone else is dead.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Wow. Jeez, dude. I mean, everyone hit that.
Yeah. Literally, their guns could have tapped each other just on the other side of that smoke with how they were kind of playing it, but that is once again just kind of showcasing the retake prowess that we've really seen Winthrop University kind of excel at when they just go in there. It feels very clean. You know, they walk in there and they're like, all right, this house is ours. They kill everybody on the site, nice and easy defuse. Make it clean and simple. So, not willing to yield things just quite yet. We will be getting a timeout from Red Canids' side. As once again, they're playing for all the honor. They're playing for all the glory right now in front of that home crowd. And they really just kind of want to stick it to the team that eliminated them because spite is a very powerful motivator.
100%, yeah. There's still that revenge that Red Canids would like to serve definitely on the table. And again, that loss of momentum, also still potential. So still a lot that Red Canids can get to fight for, a lot of resources that they have to do so as well. Feels like they're able to get that cycle rolling any moment they choose. But again, I think that Winthrop are kind of, again, taking moments and playing it lightly, taking moments and making them kind of inconsequential because of how little they want to reveal. And if anything, it kind of trips up the normal rhythm the Red Canids are playing to because they're so unorthodox and so antithetical to what they're used to playing against.
So at this point, would we classify Winthrop University as magicians or not? Like kind of pulling the wool over your eyes a little bit? You're like, you think we're doing this? Ooh, surprise.
Magic Eagles.
Really good. Oh boy. That should be their new thing moving forwards in the Ascension tournament. Look at the Magic Eagles fly.
It's a fun, like, minor league baseball team name.
Maybe Little League baseball team, let's be honest.
Little League baseball. Yes, yes. Yeah. Call the collegiate players Little League, Marks.
Oh, no, you're right. Oh, no. I didn't even connect the dots there.
That's a terrific spray from Gotchis after the intel's given. That was very a la Governor last round. Oh, Ali. Yeah. Short-sighted as well, the TP. Great coverage.
One enemy remaining.
And honestly, on this round, it really felt like Red Canids could just simply do no wrong. Like they were just going out, finding those kills. Not a lot of utility really to support them and just kind of make that one happen. Look at a flawless round as a Winthrop University more or less left scratching their heads as they will get closer and closer to trying to tie things up right now as Winthrop University just once again showing a little bit of those gaps right now. And to be fair, this really is just a marathon endurance game coming in from both of these teams. But Red Canids, wow, we got the double replay on that death. Red Canids are once again a lot less pressure on their shoulders.
Absolutely. Yeah. The weight's fully lifted. And they have everything else ahead of them. Winthrop University, they have the rest of this event to prepare for, to think about right now.
Good hit.
Treasure these moments while you can. They're the most relaxed you'll be this entire tournament, for both teams' sake. This is the most relaxed we'll be, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
treasure this while you can.
Wow, I feel called out right now, Tedrick. I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'll do better next time.
You're forgiven. You're doing great. Yeah, but Winthrop University, like they're on a little bit of a save. We see the creep up coming through from that A side. Infiltrator kind of just watching the middle there, spots out the kind of rotation around, so that gives an idea as to where these are going to be playing. Once again, it's going to be one of these deep TPs from the Omen player. Let's see if it kind of pays out here.
Another great clip by Maestro. As Red Canids decide to sequence this, waiting for RGL. And there is the trigger.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, moves only get away with one as well on the backstab. So down a Glyph here in the 3v. Nicely done by RGL, just completely circumventing there. And not requiring a whole lot of tools. Now a 1-round gap on the attack.
Tenrek, it's yet another round where the Omen ultimate gets immense value. It's, like, okay, I understand. You know, the stakes right now, they're relatively low for both of these teams. But even in the last map, like, RGL just going for the teleport in the back line, doesn't get checked, causes enough of a disruption, or finds multiple kills. It's kind of crazy how much value Omen is really getting with the From the Shadows. Universally kind of hailed as one of those more just like, oh yeah, it's the ultimate you use when you want to get information, or you want to pick up the spike all across the map, and that's basically all it's used for. And yet still RGL has been doing a fantastic job with it.
Infiltrator using everything to cover himself on the stun, and he's able to get one as he goes down. So it's even footing to start out the mid of this round. Winthrop on the precipice of losing economically everything here, and FRZ can't finalize. The 2-stack, though, is on the C site, and Moobs is just going to eat it. Use that Steel Garden as well. Oh, everything tossed. Moobs found, blinded. Gobshies has the shorty. Ultimate gone, double rifle. Whoa. It doesn't matter, because Moobs has company by this point. And we got 2 rounds of match point for the favorites, the team that you'll be seeing for the remainder of this tournament. Can they finalize it here?
Man, I really gotta say, like, Moobs just staying alive was so key to how that round is going to win. The fact that it gave Governor enough time to rotate around, make sure that they're ready for it. I thought for sure that was going to be the double spray down, but no, actually it was Governor just from the back with the Odin in hand, securing that final kill in the round. Now Winthrop ready to walk away from this one. Heads held high. Really showcase what they can do. Walk out of these play-ins undefeated. Will be the Viper's Pit deployed early.
And it'll be played into a little heavier this time. Moobs. Pot shots will grant him 1, and the door getting hit means he'll take a couple more. Now the 2-stack right on top of the shear as well. Trying to create a non-existent margin for error here. Infiltrator! What a fadeaway to catch Gobshies, and that might seal it. No proper entry tool. Ali getting greedy on A main. And FRZ falls now as well. The final moments of Red Canids here in São Paulo in Challengers 2025 are here on Lotus.
Last player standing. Flawless.
And Governor is the one to get those last couple kills. At the end of the day, it's a season that Red Canids can definitely be proud of, and certainly a couple notes that Winthrop can take in these next 3 days of rest.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop University, they definitely let that second map slip away from them, but I am so excited to see their run here. It feels like they've cleaned up a lot of the mistakes that we saw during the Challengers season. And meanwhile, on the other side, Red Canids, once again, I really did like what we saw from them up against their match with 6 Karma, but it really felt like their mental got broken. Like they felt the pressure a little bit too much, which resulted in them just kind of laying to the wayside and unfortunately losing their chance at qualifying for that Ascension tournament. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, they're able to walk away with this one with a victory, which is so important for their team. And of course, securing both their spot and 6 Karma into the Ascension tournaments.
Yeah, we have our last 8 teams that are contending for a spot in VCT Americas 2026. Brazil will boast only 2 representatives. Mexico will get their team into Ascension. And of course, our first collegiate team to ever make an Ascension main event. A lot of exciting stories that we haven't even gotten to take a look at, and we won't for another 3 days, but so much to get to talk about today. Let's conversate a little more with the desk.
That's right. It was a long series at the end. It had to go to 3 maps, but Winthrop University, they get the win at the end, and it was getting close, Roy. We were thinking about that scenario where everybody just wins one match, and that's how it was going to go to the round differential. But ultimately, Winthrop University, they close it out. Their first seed, and 6 Karma will be second.
How do you even defeat a team that literally their entire lives about doing 2 exams on the same day? Like they're ready for this. Like they've had those days where they had, you know, they've studied up all night. They have to do 6 hours of examination. They're mentally, they've gone through the training, guys. Red Canids never had a chance. But no, jokes aside, honestly, obviously commiserations to Red Canids. I actually was very excited and I was hoping to see more of them. The way they play is actually phenomenal. They're a great team. Obviously, commiserations. Someone has to be the one getting knocked out. But congratulations to 6K. Congratulations to Winthrop University, who put up an awesome performance. And guys, this is it's about to be a very, very exciting rest of the event. This was an awesome day of Valorant.
Yeah, it really was. I think that them being able to get that map win over on Abyss and then still being able to like show up on Lotus here as well is just huge for the team as far as their ability to show what they're really made of. Right, compared to what we saw earlier in the day. And then for Winthrop, I think it was important for them to be able to secure this series as well. Like being that first seed, you definitely don't want to get it in like a 1 and 2 situation, ending off that last match in 1 and 2, should I say. So I think that was an important statement for the side of Winthrop too, to really cement the strength of a team that they have. And overall, I feel like honestly, everybody just must be tired too, like running out of gas. It's been a very long day for both of these teams, especially Red Canids, who like started off first match of the day, then had a big break until this one here. Everybody's definitely got to be giving themselves a pat on the back at the very least for being able to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very long day that it goes more than just playing the match, right? Having to warm up for a little bit, having to wake up early enough to talk to your team. There's a lot of things that meant that for Red Canids, it was a long day and they were able to get that map win. But they are unfortunately eliminated and they won't be in Ascension for the next couple of days. As we get to see Winthrop University once again bringing up the fact that they were that favorite team coming from North America and going into these play-ins. And Roy, things got a little messy, but I'm glad that they were able to solve it at the end.
Yeah, I can get behind that, Dan. 14-9 as well in the openers. They had a great series. This is actually the first series where Infiltrator kind of, you know, had a, I don't want to say he hasn't had impact because he actually has had impact, but he popped off. And I feel like that is kind of what we want to see from him, especially if Winthrop University want to see a deep run in this event. But yeah, obviously we got to see a lot of, you know, Winthrop University and what they're capable of today. We saw the team play. We saw the individual prowessness. We saw so much from this Winthrop University roster, as well as the 6K roster. I think ultimately these teams are going to most certainly have an impact in the event. And honestly, guys, it's going to be extremely stacked, I have to say.
We were looking at looking at all the teams and also just looking at our 2 teams that just made it through with Winthrop University and 6 Karma, and it's really hard to tell who's going to win. I mean, even if last year we had kind of our favorites or predictions, and it didn't really go our way for most people that were not predicting 2G, this time around we can't even make a prediction. It's so insane how the level has gone up a lot for these top challengers teams, Ash.
It really has. And we were even talking about it while we were watching this match, like you were just saying, the fact that not even is it hard to make a prediction of who might even take the crown for this year's Ascension, but it's hard to even pick out an underdog. Like it almost doesn't feel like there's really an underdog team that exists, and that's how close everything is. And I feel like for our play-ins to also end in this manner, for it to be like that 2-1, I feel like it is a little bit more representative of how close we expected the competition to be today. It was going to be a grueling day no matter what, and I am glad that we did get to see these teams bring the best that they could.
I think it's really funny because you watch the beginning of the stream when we started and you see my room and there's so much light. There's light outside, there's sun, and you look at it right now, darkness. It's just darkness, Roy. But I mean, if it was a long day for us, imagine what it's like for the players. Not only having to wake up early and go to sleep kind of late, but also having
Yes.
all those emotions that you have to deal with as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was not only a test of stamina for the players, but obviously the fans, the staff, the production, us, everyone, the casters. God bless them. They did a fantastic job. They kept the energy up the entire time. It's not an easy thing for sure. And yeah, this is what we were expecting. We got what we wanted. We got to see some awesome Valorant as well. I think we're just on hold, right? Waiting for an interview as well to hear back from one of the players. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, I think it's going to be cool. I'm kind of excited to see the group standings again, just to kind of get a heads up on everything, just to get a refresher on what happened throughout the day, especially if people have just tuned in. And just production, let us see it.
Yeah, let's take a look at the group standings. As we talked about, we just saw the planes. The planes were happening only today. And so that meant that 2 teams were going to make it through the official Ascension, that being Winthrop University and 6 Karma. And moving forward is not tomorrow, but the day after, we're going to have a Swiss stage with these 2 teams and the other 6 that already made it through Ash. So they've been waiting, watching as well, and again, just waiting for that opportunity to finally play. And as we get to see who is going to move forward, who is going to be looking better than the others, who's going to be that underdog, and we answer all those questions too.
Yeah, I think that's what is really exciting about it, right? Is the fact that all of these teams now have had that opportunity to obviously also like focus on their own grind, but it's a chance to get a preview at the 2 top teams within plans and what they look like and how they kind of maybe even feel like they measure up against the play styles of these different regions, because it can like vary so much stylistically. Just depending on like what kind of metas like each region is leaning into, and it gives them a little bit of a taste of what to expect in the coming days. But I think that we're going to get honestly a lot of variety when it comes down to the approaches that we're seeing from these teams. It's going to be extremely interesting day by day.
But now it's time for the interview, and we have Moobs on the line for Winthrop University. Moobs, first of all, congratulations on the win today. It was the second one. It was a little tough not winning that second map, but ultimately you close it out and you're going as the first seed into Ascension from the teams playing in the Plains. How do you feel about being in Brazil as that one collegiate team and also being able to win and being that first seed going in?
I mean, considering we almost didn't make it to now being the #1 seed, I think that's a pretty good turnaround. But yeah, I mean, the first match, it was tough, but we closed it out well. And the second match, I think after we knew that we kind of made it through, we might have like let off like the pedal a little bit, and that's our fault. We're better than that. Let a bit slipped away, but we closed it out, and #1 seed, all that matters.
You are very confident as well, and for a good reason. The team has been looking good in challenges as we've gotten to see your performance throughout the year, and now as you make it now to Ascension, you look even better. Tell me, since from scrims and from these matches as well, what do you think is going to make Winthrop University that better team that pushes forward, that wins those matches against everybody else?
Yeah, I think we've always been like kind of like an underdog team. Nobody's ever taken us seriously. Before these matches, people were making their tier list saying, "Oh, Winthrop's not even going to make it out of play-ins." But we put the work in. We've all sacrificed a lot of time. We had to like hide a lot of what we were doing because of the collegiate matches. We didn't show any of the comps. So going forward, we'll have more surprises, and hopefully we'll beat some good teams.
Absolutely. And my last question here, for your individual performance, you have been incredible, not only throughout the year, but with some of the individual plays that we got the chance to see today, especially a little bit on that chamber. Do you feel like this meta is fitting your team to do exactly what you guys want to do coming into Ascension and maybe allowing you guys to lift that trophy at the end?
Yeah, as soon as we saw the chamber buff with the trip, we're like, all right, we're running chamber. This is like really strong. But we practice a lot. We're super confident. Whatever meta it is, I think we have a good group of guys that can figure out what to do. We have 2 good coaches, actually 3, who are helping us a lot. And whatever meta it is, we'll adapt to it.
I mean, if we know Winthrop for something is because of how flexible you guys are. Congratulations once again, Moobs, on your success and on the matches that you just won. This is everything that we have for this interview, but let's go back to the desk as well to talk about what is going to happen in the next couple days. Because yes, Winthrop just played 2 matches, but they have a lot more matches to play if they want to live that trophy but win Ascension, Roy.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with everything he said as well, guys. I think they do have a very dynamic group of players. It's something that we've highlighted throughout the entire year from beginning to end, just how flexible everybody is, just how dynamic everybody is. And now with the addition of Glyph and Governor, it feels like things are, you know, clicking even on a deeper level for them. I like his confidence. I think it's justified. I think they are going to surprise a lot of people. I think they're going to be in their element in this tournament. And I am beyond excited to see the rest of this event, guys.
I am so excited, Ash. You know, every time I see you, I just want to put you on the spot. So I know that we just talked about how we can't predict who's going to win. But Ash, who's going to win? Can you tell us right now?
She's only doing this because we were talking about it off camera. Oh my god, I actually don't know. You know what? Guys, what if this is the year that TSM finally does it?
Oh, okay. Honestly, it would be the most TSM of all TSM things. That's when people aren't considering them like maybe the top contender, they come out on top looking like the best team in the event. It would be the most TSM thing of all time, Ash, and I kind of mess with it. I like this.
On LAN too, like I kind of feel the vibes, but it's hard because all of these teams are so stacked. Like I don't know. I definitely feel like I need to be rooting for an NA team within my heart. So I'm gonna put my money on TSM for that one. The Envy fans are gonna come for my throat after like me saying this, bro. But I don't know. You know what, Dan? What about you?
Ooh,
me?
Uno reverse.
Well, thank you guys so much for watching. It's been such a long and fun day to be on the desk. And if you want to find out who I'm going to be predicting to win it all, or maybe Roy, or maybe if Ash is going to stick with her prediction, you can watch once again Ascension. It's just a few days. We'll be right back with Ascension and her 8 teams. Goodbye.
On the double initiator that just continues to be a thorn in this side. 6 Karma continue to commit to the C side, and Mephisto already has the back angle. El Demonio with 3 this round. And 6 Karma make it 8.
At least the Yoru ult is available here, but this is just so difficult. Up against 5. Here we go.
Gonna go for it. Has to make up the lost time. Saturate on the backside. Gobshi's not slowed down, but into the double peek, it's so tough. And Maestro just tries to re-up it. He can't make a dent either. 6 Karma, 2-0 to kick off their play-in. What a beginning as the green wave grows.
I am feeling pretty good about my predictions right now because, yeah, I was looking at the 6 Karma squad. I was so impressed with just the level of talent that was
This feels inevitable that he gets this, right? No one is locking at this box. Oda Q gives it a 4v2. Infiltrator can't match Mephisto. And the stabilizing round comes at the smoke is dissipated. All the freedom in the world to take this as soon as the spike starts getting dropped. Here we go. Glyph's got to do it all. Big smoke to force a stack. Glyph gets 3. It's down to Ali.
Keep in mind, Annihilation still a tool available for Ali, and yeah, it's coming out now.
Governor just spraying it through. Sabor proactive. Nips it in the butt. Ali next boss, and he deals with it swiftly. 6 Karma with a first to have a chance at sealing their fate in the Swiss stage today. That honor now falls to Winthrop University as they will win their first of 2 matches today.
And that has got to be a lot of pressure for 6 Karma because unfortunately their fate is now out of their hands.
Conventional to say the least, but it does make sure that Red Canids can maybe get to be a little bit faster, even though nobody's even moving.
And like, look at the spread out here. That's confidence if I've ever seen when Moves knows Just has to be able to find one, might be able to catch a timing, be able to rotate things out, get ahead of it, and yeah, catches one off guard. FRZ now last person alive and moves!
Stop gaps. Do they read this? Certainly don't look like they do it. No. That is glorious, Frozine. A main, and FRZ falls now as well. The final moments of Red Canids here in Sao Paulo in Challengers 2025 are here on Lotus. And Governor is the one to get those last couple kills. At the end of the day, it's a season that Red Canids can definitely be proud of, and certainly a couple notes that Winthrop can take in these next 3 days of rest.
Yeah, I mean,